Hello and good morning. A very warm welcome to Croft Circuit for the second day of this second event of the season for the 750 Motor Club. We're here in North Yorkshire on a bright but cool day for what should be an excellent day of racing. My name is Ian Soman and Chris Stevens is alongside me in the commentary box once again. We'll hear from Chris in a moment. We'll also hear from Tom Butterworth during the course of the day doing the pit lane interviews. We're not at Brands Hatch, we are at Croft, I can assure you, for the on the 2.1 mile circuit that we have here, the old airfield circuit, which is much loved by the drivers. The weather, that probably is accurate, certainly scattered clouds at the moment, and it's forecast to stay hopefully dry but cloudy for the rest of the day. So that's the weather we have to look forward to during the course of the day. As I say, Chris Stevens is alongside me. We enjoyed a fantastic day of racing yesterday and lots more to look forward to today, Chris.
Absolutely. Of the 8 different formula that we have racing this weekend, we still have 6 of them today. We're going to start off with the qualifying for the Tequila Club Enduro Championship, and then the racing will commence with the second race of the weekend for the Yokohama Lowcost Championship, followed by the Finish Line UK Classic Stock Catch Championship, which was certainly the highlight of yesterday's racing, so we're very much looking forward to that one. The Nankang Tyre Sports 1000 featuring Cup 200 as well, the Massimo Tyres 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, the Alfa Romeo Championships and the Close Wheel All-Comers, and then of course the headline of this event, the 150-minute Tequila Club Enduro Championship race at the end of the day. Yeah,
it should be good. So 7 races for you in all, a mixture of 15 and 20-minute sprint races, and of course the much longer 150-minute race for the Tequila Club Enduro race, which will be the longest race of the season for that particular championship, and we're going to see qualifying for that shortly. But yesterday we had some very good racing and some people getting their best ever results, didn't we, including first wins as well in Formula V. We had Matt Harbert taking his first win in that particular championship, Paul Clark taking his first win in Lowcosts, and he's got 2 more chances to repeat that during the course of the day. You mentioned that excellent Classic Stock Catch race, hopefully a repeat of that today. Stuart Place and Pip Hammond, that was just a fantastic battle all the way through, wasn't it?
It certainly was. The way they ebbed and flowed across the lap, with Pip Hammond really reeling in the reigning Classic Stock Catch champion through the complex in particular. And I think Pip Hammond's got a few more dents in the side of his Vauxhall Nova than when he came to Croft initially, as the Stuart Place, in fact, probably, because it was definitely a wheel-banging affair. But, of course, they've got ballast to take into account for this race as well. And it wasn't just for the lead. We had Ben Bateman and Jason Wood fighting for the last spot on the podium, which came right down to the final corner and side-by-side across the line as well, between employer and employee at PDC Racing as well.
It was brilliant, wasn't it?
Fantastic. But here we've got the cars ready to go out for the Tequila Club Enduro Championship qualifying, which is a 30-minute session, and it will be an overall grid, even though we have 3 different classes which are based on power to weight ratios. They're the number 6 car, the Audi TT that we can see on the left hand side, is the car that finished 3rd on the road in the Road Sports race yesterday, which is the mini enduro, sort of younger sibling to the Club Enduro Championship, with Ryan Parkin at the wheel. But he will be joined today by Dylan Brichter in that car, won't he?
And indeed, it looks like we're going to get the green flag now on the first qualifying session of the day, which is for the Tequila Club Enduro Championship. So cars heading out onto the circuit for this first qualifying session of the day. As Chris says, a 30-minute session for these cars that are split across 3 different classes. Those classes are based on a power to weight ratio split. Class A is for cars up to 300 brake horsepower per tonne. Class B, the split is 240, and Class C is 180 brake horsepower per tonne. It's a little bit more complicated than that because there's variations for cars with forced induction, for example. There's also a separate Club and Cup competition for older cars with the H-pattern gearbox as well, which doesn't count for the main overall championship points but has its own separate awards and end of season prizes as well. And a bit of a different look to the championship this year. Some teams that have raced with us in recent seasons are not taking part, but others have taken their place. We have an excellent entry of cars for this weekend. I think we possibly lost a couple over the course of the testing sessions held here on Friday, but nevertheless a very good field of cars, Chris, and we're really looking forward to what should be an excellent race, and first of all, a very interesting qualifying session.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, it's safe to say that Club Enduro is probably the pinnacle of club endurance motorsport in the UK. In terms of bang for your buck, it is absolutely unmatchable, and that is reflected in the grids that we have as well. Absolute capacity. A lot of the events, and this 150-minute race seems to be drawing a lot of attention as well. Races are typically 120 minutes. They do vary in a bit of length, but the 150-minute race, so that means we're going to have 2 mandatory pit stops in the race a little bit later on. The circuit very much roaring into life now as we have the cars starting their first flying laps. And there's some wonderful machinery, but we do have a very slow-moving car heading towards the pit lane.
Yeah, that's Matt Fazy, isn't it, I think, in the Porsche Cayman, who's a very early pit visitor, the man from Solihull, just in the very back of shot. There we go, you can see him now on the I like the reversed writing on the front of the car, move over. But at the moment he's moved over into the pit lane. It's not going to plan for Matt, and hopefully he will get his car fixed and back out onto the circuit. That's the ex-Steve Houston car, and Matt, former, I think, Class B champion a few years ago as well.
So, yeah, very much a front runner in the intermediate class. So the team heading over to his car to see what's wrong, but in the meantime, everybody else seems to be running pretty smoothly. It's an awful ruckus out there at the moment, isn't there? Not sure how much of the noise has been picked up on the microphones, but it's a great sound that is lighting up Croft at the moment, and a lot of new machinery out there. The BMW M2s making their first appearances in this championship, and that 69 car that we can see just there belonging to Matt Hampson and Andy Schultz, which is new for them. They've stepped up from the M3 that they had last year.
Yeah, Andy Schultz, very experienced racer. I don't know, of course, whether it's him or Matt Hampton at the wheel at the moment, but Schultz certainly a Formula 750 Motor Club Formula 4 champion. Did lots of single-seater racing and has done lots of other GT-type racing over the years as well.
Raced up to the LMP3 category as well, didn't he? So, yeah, vastly experienced driver at the wheel of that car. And he's not the only one, actually, because we have Paul Simerson, the Ferrari Challenge racer, in the number 55 Speedtech BMW M4 GT4 car, and that's one that was acquired by from Century Motorsport that raced in British GT, of course. And Paul convincing his teammate Richard Stanton to give it a go. Richard is new to racing, and Paul's so excited about this race. He is missing the Ferrari Challenge race, which is happening this weekend.
Wow. And what a race to make you, and what a car to make your debut in.
Certainly, yeah,
as well.
It's a good bit of kit.
Absolutely. That car I can see is out on circuit at the moment. Looking at the number 4 car, though, that's James Collins and Joel Oswick, and Joel has switched horses for this season, Chris.
Yes, he's moved over from the German Auto Works team to JC Racing, and Joel, a Class C champion in 2022 with that German Auto Works team. That was with Dan Alsano. The team moved up to the A class last year, in which Joel managed to pick up 3 podiums. And he is the top returning driver from Class A, isn't he? Because quite astonishingly, we don't have the familiar names that we have, including Rob Baker and Carl Swift, who have been the class of the field in terms of Class A in recent years.
And Area Motorsport busy with so many other different categories as well. So we're not seeing Rob Baker out this season. It was nice to see, just as we're looking at the James Collins, Joel Oswick M3 there, the E30 BMW M3 of Senna Osman, Jody Hart and Kamal Osman as well. And it's nice to see that there's 3 drivers in that car, because it's a 150-minute race where we can have 2 mandatory pit stops of 3 minutes in length. The teams can share the driving 3 ways on this occasion rather than 2, which is perhaps more normal.
Yes, could see.
That's the Matt Stenning and John Peerless car, isn't it? That was very slow up there at Sunny, more or less right on the apex as well, which was a heart in the mouth moment.
Yes, so I imagine it will be Joel in the car for in that BMW M3. But yes, the 16 here, we can get a good look at the MJ Motorsports car now, which is heading towards the complex at less than racing speed.
Joel Oswick, if it is indeed him in the car, is provisionally on pole position. 1:26.743 is already underneath the lap record set by Will Stacey in the Lotus last April when Club Enduro were here. So it's a blistering pace. It's just about, I would say, perfect conditions for quick lap times. It's dry, it's bright, it's cool, there's not too much wind. It's just about the perfect conditions for fast lap times, I would say.
Absolutely. That MJ Motorsport Honda Civic has continued, hasn't pulled into the pits and is going onto a flying lap. So maybe that was just a case of trying to let the traffic through while he was on an out lap, or maybe not quite as good a lap. So that car is still running. But yes, the Joel Oswick car, I mean, we know he's a very rapid driver in his third year of car racing.
Something
now,
like
I think it is,
that, yeah. And of course, he was the champion a couple of years ago from Class C.
And karting graduate there as well. He's a very rapid driver, trying to get his ARDS instructor's license. He told me earlier as well. And his teammate James Collins in his second year. Now I think, but yes, he was telling me the difference between the car he drove at German Auto Works and this car that he's now driving is that because this one's so much lighter, it's a very different style of driving. So he's having to adapt to it, but clearly taking to it like a duck to water because he's currently faster than Scott Parkin, who was not only has he been a dominant force in Class B. Over the last couple of years, but now moving up to Class A with a newly prepared Audi TT from Darkside Development, won yesterday's road sports race as well, and he's currently second fastest.
Yeah, with 21 minutes of the session or so still to go. There's that 16 MJ Motorsport car, again going rather slowly.
Actually, I think that might be the 159.
Okay, pick up on that in a moment. The car on screen at the moment, you can see, is the number 51 Golf. That is fastest in Class B at the moment. That's the car of Jonathan Packer, Dorking man. So he's fastest within that class at the moment. From second in that class right now, the 197 car, which is the Lotus Elise of local man Daniel Jude, Johnny Weston Taylor and Mike Sanford sharing that car. It is the 16 car into the pits. It was the
16, my apologies. So yes, it's 16, and now they are coming into the pits, so some sort of intermittent issue on that car potentially, because that's the second lap in a row it's been moving slowly at that section of the racetrack.
Best car in Class C at the moment is the number 97 Mazda MX-5. That's David Connell and Alex Wilkinson Hughes. That's a car built by Dave Connell himself a few years ago now. And I think they've had success in Track Day Championship before.
Yeah, reigning champions in their class for that championship, and moving across to the Club Enduro now.
There's one of the bins, but he's also the Porsche. That's good to see out, the orange Porsche there of Michael Downey, because he was in retirement yesterday from the road sports race, and he's had a lot of reliability in that car over several seasons, but it did come unstuck at the end of last season at Silverstone, where he had electrical gremlins which prevented him from winning the Clubman's Cup part of the championship, which was a great shame for him. So he's here to try and win that this year. We're watching the 22 car in the pit lane. That was another car in road sports action yesterday. That's the car of Paul and Luke Browns.
And another car that was, I think, having some issues yesterday as well, but running smoothly by the looks of it. Maybe just coming in for a quick check and the data. You can see there's quite a good mix of TCR machinery in this field as well, which is becoming increasingly popular. And of course, joining the GT4 spec machinery from Speedtech as well. But the TCR cars have been very much in the front runners, and it's been up to Darkside Development really and the area motorsport cars to challenge them in recent years. I think that's the ex Mark Bryce car, isn't it? Judging by some stickers on it.
Yeah, it's 25 car Darren Ball at the moment, who's raced with 750 motors in various categories for a long time, BMWs and compact puppy race, and I think he's the first starter as well. So good to see the pit lane action here, getting some fresh tyres on that car. Of course, the teams with more than one driver, which is most of them, do need to change drivers as well during the course of the qualifying session. They all need to complete at least 3 laps to make sure that they've qualified for the race later on. So although Darren Ball is going solo, the majority of the teams do have 2, or in some cases 3 drivers.
The number 6 Audi TT from Darkside Developments just gone second quickest, but the advantage for the JC Racing BMW on provisional pole is still 1.6 seconds. Such is the speed of that BMW. And the Brian Parkin and Dylan Brichter car running a slightly different specification of Audi TT to Scott Parkin, who has a sequential gearbox and Öhlins suspension on his car rather than the Bilstein, which seems to be making the difference in terms of the lap time. You see the number's 97. They're getting right up to the edge of the track and a little bit further on the exit of Sunny Out. And that is one of the OP Mazda MX-5s, isn't it, from Scuderia Dave? Yes, it's the Conor Alkinson Alexander Hughes car that we were talking about earlier, wasn't it?
You're seeing various messages pop on screen about lap times being disallowed for drivers that are exceeding track limits, and that's something the officials will do if drivers have transgressed and gone over the white lines with any part of any tyre. They'll have lap times disallowed in qualifying in the race. They could be picking up penalties for that time penalty, starting at 5 seconds and then mounting up during the course of the race as well.
Getting news from Tom down in pit lane to our Class B provisional pole sitter Jonathan Packer, who also was second in the road sports race in his class yesterday, come in for new front tyres, reporting that the brakes are very hot, and I imagine on a front wheel drive car the brakes and tyres are doing a fair bit of work around a track like Croft as well. And also Scott Parkin's Audi has also been in for new front tyres. So that's interesting that it seems to be the front tyres that are the cause for concern here rather than the rears. I mean, it is quite a fast circuit, isn't it? It's really only the couple of corners and the hairpin in the complex that you probably would consider traction zones on this circuit.
So that 97 car we're looking at again, it's beautifully prepared, isn't it? It's with its own aero package, carbon fibre splitter, and rear wing supports as well, and body panels on that car. I think it's a standard 2. Dynamics. Down the pit lane, we can see there's a little bit of activity there with the teams waiting for their drivers to arrive.
Yes, that's JC Racing preparing for a stop, and that might be Joel that's not in the car at the moment. We'll see in a second who gets out.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the car that's on provisional pole position, car number 4 with a 1:26.743, set pretty much on the first flying lap of the session, I think, that one. Second fastest at the moment, it's the Ryan Parkin and Dylan Brichter car, so he's faster at the moment than his brother, Scott Parkin, third fastest. Fourth fastest, the number 33 car, which is Kevin Clark in the M3 CSL. Fifth fastest is Darren Ball in the Cupra, and sixth fastest is the Matthew Hampton Andy Schultz BMW M2. So we've got the wheel change, tyre change being done on that car.
More news from Tom. We saw the Matt Feisey Porsche Cayman coming in quite early in the session with some problems, and Tom was reporting that car has drive shaft issues. So not an ideal start to the day, and actually it sounds like quite a major problem that is going to have to get sorted. I mean, there are a few hours until the race starts, which is not due to start until 20 minutes past 3 this afternoon. But still, that's quite a big job to have to do.
Yeah, absolutely right. So we've got the cars heading out onto the sort of second half of this session now. 14 minutes still to go.
All 4 corners being changed on the BMW here, which of course is a rear-wheel drive car, so maybe the rear-wheel drive cars are putting more through the rear tyres, and the front-wheel drive cars are really only feeling the need to change the front tyres, perhaps. It's quite a lot to have to get done. They'll have to speed this up for the race,
well,
won't they?
You say that's 3-minute minimum pit stop, so there is plenty of time at the pit stops to do that. Obviously, they've not got a minimum time for the pit stop during the qualifying, but during the race it's 3 minutes stationary. So you can afford to be relatively.
It's not a rush job.
It's not a rush job. You can plan it. You know how long you've got, basically.
Yeah.
And it's better to be. To get it right rather than to rush through it.
Well, that's certainly what it's a matter of safety, isn't it? Really? Particularly when we have refueling involved.
Scott Parkin's gone to second fastest now, so he's gone faster than his brother, probably most importantly from his point of view, and he's now just 0.7 of a second off the time of James Collins and Joel Oswick, and actually up to third has gone the number 90 car, which is the car of Daniel Irving and Alan Henderson, so I suspect it's Alan Henderson at the wheel of that car. Scott Parkin back into the pit lane though, having set that faster time. You can see it's a very busy pit lane now, and it's very tight. You can see the cars have to park at this 45-degree angle to make the most of the limited available space, and then they have to be pushed back out. They can't reverse back out into the pit lane. Of course, they have to be pushed back out safely before they rejoin the session.
Dark side right down at the end of the pit lane as well, so it's a long old trundle for him, but parked up, and then you can see the difference in the sequential box, which we got a look at yesterday during the Road Sports race. So one of the other TCR cars. And this is what we mean about they're having to push him back out, and there's a queue forming, and they've got to wait for a space to push him back out into.
Yeah, and that kind of thing could make or break someone's race, couldn't it? If there's not a gap to push them out into.
This is the number 13 car that had a drive shaft issue. So that's a quick turnaround there for Matt Feisey's car.
But obviously keen to get out to do at least 3 laps in the session. So maybe it's just a question of making sure it can do 3 laps to qualify. Perhaps they'll finesse things a bit more in the sort of 2.5 hours or so that they'll have before the start of the race later on this afternoon.
Certainly could do. Got the second dark side development Audi TT back out onto the track. Just looking a bit further down, still Jonathan Packer, who's on provisional pole position in Class B, and then still the number 97 Mazda MX-5 on provisional pole in Class C. That split is only 0.4 of a second at the moment, and it's pretty similar in the second class as well. So the advantage that Collins and Oswick have at the moment is not indicative of the rest of the field. Really, it's quite a bit bigger. No,
certainly top 10 cars are all Class A cars at the moment, and there's a run of Class B cars from 11th down to 14th right now. Jonathan Pack is still heading that, but just moving up to second place actually is the Will Pusker Chris Nyland car, the number 83 Honda Civic's moved up to second position within Class B, and they are 0.4 of a second behind Packer at the moment. Then it is the Jude Weston Taylor Sanford Lotus, so 3 different types of car in the first 3 places in Class B and in Class A as well, with the BMW and the Audi and the number 90 Mazda MX-5 as well, the very hot MX-5 of Irving and Henderson, just emphasising the fantastic variety that we have in Club Enduro.
That second place car in Class B, the Motion Motorsport Honda Civic, it had a gearbox change overnight, and one of the Motion Motorsport team members had to go and drive to Birmingham to go and get that gearbox last night. That team running all Type R Trophy drivers, aren't they, between Will Pusker, Chris Nyland aboard the 83, and then in the sister car, which is a Class A car, isn't it? Who is aboard that one? It's Sam Dennis, isn't it? Aboard that one.
Class C car, yeah.
Oh, it is a Class C car, yes.
And again, in Class C, you've got the first 3 cars, all different manufacturers. You've got the Honda, you've got the Mazda, and you've got the BMW of Johnny Hayes and Paul Sabiani, comprising the top 3 in Class C. And it really is sort of no one-make championship, this. Fantastic variety of cars all quick in different ways. That's going to make for some really fascinating racing as the afternoon goes on. Still 9 minutes to go in this qualifying session though, and it's still no one's been able to knock off the James Collins Joel Oswick car, though. Just moving up to second in the standings is Alan Henderson in the Lotus. He's gone back to second ahead of Scott Parkin with a 1:27.820. That's 5/10 off pole and about 2/10 faster than Scott Parkin, who's in third now.
And that's the very heavily modified Mark 1 MX-5, isn't it? The number 90 with that massive turbocharger on the 1800cc engine. They had some reliability troubles during last season, but they did have a pole position at Silverstone last year, finished third in the race. So we know that car's got some inherent speed.
Yeah, there it is, the AK automotive machine.
IMSA-inspired livery there on the Mazda, isn't it? It's fantastic.
With that, ridiculous wing on the back of it as well, but it's very quick. It's not always been as reliable as they would like it to have been, but certainly very rapid. And Alan Henderson certainly knows his way around Croft as well, his local circuit. So expect him to go well during the course of this weekend. That's
stiff, isn't it? Just see how it's rocking around through the bumps at sunny in and sunny out. It's fantastic. Had some tyres squealing there. I thought it might have just been the car behind.
Yeah, no culprit identified. 7.5 minutes left to go, so we are 3/4 of the way through this session now. And I would imagine now we're on to the sort of final drivers in each of the cars, to make sure they all get their 3 laps. And there's the 66 car, Johnny Hayes and Paul Subiani, 26th overall, still third in Class C at the moment, both from Shropshire. Paula Hotelier, Johnny Hayes, a design engineer. And it's actually an ex-compact cup car with a 2.8 litre engine in it. Back to looking at Johnny Packer again, Jonathan Packer. In 51, he is still 11th overall and first in Class C. Moving up to second place in that class now, though, has gone the Ginetta of Matt Tidmarsh and Chris Webster. That's a car that was in trouble in the road sports race at one point yesterday, if I recall correctly. But they're up to second now in this one, and Puttergill and Nyland, who are in the pits, back down to third in Class B.
Yes, this 51 machine, Jonathan Packer, returning to Club Enduro, having done road sports last year, had 2 wins to his name, and second place yesterday, of course, but has raced in the Club Enduro before. He won on debut back in 2020 at Donington, and been racing this Golf since 2022, and also won at Donington in that car the first time he raced it as well. And from third in Class B last time he raced in the championship, which was 2022. So great to see Jonathan back on the grid with us. And this we've got the 69 BMW M2 being chased by the 22 Seat Leon TCR, which is the Browse car. Both in Class A and chasing lap times at the moment. The 69 M2 currently 7th fastest, with the Browse TCR Seat Leon in 9th position overall.
Darren Ball, he's preserving his tyres now, 6th fastest for him, but just saving his tyres for the race now, having made sure of what I think will be a decent qualifying position, currently on row 3 of the grid. Yes, there could be some threat to that. There's the 6 car, which is Ryan Parkin and Dylan Brichter sharing that car. You can see that they're trying to keep the car cool. The fan front, trying to prevent it overheating.
Triple fans then.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's enough holes in the front end of it, you'd think it wouldn't need any extra cooling.
Yeah. It's diesel engine car, of course, TDI, as both of the Parkin brothers cars are.
Yeah, unusual to see these days, isn't it really? But Dark Side Developments, they are diesel specialists amongst the VW-owned brands, aren't they? So that's their forte. They're taking it into racing. 4 minutes left on the clock now, and the Collins Oswick advantage is still half a second to Irving and Henderson in their modified Mazda MX-5.
there's the Sam Dennis 195 car, Motion Motorsport car. Ash Moore sharing with him this weekend.
So the other ex-Type R trophy racers that Motion Motorsport have brought into it. I was talking to Sam earlier, and he was telling me about when they made their Club Enduro debut at Donington last year, it was with the same car they were racing in Type R trophy. So the team stripped it down from the Type R race, put it into Club Enduro spec within an hour, and then had to do the same in reverse to be ready for the next Type R trophy race in quite astonishing amount of time.
Well, there was a car that had spun in front in the shot there that we just saw Sam Dennis go through. There's a green flag we can see waving at the complex. I think the car was off just on the exit of Sunny. It may have been that car that's now recovering, which is the Johnny Hayes Paul Sapiani BMW Compact, which remains third in Class C, but it looks like it's got some damage, I'm afraid, and it's sort of limping pitward. It's just coming into our view behind the complex.
Yes, it definitely has damage on the front right corner.
So possibly a little bit of contact, whether that was with some circuit furniture or with another car, not quite certain. You can see below me the Browse Cupra's going back in as well, but that's going to be for the pits. Hopefully that's just cosmetic damage and nothing too fundamental. I imagine they'll get that fixed for the race. That car, which is in 26th position overall, still third in Class C behind the Dennis and Moore Honda and the Connell Wilkinson Hughes Mazda. Matt Faces had a track time disallowed for exceeding track limits, having been helped back on his way.
He's had a few of those. I almost wonder if they're just laps where he's driven off the circuit to keep out of people's way. Now he's been off the road, grass, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm just trying to work out what's happened, because that's damage on the other side. I've now got the slippery surface flag out at the complex. That's right behind our commentary box here.
Yeah, just looking out the window, I can see there's a small bit of dirt on the apex of the right-hander in the complex, but I can't see anything else too substantial. So maybe it's just a bit of trackside debris that's been brought back onto the asphalt.
Canet team trying to get the car back out of the circuit, but at the moment it can't go any further. We've only got a minute or so left of this session, and pretty much the pole position time I think was on the first flying lap for John Oswick, James Collins combo 126.743. We've teams have done up to sort of about 15 or 16 laps in some cases now, but no improvements on that. There's the car that's in second place at the moment. I think Alan Henderson at the wheel right now in that Mazda MX-5, half a second shy of the pole time. Don't know if he's going to be able to improve. I suspect not this time, because I think he'll have just lapped those two slower cars. So Henderson coming up and over the line, and no improvement on that lap. Still best. And Scott Parkin's just gone to second place though, a 126.909 with just about a minute of the session left to go. He's gone to within 2/10 of pole.
Yeah, that suddenly closed down the gap, hasn't it? And the Collins-Oswick car is in the pit, so they're not going to be setting any more laps. And clearly Scott Parkin is now finding a turn of pace in this in his Audi TT now in the closing stages of this session. So I wonder if there's life in the tyres left for one more go at it and see if he can't crack pole position. And we're on board with Scott Parkin now. No, he's moving very slowly, so that is it for him. He won't be progressing any further by the looks of it, because he's only at Tower Bend, so he's definitely not going to get across the line in time for a lap. Now, a lap time being deleted for our provisional pole sitter of Collins and Oswick, but it is not the top time that they have done. It was from a couple of laps ago. Checkered flag is now out, and it doesn't look like anybody is going to be able to dethrone the number 4 JC Racing BMW.
No, that's right. Checkered flag is out, so last flying laps will be completed, but there are quite a lot of drivers already in the pit lane at the moment. Kevin Clark's just going over the line. He's currently 5th fastest and improves to 4th fastest on that final lap with a 127.677, so he gets ahead of Ryan Parkin. Henderson also goes across the line. He can't improve his lap time though, so he is 3rd fastest on 127.280.
And in Class B, it's the Flying Tangerine Racing Janetta G40, Matthew Tidmarsh and Chris Webster that has snatched the provisional pole position.
The dark side cars in formation heading into the pit lane. So Scott not going to go any quicker on his final lap because he's pulling in. Actually, quite a few cars have pulled in before they even got to the checkered flag, which is interesting, obviously knowing that they're not going to improve their lap times any further. So just a handful of cars left to take the checkered flag now.
And just finishing up further down in Class C is the 195 Sam Dennis and Ash Moore's Motorsport Honda Civic. That has claimed the class pole position there, the 133.566. And they've even got a car between them and their nearest class rival, which is the number 97 Mazda MX-5 of David Connell and Alex Wilkinson-Hughes. So we did have a couple of changes in Class B and Class C towards the end of that session, but it is the number 4 JC Racing BMW M3 of James Collins and Joel Oswick that will be on pole position for this afternoon's 150-minute Tequila Club Enduro Championship race.
Yes, indeed. So an entertaining qualifying session, a pretty clean session, not too much in the way of incident, I don't think.
A little scuffle for one of the cars in the complex. That was about the highlight of it, wasn't it?
That was about it, but not too much too serious. So drivers and teams will head into the garages. We're going to head to a short break. First race of the afternoon here at Croft Circuit is the second race of 3 this weekend for the Yokohama Lowcost Championship, where yesterday Paul Clark took his maiden win, but only by about 0.3 of a second from Daniel Garrett, and Martin West, the 2021 champion, Angus Goff, Isaac Spears and Sean Brame completed the top 6 at the end of 9 laps of racing. And we go again for race 2 with the grid set by the second fastest times in qualifying yesterday. And that means it's not Paul Clark on pole position, but Daniel Garrett, yesterday's runner-up, who will start in P1 on the grid. But it was an entertaining race, and as ever, so much about strategy yesterday, Chris.
Yes, these are fantastic low-cost machines. The 7S cars powered by the Ford Crossflow engine, the younger sibling to the Mazda 7s, so to speak, where we get a lot of interchanging drivers and teams between the two championships. But a great fight between Paul Clark and Daniel Garrett, and so often it's about the slipstream and about playing tactics and playing your hand at the right time. And Paul Clark not only taking his first win, but also setting a new lap record.
And Paul Clark is into the pit lane at the end of the lap from assembly, and he's driving down to the end of the pit lane. So Paul Clark, yesterday's winner, is not going to take up his pole position, and there's another driver heading to the pit lane as well, which is number 73, Rob Apsey. So Paul Clark is not going to start from the front row. Is he going to be able to start from the end of the pit lane, I wonder? Pole position, as I say, is going to be the number 19 car of Daniel Garrett. He's not going to have the 82 car of Paul Clark alongside him. The second row of the grid will be 94 Martin West and 17 Angus Goff. Third row is 29 Jeff Peake, race winner in the past, and 7 Isaac Spears. Jeff was a non-finisher yesterday in the end, wasn't he? Fourth row will be 13 Jack Linus and 73 Rob Apsey. Row 5 is 57 Daniel Russell and 52 Alan Harmon. Row 6, 50 Ian Hardy and 8 Sean Brame. Then on row 7, 21 Kev Straw, 33 Glenn Boyer. Bob Sisson in 6, Liam in 5 on row 8. Row 9 is 31 Glenn Griffiths and 27 Mark Rue. Row 10, 28 and 77 being David Berry and Andy Perkins. Row 11, 81 and 72 Lewis Ward and Alex Artis. Row 12, 41 Keith Malperson, 66 Luke Stokes. Then Steve Brown 37, Trevor Florence 34 and Bill Ward in number 20 round out this field, which is now seemingly for the moment without Paul Clark.
Yeah, it's a couple short now, isn't it? But still a great kid. So we've got a gap on the right-hand side on the first row of the grid where Paul Clark should be. That will give Angus Goff on the second row of the grid a pretty clear run into Clairvaux.
Also, we're missing the 33 car, which is Glenn Boyer. Now, he was a finisher yesterday. Yeah, he was. He finished in 14th position. We're also missing the car of Alex Artis. Now, I don't think he did start yesterday, so that's possibly a little bit less surprising. No green flag lap for this race, or indeed most of the races this afternoon. Just the Alphas and the Club Enduro that will have a green flag lap today. So straight into racing, and very shortly we'll get the green flag at the back. We do. I can see from my comment box, which means that 32nd board is now shown. So it's going to be a 15-minute race. It's going to run without the car that won yesterday, driven by Paul Clark. So this gives the opportunity for Angus Goff, the former motorcycle racer, possibly to capitalise on the gap in front of him on the grid. First race of the day about to get underway because the red lights are on and the lights go out and away they go, and it's a good start from the pole position car of Daniel Garrett as they head down towards the first corner at Clairvaux. There's one car a little bit slow off the line. That's the number 66 car of Luke Stokes, but they're all turning their way into Clairvaux corner for the first time. And there's a spinner there. Dave Berry, I can see, is involved in the number 28. Also, the 77 car involved of Andy Perkins as well, with yellow flags waving at the first corner, temporarily at least.
Yeah, Jeff Peake, I think it was, made a cracking start because he was up into third place into Clairvaux, having started in fifth. Obviously, gained one position because of Paul Clark's not there, but it did manage to jump one of the cars ahead of him. But Daniel Garrett leading them out of Tower for the first time and toward the Jim Clark S's. And apart from that little scuffle towards the rear of the field, all looking fairly neat and tidy on this first lap so far. A couple of big cars diving as they go through Barcroft for the first time. heading into Sunny Inn. And we see that number 27 machine, Mark Roux, looking up the inside in the middle of Sunny In and Sunny Out. But the leaders already making their way through the complex.
They are indeed. It's Daniel Garrett that's in the lead, Martin West that is in second place. Those two pulling away a little bit from Jeff Peake, who is in third position. Fourth place at the moment looks to be the car of number 17, which is Angus Goff, who started from the second row of the grid. Didn't see if Paul Clark ever actually managed to get going. I don't think he probably did, unfortunately, from the pit lane. So that's a great shame for him. So on to the second lap of this race. It's Daniel Garrett out front. He was leading by 0.3 of a second at the end of the opening lap.
Yeah, Martin West moving up into second position. The 2021 champion and returning to the Lowcost series this weekend. And it looks like side by side there it is indeed for the lead of the race, and it is the 94 of Martin West that has taken the lead from Daniel Garrett into Tower Bend for the second time of asking, and they've really dropped Jeff Peake in quite a hurry. So Martin West fancying the opportunity to lead early on, but Daniel Garrett is right with the 2021 champion as they head through Croft, this right-hander, and maybe they're just going to work together and try and pull away from Jeff Peake for a little bit though. Yeah,
could be worth considering them doing that, working together to try and build the advantage. Two cars often better than one in low-cost racing, because you can use that slipstream to tow each other around the circuit, whereas the driver that's own, Jeff Peake, he's got no one to assist him at the moment, because the fourth place car is a little bit further back. It looks like that's changed as well, because it looks like Isaac Spears in the white and red car, number 7, has made his way up into fourth position now, ahead of Angus Goff. So it's Garrett from West as they come through to end the second lap. Yeah, there as you can see, Spears now in fifth. Fourth, should say, Goff in fifth, and I think it is still Alan Harmon possibly in sixth position. No, it's not. Jack Linus, 13, has made it into the top 6 as they end lap 2.
Back into Clervaux. This is the Isaac Spears car in fourth position, just ahead of Angus Goff, that did start on the second row of the grid. Angus Goff, the former motorcycle racer, as you mentioned there, Ian. In his second year of car racing now, having made the switch from motorcycle racing. And side by side for the lead once again into Tower Bend. This time it's Garrett going around the outside of Martin West, and he takes the lead back again. So a real tit-for-tat battle in the early stages of this race, but one car off at Tower Bend.
And that's Isaac Spears in the number 7 car. He was just ahead of Angus Goff, wasn't he? But now he's behind him. He's got enough of a gap back to Jack Linus, though, to stay in position. We're going to get a change for the lead here, though, at Croft. That is Martin West up the inside of Daniel Garrett. Nicely done. A very fast part of the circuit there, and he gets ahead of the number 19 of Daniel Garrett. But possibly it's just Martin's turn to tow Daniel around now for the next lap or so.
Well, we'll see. So 2 lead changes in just 1 lap. Fantastic squabble between Martin West and Dan Garrett here. Dan Garrett finishing second yesterday, Martin West third yesterday. But they're really giving us some great entertainment in the opening race of the day here at Croft. Out of the hairpin once again, 10 minutes left on the clock, so we're already a third of the way through this race, and it's Martin West with the best time at the moment. And in fact, I think it's set a new track record. That went yesterday, thanks to Paul Clark, and it's gone down even further with Dan Garrett. Well, it says a 41 there, but on my timing screen, I'm getting a 40.078, which would be a new best lap. Dan Garrett continuing to lead Martin West now down towards Tower, but Martin West getting a great tow down the back straight. Tower Bend has been the action point so far in this race, and they are side by side once again. But not quite actually. Martin West getting through much more easily that time.
Yeah, it's West with the best lap of the race, that 1:40.078. They're turning their way out of Tower Bend, heading off up to the Jim Clark Estate. Jeff Peake's not able to stay with them, is he? So a slightly different format of race to yesterday, really, in that we've just got the 2 cars leading together and pulling away from the rest of them. Peake in third, Goff fourth, Isaac Spears fifth, and then Jack Linus rounding out the top 6. Liam, I can see, is up into 11th place. So he started back on row 8, so he's made some good progress during the course of this. And now we've got Martin West with his hand out. Now, is he acknowledging a flag? Yes, there must have been a yellow flag because he's just passed a green now at the complex. We could see a car stationary somewhere between Sunny and the complex out of the race. And it's the 20 car of the man from Sutton Coldfield, Bill Ward. He's out of the car by the looks of it.
Yeah, so that'll be why they were raising their hands going into the complex section. And, green flags now around the rest of the circuit. And we've got another round of battles here. The top 5 really are streaking clear of the rest of the field. In fact, no changes into Clairvaux. Still Martin West leading the number 19 of Daniel Garrett. But will that change again going into Tower Bend, I wonder? Because they're still separated by very little, only 0.4 of a second when they went over the timing line through the chicane, and the slipstream commences.
Oh, and a spin for the
21. Kevin Straw.
Yeah, the Leeds man, the service engineer, racing since 2015. He has a moment there.
And Daniel Garrett has gone through on the back straight once again. So I've lost count of how many times the lead has changed hands in this race. But amazingly, they're not actually losing that much time to Jeff Peake, are they? Despite their squabbles. No,
I mean, the gap has stayed pretty much stationary for the last couple of laps, really, between the first two and Jeff Peake. 2.2 seconds it is from first to third at the moment. So Peake just about keeping them in their sights. And if they start to fall over each other rather than work together, then maybe Jeff Peake could come into this and make it a three-car battle for the lead. Angus Goff another 2.5 behind Jeff in fourth position. Although, contrary to what it says on your screens, it's still Martin West with the best lap of the race, 1:40.078. As the leaders turning their way through the first part of the complex once again. Gap back to Peake, but now West having a look up the inside at the hairpin. I don't think he's going to get such a good exit out of the corner, though. He's going to try, though, isn't he? But they're going to be almost neck and neck as they go over the lines. A mechanical warning flag being shown to one of the drivers. Can't see the number that's being shown to, but it is Garrett that comes out of the hairpin and down towards Clairvaux on lap 6 of probably 9, still in the lead of the race.
Well, that bit of tussle did actually cost them quite a bit of time to Jeff Peake, because he's now within a second of the second place man Martin West, and if they keep squabbling like that at the hairpin, that will bring Jeff Peake back into play. But up until that point, the racing they had done was incredibly efficient. They need to get back to it if they want to keep ahead.
The car just pulled into the pit lane exit there. That is, we can't quite see the number on it, but it's out of the race anyway. This very much a typical Croft race, and it's not just me and you that think that. It's Tom Gadd, the former Lowcost champion, that thinks that as well. He's watching on the live stream as well, the way the two leaders are battling it out. Now we're looking a little bit further back here. That is Alan Harmon. He's got Sean Brain behind him now, so that's changed around during the course of this lap. But back with the lead, and you can see how Jeff Peake is starting to close in as they fell over one another about a lap or so ago. And Peake could soon make this a 3-car battle for the lead. We've got about a third of the race left in terms of time and distance, I would say, because I'm expecting it to be 9 laps. We're coming towards the end of lap 6. It's still Garrett with the red roll cage ahead of the 94 of Martin West, the driver from Southampton. Good scrap going on for 4th and 5th now, because Isaac Spears has recaught Angus Goff after his moment at Tower a few laps ago. And the leaders are coming through to complete their 6th lap now, and there's only about 5 car lengths now between 2nd and 3rd, so Peake is definitely closing in.
Yeah, a match very similar on lap times once again, in the mid-40s on that occasion. No changes into Clairvaux, and Jeff Peake still around 0.8 of a second behind Martin West. So in terms of lap times, when they're very... Oh, God, for goodness me, that was a heck of a moment there for Isaac Spears into Hawthorne, but he gathered it up very nicely indeed in his pursuit of Angus Goff for 4th position. And now we have side-by-side for the lead again. Martin West going well clear by the time they get down into Tower Bend. Jeff Peake now right with the leaders. So we've got 3 for the lead with 4 minutes to go, and it's Martin West, the 2021 champion, back up at the front of the field as they head towards Jim Clark S's once again.
Yeah, great scrap going on here through the left and right at the Jim Clark S. It's off now towards Barcroft and then the sunny double right-hander at the far end of the circuit, but Peak now very much in contention for this as well. It's a shame we've not got Paul Clark, yesterday's winner. Not quite sure what happened to him. Pulled off at the end of the parade lap and has not been seen since.
No.
That's disaster for Isaac Spears. He's having a great battle for fourth with Angus Goff, but the number 7 car is now parked up, and is that at Tower? That's parked up. There's a yellow flag certainly at Tower. I can see.
That could be crucial because we've only got 3 minutes left, and Tower Bend has obviously been the action spot in this race so far. If it stays yellow in there, we're going to lose a prime overtaking opportunity. There's also a car stopped at the hairpin. We can just see it at the top of the screen, and I can't quite see which one it is out the commentary box window.
Yeah, I can't make that out from here. But anyway, we're staying with the leaders who've now got 2 laps to go and slightly fewer overtaking opportunities than they might have had. But it's certainly 3 cars for the lead now. It's pretty much equidistant top 3. There's the number 5 car off the circuit now as well. That's Liam, the former Sports Specials champion from several years ago. He's now out of the race. He'd done well because he'd broken into the top 10, but it's going to be a non-finisher, I think.
Well, it's all happening in the closing stages of this race, isn't it? Yellow flags have been rescinded at Tower Bend, so they can race down there. And Daniel Garrett's looking down the inside on Martin West. Just gets his nose chopped off there by the former champion. And now raising their hands to acknowledge, I think, a different yellow flag, which maybe is a bit further down the order. I mean, all the cars are going to be yellow flagged at this point, although Liam's car has got going again, so it is clear at the complex. Now we're going to have to take this corner by corner, aren't we, to see when they're actually going to be able to race. Daniel Garrett again looking down the inside into Sunny Inn, but no way through there. They bunch up in the middle of that double right-hander, and now can Garrett try and get a run? He's pushing him. He's pushing him towards the complex, Ian.
Oh, well, this is fantastic racing. Down towards the complex they go, and wide goes Garrett. He cuts back across, though, in front of the... Sorry, West, that was wide, wasn't it? He cuts back across in the front of Garrett, and Peak right there as well. Still very much in contention for this race. They're going to go on to the final lap of the race, and it's West with a lead of about, I don't know, 4 car lengths. There's a slippery surface flag out now as well, just to add to the drama as they go on to the final lap of Croft.
But Garrett had a monster moment on the exit of the hairpin, and that has increased West's lead to 3/4 of a second going into this last lap. Has that cost him a crucial opportunity to try and pass him down into Tower Bend, where there are double waved yellows now as well, because we've got a car off again, so he definitely won't be able to have a run there.
Yeah, that is not going to be the place to make the overtake. They're just heading through the chicane now. They're going to have to go line astern through Tower Bend for the final time, which leaves very few opportunities left for a position change. But of course, it doesn't necessarily stop Garrett closing in a little bit on Martin West, and it was about a 4 or 5 car gap between them at the start of the lap. It's down to about 1.5 car lengths now as they come out of Tower through the Jim Clark S's for the final time.
And I think the rest of the circuit is clear. It's definitely clear in the complex over my shoulder. Let's hope it stays that way, because despite that moment at the hairpin that cost him time, Dan Garrett is right back with Martin West and all over the back of that 94 car going into Croft and Sunny Inn. And Martin West has a bit of a twitch in Sunny Inn. That just brings Daniel Garrett right back into it as well. Jeff Peak waiting in the wings as well to see if there's any scraps he might be able to pick up. Last couple of corners to go. It looked like Daniel Garrett was having a look up the inside into the complex. Wasn't quite able to draw alongside Martin West's car. Only 2 corners to go. Is he going to have a lunge at the hairpin? It might be his final opportunity, but they're being very well behaved.
Yeah, they've followed one another more or less through. Can anyone get a better exit out of the hairpin? No, I think they're going to finish in the same order that they went into the hairpin. So it's going to be Martin West that wins round 2 of the Yokohama Lowcost Championship. Dan Garrett takes 2nd place. Jeff Peaks takes 3rd. They're all separated by less than 9/10 of a second. 4th across the line is number 17, which is Angus Goff. 5th is going to be number 13, Jack Linus. He's just heading up to the line now. 6th is going to be number 8, Sean Frame. He's not that far ahead of the number 52 car of Alan Harmon. In 8th place, it's going to be the 57 car, which is that of Daniel Russell. And no, in fact, it's Russell that got ahead of Harmon on the final lap. I beg your pardon. Those two switched around. And then 9th place, that's going to be Lewis Ward. That's a good drive from him, having collected a spare car yesterday after his original car had problems in testing. So he's gone through to 9th place, and it should be Mark Rue. Is it across the line to complete the top 10 just by less than 2 tenths, or about 2 tenths of a second from Rob Sisson? Another great race, and it's not over yet.
No, there's still more, all the way down to the back of the pack. Where's that? That's the number 41 car. Keith Malpas leading 3 cars over the line here, which should be for 13th, 14th and 15th positions there. Malpas getting over the line in 13th. The 77, Andy Perkins in 14th and 15th. Is the 66 of Luke Stokes. Still to come across the line is the 37 of Steve Brown, which he has done now. And finally, the 34 of Trevor Faunch in 17th place. What a race.
It was fantastic, wasn't it? Martin West, the winner. It was a 2-car battle to start with. It developed into a 3-car fight, a little bit stymied occasionally by yellow flags, limiting overtaking opportunities at various parts of the circuit. But in the end, it was Martin West that took the win at the end of 9 laps. Car 94, 0.49 seconds. The gap back to number 19, Daniel Garrett in second. Third was number 29, Jeff Peake. Fourth was 17, Angus Goff. Fifth, number 13, Jack Linus. Sixth, number 8, Sean Brame. Daniel Russell was 7th at number 57, getting that place on the last lap ahead of number 52, Alan Harmon in 8th. 9th was number 81, Lewis Ward. Running out the top 10 was number 27, Mark Rowe, ahead of Rob Sisson, Kevin Straw after a moment for him, Keith Malpas and Andy Perkins. And a bit further back, we had Luke Stokes, Steve Brown, Trevor Faunch, and then the rest were retirements. We lost Ian Hardy, I think, to the pit lane, Dave Berry, Isaac Spears, Liam, Glyn Griffiths and Bill Ward, all retirements from the second race of the weekend for the Lowcost. So I suspect with only a couple of hours before the next Lowcost round, it might be a slightly reduced field for that one, because we've only got 3 more races between that and the next Lowcost race. We've got Classic Stock Hatch coming up next. We've got Sports 1000, we've got the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, and then it's more low-cost Alphas, and then the Tequila Club Enduro Championship to round out the day here at Croft Circuit. Down in the pit lane today, Tom Butterworth is about to speak to our top 3 from the low-cost race, Jeff Peake, Dan Garrett and Martin West.
Martin,
yes.
What a race.
Oh, that was good fun, wasn't it? Oh, that was hard work, that was. But,
I counted 8 overtakes for the lead between the two of you.
Yeah, I think there would have been a lot more if we weren't playing idiots with each other. We both didn't want to be in the lead. We both knew what we were doing. We were both trying to back each other up in a Jeff to give themselves a bit of pressure. So, yeah, very tactical race that was. But in the end, I think I could see Dan struggling with his tyres a bit, so I thought, I'm going to go early and try and get away, and luckily it worked. I think he was struggling getting off the hairpin here, so it gave me a little gap and enough to protect me, but we didn't see a last lap board, and then I come round and then there was the flag, so I was like, oh, happy days, that'll do me. So there we are.
Okay, well, brilliant. I mean, Daniel sent it round the outside at Tower, and you managed to get the old switcheroo back into Barcroft as well. I mean, we were pretty happy with that. It looked a bit leery going in, but all under control, I'm sure.
I think we were both just grinning from ear hole to ear hole. You know, when we come alongside each other after the checkered flag, we're just grinning from ear hole to ear hole. When you're having good fun like that, you know, and you trust in the people you're racing with, it makes it also much more fun, sort of thing. So, yeah, brilliant fun that was. Really enjoyed that.
Great stuff. Well, Martin, you and I have a little tradition, don't we, when we chat here? I don't know if you remember this.
Victory Lane, I believe.
That's the one, right. So hang on here for me, and we're going to try and repeat that. I'm going to go over and speak to Daniel Garrett, who finished second in this one. But what a race that was, Daniel, especially that overtake around the outside into Tower.
That was brilliant. Brilliant. To be honest, the truth is, I gave it to Clarkie yesterday. I gave it to Westy today, so I can have the third one.
Okay. Fair enough. Right. So you're okay. You've given it to him. Is that the way?
Yeah, I've given it to him. It's gentleman-like, isn't it?
It looked like you were with him right the way, and it was just slipstreaming. It was kind of going to be like whoever was in second on the last lap was going to win it, and then Martin just managed to hold on.
He did. Oh no, he's got the experience. Yeah, and to be fair, I was waiting for that last lap board, and then I was struggling to get second into there, but he had me, absolutely had me. No, it was brilliant racing. Yeah, can't complain.
Great stuff. Well, we've got one more race for you guys again today, so yeah, that's it. You're going for it now.
Oh yeah.
Full
That's
send.
my race. That's my race.
Brilliant stuff. Well, we'll look forward to that one. So I'm going to come around and have a chat with Jeff Peake, finishing third. Jeff, came from a long way back in that one as well. Were you just waiting for the tyres to come in, or what was it?
No, I was just trying to find my place because yesterday in the race, the car broke down. I was in fifth, and I had no idea what was underneath me. I didn't know if I'd fixed the problem or anything. And then it took me a couple of laps just to get some confidence in the car, and then suddenly, yeah, I'm in, and I started chasing them down.
I'd actually written that down in my notes. So DNF yesterday, and then back on the podium today. So, you know, it could have gone a lot worse, couldn't it, today?
Oh, definitely, yeah, because it was another DNF. Then for the next race, I'll be on the back of the grid. So, yeah that's it's been worth all the work we did last night. So,
Brilliant. What was the work that you did last night?
oh, you name it, we changed it. As simple as that. So I don't.
If it got a bolt in it, it went back.
Absolutely, yeah. We don't know what fixed it, but it's fixed. So
Great stuff. All right, well, thank you very much for that. I'm going to go, I'm just going to head over this way and speak to Martin one more time, because we have a little tradition.
We do indeed.
As I said, Martin, if you can have a look behind on the camera here, has got this Days of Thunder style livery that he's put on, and we had a good chat about this. It must have been 18 months, 2 years ago now, and we had a thing where you won the race, so we decided to repeat the end of Days of Thunder, didn't we? And that's what we're going to do now before we go to the ad break and on to race number 2.
You still think you're quick enough?
Let's have it.
Second race of the weekend for the Finish Line UK Limited Classic Stock Cats Championship getting underway next. We have a slight delay to proceedings, as you might have seen in that last low-cost race. We had quite a few late retirements, so we're just having to gather up those cars and also clean up a bit of a fluid spill on the front straight, which I can see the marshals getting to weigh on with the brooms and the sand and cleaning everything up, so hopefully it won't be too long before we get underway. But Paul Thorpe alongside me in the commentary box. Yesterday, this was the highlight of the day, the Classic Stock Catch race, and we've got more drama to come today, I think.
Yes, thank you very much for those kind comments. Yes, we did put on a show, especially for the front four there. We had two distinct battles for the first four places, which Stuart Place and Pip Hammond were literally going door to door for most of the race. And then, of course, there was the battle between Jason Wood and Ben Bateman. And Ben Bateman just did a cheeky move on the last hairpin and managed to get by his boss. And as yet, he still hasn't received his P45, but that may be occurring on Monday. We are actually missing two cars today. If you saw the race yesterday, you saw that Andy Philbotts was unlucky. He got punted into the barriers just before Clervaux, and he won't be racing. And also, car number 58, Pete Osgerby, he's been having a misfire, and his car is all loaded up, and so we won't be seeing him. Hopefully Steve Andrews in the XR2i has cured his oil leak, and Ewan Ince will hopefully go round. He had a bonnet pin come loose on the first lap out, and hopefully we'll see more of that young man.
Yes, and of course Andy Anderson being disqualified in the Suzuki Swift yesterday, which is a bit of a shame to see, but we can run through the grid now for the second race of the weekend. It is the reigning champion Stuart Place in the number 87 car that starts on pole position alongside Pip Hammond in his familiar Vauxhall Nova PDC racing machine, alongside Ben Bateman and Finn Groom on the second row of the grid. On the third row of the grid, it's the PDC racing boss Jason Wood, ahead of Martin Kaiser. Then comes the number 92 of Rick Groom and Neil Dubman, number 48. Fifth row of the grid is Andy Philpott and Martin Rogers, alongside Brian Clark and Stuart Cleveley on the sixth row of the grid. Row number 7 is Terry Roughton alongside Darren Bassingthwaite. Andy Anderson in that Suzuki Swift in 15th position alongside Lucas Dryden. Then comes Ewan Lintz, who made his racing debut yesterday alongside the number 58 Peter Osgerby. And then the back row of the grid, number 65 Steve Andrews and James Hazelhurst in the number 12 machine. So 20 cars by the looks of it heading out. They're on their way to the grid as we speak.
Well, so we're down to 18, unfortunately, because of the two dropouts. But the one to look out for there is young Finn Groom. He's a young man in his early 20s. He really got on the pace towards the end of the last season, but he's had a bad luck this weekend. He's had wheel bearing issues, and as you can see, he's qualified 4th place, splitting the PDC machines of Ben Bateman and Jason Wood. So he'll be definitely one to watch, because he's desperate to prove a point that he is back on the pace.
Yes, the grid set by the second fastest times in qualifying. And, of course, in this race, we've got the ballast to consider as well, because the top 3 have to run success ballast. So Stuart Place, after winning yesterday, will be running 25 kilograms of ballast. Second place, Pip Hammond running 15. And then Ben Bateman, that wonderful last corner move on his PDC racing boss. In a way, he has been penalised for it, because he has got to take 10 kilos of success ballast to go with it.
Well, it's not too bad. 10 kilos, well, actually up to 25, you can sort of nurse it. It's when you get above 25, when you get above 25 kilos, it does start to make a lot of difference towards the end of the race, especially on these Toyo tyres. They start going off earlier than the Yokos used to, so that'll be something to watch towards the end of the race. But say up to 25, it shouldn't be too bad. So I'm still expecting it to be incredibly tight and exciting, especially for the front, I'm going to say the front 8 cars are going to have some great battles.
Steve Andrews has come into pit lane. Now, he was due to start on the back row of the grid, but some sort of issue there on that Golf liveried number 65 car by the looks of it, as the rest of the field getting into place.
Huge disappointment. I think he had an oil leak. The CVH engine of the Fords is known for its sump gasket not being the best in the world. And it looks like that's he hasn't quite fixed it as he intended.
Cars getting into position. The last car, James Hazelhurst, just pulling into his grid
there's
slot.
One to watch. He had a bad qualifying, and he's definitely on the pace, but because of his bad qualifying, he's right at the back, so he'll be one to watch towards the back of the grid.
Certainly will be, and of course the battle at the front to watch as well between Stuart Place and Pip Hammond. They were trading a lot of paint yesterday. We're expecting to see a similar fight between the reigning champion and a multiple former champion of the series, as well as we are awaiting the green flag at the back.
Yeah, so we just count the door mirrors. Pip actually lost the door mirror in that race. I'm not quite sure. Yeah, we have now have the green flag at the back of the pack.
Green flag is waved. We watch for the lights for the second race of the weekend for the finish line. UK Limited Classic Stock Hatch Championship to get underway. It'll be Stuart Place in that red and white machine, the white hood on his car on the left-hand side against the the red machine of Pip Hammond. Door open in the middle of the field. It looks like the fourth row of the grid. Neil Dudman has got his door open. I don't know if he's waving his hand to suggest he's got some sort of a problem, though, on the grid. Where some of the marshals...
Oh, no, he's closed the door now. He's closed the door. They are holding him a long time. The 30-second board has only just gone out.
Oh, they're making us wait for it, aren't they? But we're eagerly anticipating the start. 5-second board now goes out. And we are ready to go racing for the second race of the weekend for the Classic Stock Hatch Championship. The red lights go on now. They go out, and it is a good start by Pip Hammond on the front row of the grid. It looks like he might just have drawn ever so slightly alongside. No, Pip Hammond has to settle into second place. Looked like Andy Anderson in the Suzuki Swift had to take to the grass before going into Clairvaux. But very neat and tidy, and it's very much as you were up at the front of the field with Stuart Place leading Pip Hammond and Ben Bateman. So he's being chased by two PDC Racing machines as they head through the chicane and down towards Tower Bend for the first time. Looking very close for fifth place as we've got the two red cars being chased. The number 41 machine of Jason Wood.
Rogers.
Yeah, being...
oh, and side by side there, Neil Dudman around Martin Kaiser trying to get the run up here. Now, this is going to be quite scary. Around there, you go full flat out, but it looks like they are going to go line astern as they go through, which is a good idea.
Yeah, very much so.
Oh, no, side by side. Look at that. Oh, Martin had to lift up there to get through.
Well, I was going to say, normally an idea to go single file through the Jim Clark S's, but Martin Kaiser definitely giving it a go around the outside. Not quite managing to make it stick. A little bit further back, James Hazelhurst.
Nice little move there on Darren Bassonthwaite there. I told you to be the man to watch. He was at the back of the grid, and he's already made up 5 places.
I was just going to say, yeah, he said he was going to make forward progress, and he already has. Now, this is the section of the track where Pip Hammond was significantly faster than Stuart Place in yesterday's race, and he has caught right back up with them. Ben Bateman running a little bit wide there. You see them cocking the back wheel as they round the hairpin, but Hammond taking a very tight line round the hairpin, and is lost a little bit of ground to Stuart Place as a result. As they complete the first lap, Place's advantage is 0.8 of a second, whereas Hammond's advantage over the third place Ben Bateman is only half a second.
Yeah, Ben Bateman, and he's taking Finn Groom with him. Finn Groom's managed to stick on the tail of there, but I see Pip likes to undo the steering quite early on in the corner. These Novas, they're known for spinning the inside wheel very easily, and that's Pip's way of dealing with that. It is very difficult on these tight corners not to let the inside wheel spin. It's just all it wants to do, but that's how Pip does it. He just unwinds the steering bit, and as they go towards town now, we see as yesterday Stuart Place gets a good 4 or 5 car lengths on him, but then as we get to the far end of the circuit, Pip will catch that up.
Stuart Place, last time we did come to Croft, did win both races, so he definitely has form here, and well, form was the word of his year last year, wasn't it, with 9 wins overall on his way to his maiden championship, whereas Pip Hammond didn't contest full season last year. He tends to crop up for a few races, a bit like Ben Short in the MX-5s, but Pip saying he's tempted to do the full season now with some good competition.
Neil's having a sneaky little look there on Sunny in. Those 205s are literally bumper to bumper with Martin Kaiser right on the back of them. And Martin had a pretty bad qualifying, but he was very pleased to finish where he did. And then as we look towards the complex, we see the leaders come in, and there we are, Pip Hammond right on the back of Stuart Place again. And they've got a few car lengths now on Ben Bateman.
Once again, Pip Hammond has got his car set up for the slower complex, hasn't he? Just draws in the race leader, doesn't he? Now we had a little look up the inside there. Martin Kaiser in the number 88 being pressured by Stuart Cleveley for 8th position. We've got the slippery surface flag still out at the final corner. That'll be because of the dust, I think, down the front straight. But despite Hammond closing in the complex section, still lacking by 0.8 of a second by the time they get to the timing line over Stuart Place.
Yeah, Stuart's got that little bit of extra power. As we noticed yesterday, they'd come out literally bumper to bumper, and Stuart would just stretch a little lead going down a start-finish straight. And Pip said, yeah, unless I'm actually in front of him, I still don't know if I can get to the line as quick as he does.
Back towards Tower Bend, top three really spreading out and pulling clear of Finn Groom in that grey number 91 machine. He has got Jason Wood for very close company in that battle for 4th position, and then a bit of a gap back to Martin Rogers in 6th, Neil Dudman, Martin Kaiser and Stuart Cleveley forming a little group there before we get back to Rick Groom in 10th position.
Yeah, as I say, Finn Grooms just seems to be losing the back of that train, but those front two, like they did yesterday, they're inching away from the 3rd place man. Yesterday we had Jason Wood in that position, and seeing Finn Groom in front of him doing very well indeed.
Yes. Great stuff. Meanwhile, Stuart Place has stretched his lead to about a second and is flirting with the lap record here, which was set by Pete Morgan 2 years ago. It's a 41.71, and Stuart Place just done a 41.80.
Oh, wow, that's incredible. I mean, we are running completely different tyres than what we were 2 years ago. We were on Yoko 48s, but now we're on these Toyos, and I'm very surprised to see him that close to the lap record. I didn't think a lap record could be broken on these tyres, but Stuart is showing you can get pretty close.
And 25 kilos of weight on board as well.
25 kilos, yes.
We do have good conditions out here at Croft at the moment, don't we? But this battle for 4th place, it's now got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars in pursuit for 4th position. And Jason Wood is the first challenger in his red and black PDC racing car. They head through sunny in and sunny out. But he's got to be careful because we've already seen that Neil Dudman can be the aggressor.
Neil just had to lift there. I think it was going to go in the back of Jason there. But yes, Neil Dudman is definitely a man on the move. Yes, Jason's going to be all over. He's going to be worried that Finn might be able to get away.
Yeah,
look at that right at the back of him. He's getting so close in the 4th place.
Diving again up the inside.
Same move.
Neil Dudman absolutely loves that hairpin, doesn't he? It's the 2nd lap in a row that he's made a lunge up the inside, and that is Neil Dudman now up into 5th position ahead of Jason Wood. But Jason Wood is coming back on the outside line, and he has drawn clear by the time they get down to Clervaux. So Jason Wood takes back the 5th position, and yeah, Martin Rogers got to do it all over again.
That was incredible. Just showing that hairpin is such a difficult corner. You can get round on the inside, but then you compromise your exit from it. And Jason was just showing, you know, if you stick to your guns, you get that better extra few miles an hour as you exit, and then can power down on the straight. As we can see that, yes, Ben Bateman's definitely shaken off Finn Groom, but looking at this battle, this is for 5th place, and Neil is all over the back of Jason again. Well,
Finn Groom, in turn, is also shaking off the rest of this field as well, while they're squabbling amongst themselves. That little tit for tat at the hairpin and down the straight has allowed Finn Groom to pull away just by about a second, 1.4 seconds clear he was by the time they got down to the timing line. It seems a lot less than that now, though. So even just with a few clear corners, Jason Wood is able to bridge that gap once again. So it's still got Martin Rogers, still got Martin Kaiser and Stuart Cleveley right in there as well. Rick Groom has joined the fight as well. And then there's about 7 seconds back to the car in 11th position. Martin Kaiser in his martini-coloured car getting quite close to the back of Martin Rogers, but no way through going into the complex.
Now looking at the front as they just cross in front of us, Stuart Place has now got about 5 or 6 car lengths over Pip Hammond there. Oh, look at this.
He's tried it again.
Another sneaky little look, but decided to sit back. And yes, Stuart Place has now got a fastest lap of 41.766. Now that is very close to the lap record, is it not?
Yeah, it's half a tenth of a second away. So 41.71 is the target. He's just done a 41.76. So getting very, very close there. But yeah, this battle for 4th place still raging on. And you see there are 5.5 seconds behind Ben Bateman now in 3rd position. So even though they're carrying the extra ballast, it's not doing too much. in terms of their lap times, and these guys squabbling seems to be making more of the difference than anything else. They head back towards Tower Bend in the slipstream down the straight. Jason Wood looking very close. So is Neil Dubman. Neil Dubman around the outside. A lock up from Jason Wood, and Neil Dubman takes 2 in 1.
What a move! That was incredibly. Had so much faith in the brakes on that. What a move!
That was brilliant, but it looks like Finn Groom is coming back around the outside. They're side by side in the Jim Clark S's, but the number 48 of Neil Dubman does just come out ahead despite having to take the outside line through that right-hander. He has cleared Finn Groom, and with one fell swoop brings himself up from 6th position into 4th.
What a move that was. That was incredible at Tower. Another corner. Oh, look at that. I think that was Martin Rogers going a little bit wide. And Martin Kaiser has got a sneaky view up the inside. We can't quite see where they're at. We're looking at the 2XR2 battle. It looks like Stuart Cleveland's got his exhausters come off at the back. And he might get a flag for that if it starts worrying the scrutineers.
Martin Kaiser going outside, inside move there on Martin Rogers in the middle of the complex.
He's got it. Stuart Cleveland's trying to follow him. Stuart Cleveland has now gone up the inside of Martin Rogers. What a brilliant move. He's a new racer to this series, and he's certainly quickly proving that he's very quick, and now he's trying to have a go at Martin Kaiser.
Oh, fantastic stuff up and down the field. Just an update on that lap record. It has fallen, but not at the hands of Stuart Place. At the hands of Pip Hammond in his PDC Racing Vauxhall Nova. 1:41.691, so 2/100ths of a second quicker than Pete Morgan's 2022 lap record. That has now been broken by Pip Hammond. Paul Thorpe cannot believe it because of the change in the tyres and also the ballast as well, which should in theory slow the cars down. But you see we've still got the same top 3 from yesterday. Battle happening further down. Jason Wood looking up the inside of Finn Groom. He was into Tower Bend, but didn't manage to make that move stick for 5th position. And we see we had 6 or 7 cars in a train. They've sort of split off into 2 separate groups now. But here's that battle for 5th place. Finn Groom in the grey and blue car leading the red and black of Jason Wood.
Wow, what a move. We're seeing some fantastic racing. It's a bit quiet at the front. I'm so impressed with Pip Hammond there beating the lap record. I never would have believed that would be possible on these tyres. And now I'm looking towards, as we're getting towards the end of the race, Pip is very close, and Finn, is that
Rick Groom and Martin Rogers?
Martin Rogers now. I'm wondering if Martin's got a problem there, but looking as the leaders come across the start-finish line.
And they're suddenly much closer together.
It's fantastic, isn't it? I think that fastest lap of Pip there, he must have had the perfect lap to get on the back, and I don't know, Pip is flashing his lights saying, "Oh, I'm coming," but we're running out of laps. We've got just under 3 minutes left to go. And the tyres will be off their maximum now. We won't see any quicker times.
Hammond took half a second out of our race leader last time around. The gap's still 9/10 of a second, but this is worth monitoring because that is quite a substantial amount of time to take out of our race leader, considering that Stuart Place has been the form man. He's looked pretty untouchable. Reigning champion, of course, with 9 victories to his name. A big swapper, though, for Pip Hammond going into Tower Bend. Gathers it up very nicely. The gap looks like it's extending again, but this is the part of the circuit where Stuart Place all weekend has had the advantage over Pip Hammond. And then as we go into the second half of the lap, Hammond is able to close it back down again.
It's so interesting that these drivers, Stuart likes the steady entrance into, and it looks like Finn Groom and Jason Woods side by side as they went round Tower, and it looks like they are still side by side as they come to the Jim Clark S's. And who's going to lose? No, they're still side by side. What a move this is. Oh, this is brilliant racing for these. And Stuart Cleveland's saying, "Go on, let me through, but he can't find a way." But Finn Groom is still on the inside. No, Jason Wood has just got the legs on the sunny in.
Right, Jason has been looking at the back of that car since the start of the race. Martin Rogers going very wide into sunny in. While we were watching the leaders, Martin Kaiser has come out ahead of everyone here and into what I can only imagine is 5th position, ahead of Jason Wood and Finn Groom while they were battling in his martini coloured car.
How did he do that when you didn't see that at all?
It's astonishing, and he's pulled away from them as well, and Finn Groom is not done with Jason Wood just yet.
He must have sneaked by. Because of these two cars were fighting, must have slowed them somewhere quite substantially.
And he's got up the inside into the hairpin, has Finn Groom, so trying to take that 6th position. It is now back, but Jason Wood with the momentum from that outside line does pull ahead. And actually Finn Groom's got to be careful because Stuart Cleveley in the number 44 car is looking to the outside of Clervaux.
Well, yes, looking at this, Stuart is definitely showing. You can see his novice cross on there. And he's still so new to this championship, but he's really showing he can pedal a car.
Now, one of the top two just kicked up a lot of dust out of Tower Bend. I could just see it out the commentary box window. Here they are. I imagine we'll be on the last lap now. They crossed the line at 13:42 into the race distance. We've only got 20 seconds left on the clock, so I think this will be the last lap. And yet Finn Groom is still having to defend from the 44 of Stuart Cleveley, and he kicks up a little bit of dust at Tower Bend for good measure as well. But this is for the lead of the race. It has closed up dramatically. Pip Hammond right on the back of Stuart Place here. He goes to the outside of the complex. This is the part of the circuit where Hammond's been sensational, and he's going round the outside. He'll have the line into the right hand, and they bang wheels. It's a repeat of yesterday, but Pip Hammond has taken the lead at the final corner.
Is he going to have the legs?
He's going to push him out of the final corner. They're side by side. They bang wheels once again. It's going to be neck and neck to the finish line, but it is just going to be Pip Hammond with a sensational last lap victory in the Finish Line UK Classic Stock Hatch Championship. What a final lap!
Wow, that is unbelievable. I was talking to Pip yesterday. He said, even if I'm in front, I don't know if I can beat him to the line. What a fantastic move. That's why that man's an ex-champion. He's fantastic. I mean, he was most of the race, he was over a second and a half behind, but he must have set his car up perfect for the end of the race because he got that fastest lap, the record fastest lap round here, and then to do that on Stuart Place, and we know how good Stuart Place is. What a fantastic show, what a fantastic display, what a race.
Absolutely brilliant. 3 tenths separated at the line. Ben Bateman picks up a second podium of the weekend in 3rd position. Neil Dudman across the line in 4th. Martin Kaiser in 5th, coming out on top in that battle. Jason Wood did hold off Finn Groom, who in turn held off Stuart Cleveley. My goodness, and Pip Hammond waving outside the car. What a sensational battle. Here are the results. Pip Hammond defies Stuart Place on the final lap of the race. Ben Bateman, a second podium of the weekend for him. Neil Dudman in 4th, ahead of Martin Kaiser and Jason Wood. Finn Groom holding off Stuart Cleveley on the last lap there, with Rick Groom and Martin Rogers completing the top 10. Andy Anderson in the Suzuki Swift. Hopefully he doesn't get disqualified from this one. He's added the extra 6 kilos, I hope, and will get to keep that 11th place, just ahead of Ryan Clark and Darren Bassingthwaite, with Lucas Dryden in 14th position. And yeah, Ewan Lintz continuing his rookie weekend. James Hazelhurst seemed to have problems there, unfortunately, as he was a lap down in the end, and Terry Roughton
must have had problems
completing the order.
Because he went up quite a few places in the first lap, so there must have been a problem. But what a display again. I mean, I was looking at the race. Oh, there he is. There we see James Hazelhurst. He's obviously got a problem. He's pulled off there just before the Jim Clark S's. Oh, what a shame. His weekend's just not been very good at all. But what a display. It was quite quiet in comparison to yesterday. But towards the end there, they certainly made up for that.
Very quick, Paul. While we just wait for the cars to get into pit lane and down towards Tom, who would be taking home the £50 Driver of the Day voucher from Finish Line UK, in your opinion?
No, that's going to be tricky. I'm not choosing it this weekend, but certainly with the Driver of the Day award, we tend not to give it to the first 3 places because they've already. I'm looking further through back towards the end to see if one of them will be up for that trophy. But as I say, that we have an independent observer choose the Driver of the Day. And be interesting to see who they choose. It's very difficult. There were so many good battles throughout the field.
Well, we are ready to go down and hear from our race winners after a very dramatic race. Let's head down to Tom in a few seconds, who is with our race winners.
We're down here in the pit lane now, just waiting for Pip Hammond to get out of the car. We'll have a quick chat with him. That was excitement right up until the very end. Pip, Crikey! Left that late a little bit, didn't you? And then just went full send around the outside into complex.
Yeah, I mean, we traded a bit more paint than I'd have liked. I mean, I think I had position. It was always going to get close. So I'll have to look back at the footage and see if I overstepped or not. But I feel like it was okay. I mean, in general, the racing with Stuart's been fantastic all weekend, and I hope it doesn't feel like it's anything more than both of us trying to win the race. We did the same yesterday with the opposite result. So hopefully he doesn't feel too aggrieved about it. I'll go shake his hand in a minute.
Well, we'll go and find out in a minute, won't we? But yeah, amazing work, and also a new lap record as well during that race.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, for yourself.
Fantastic. Well, mate, I didn't expect that. We've all switched to these Toyos as a control tyre recently, and the prevailing wisdom they were a little bit slower, but I guess we pushed each other on pretty well there for about 15 minutes. So yeah, I'm really pleased to hear that, and yeah, a very good weekend for me and the team.
It was a brilliant result. I've got to ask, the lights were on and off as well during that race. Do you think the fastest lap and the new lap record is down to turning the lights on?
No, to be honest, Stuart was mostly, it seemed to be at least a second ahead of me for most of the race. And I was just trying to do anything to make him look in his mirrors, really. I mean, I wasn't flashing him so much as just trying him on different parts.
Just checking that they were still working.
Try get in his head. And I don't know if it worked or what, because I crossed the car up a few times just trying to catch up as well. So maybe I just did enough to distract, maybe.
Okay. All right. Well, that's great. Great result as well. And again, congratulations on the win and also on the new lap record as well.
Thank you very much.
Brilliant. Thank you. So we're going to skip Stuart Place at the moment. We'll see if he's going to talk to us or not. But we'll have a chat with third place, Ben Bateman, who took third place yesterday on the last corner of the last lap. So pretty much what Pip did today for the overall race win. But looked fairly steady away out there for you today.
Yeah, got a little bit lost, just trying to pace myself throughout the whole race. And that was about it, really.
But they're coming towards you at the end?
Yeah, I felt I'm getting a bit closer, so I pushed it a little bit harder, but managed to pace myself enough, and we stayed in third, so.
Great stuff. Happy with the result?
Very happy, yeah. It's been an excellent weekend.
Double podium.
I know.
Great stuff. Well, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
So it doesn't look like we're going to be able to talk to Stuart Place at the moment. We'll see if we can bring you some news on his position. But heading out now, I can just see coming off the dummy grid is going to be the Sports Cup 1000, and we'll go to them next.
Cars heading to the grid for the second and final race of the weekend for the Nankang Tyre Sports 1000 Championship, including the Atomic Racing Cup 200s. And yesterday it was a win for Rich Miles, but only after the dramas for Ryan Yarrow. He clonked the curb at Clervaux on the first lap. That damaged a wheel bearing and slowed him, and he eventually finished in third place, I should say, second place in the end. Clint Newman it was in third. There was also dramas yesterday for Dan Clues, who had clutch issues on his Mattel, and Colin Chapman was up early this morning to fettle his car to try and resolve some of the issues that he'd been having yesterday as well. But should be an excellent race. As you can see, the cars are forming up on the grid now, which Miles it is that is on pole position in the number 24 car, grid set by second fastest time from qualifying yesterday. Besides him is number 54, which is Ryan Yarrow. On the second over the grid, it's number 42, Clint Newman, and besides him, number 2, Dan Clues in the first of the non-spires, the Mattel. Then it's Paul Rogers, number 43, and Colin Chapman, number 63, in the ex-Richard Morris car on row 3 of the grid. Row 4, that's Carl Austin in number 44, and Charlie Sladden in 28 in the privateer Mattel. Row 5 is 69 Ian Hutchinson and 46 Charlie Wright. And then on row 6 it's 72 Johnny McGill and 7 Mark Alexander Williams. Row 7 is Naeem Hack in number 9 and Dave Watson in 85. Then Al Bolton, yesterday's Cup 200 winner, is next up in number 77 besides 34 Stephen Dean. Then it's 111 Mike Whiteman Hayward and 15 Chris Wilkinson. For Alex Aloro, number 83 will round out the grid, I think, because 98 John Cutmore won't be there. He, after injuring or breaking his ribs in testing yesterday, he did manage to win the all-comers race yesterday, but not going to be out today in his Cup 200 car, I'm afraid. So it's going to be the 83 car of Alex Aloro on his own at the back, Chris.
I can sympathise with that because I cracked my ribs in my first GX UK karting experience last year, and it's not a pleasant experience, nor indeed to be racing anything while you've got injured ribs. Even if they're just cracked, and by the sounds of it, he'd broken his as well, so even worse. So, yeah, shame not to see John Cutmore out there, but yeah, very understandable to not see him on the grid today.
Absolutely right. So this is our third race of the afternoon, and the 12th race of the weekend, and we are surely going to get the green flag at the back of the grid. There's also a couple of other gaps as well, I think. Maybe not. Chris Wilkinson, I think, is missing. Anyway, red lights go on, and out they go, and the race gets underway. Who makes the best of the starts this time? Not everyone gets away at first. It's Rich Miles with the orange front to his car that gets into the lead, sort of golden green car of Ryan Yarrow to his left-hand side. It's the 42 car of Clint Newman slotting into third position in the Work Spire colours, the silver and orange familiar colours that we often see those cars liveried in, but everyone else making their way through. You've got the 1000cc even Superbike engines in the Sports 1000 cars. You've got 1340cc Suzuki Hayabusa engines in the Cup 200 cars. They race together. It actually makes for a very good looking and very competitive field. Cars heading through Tower for the first time. That's one of the Cup 200 cars. Lock up, it's Dave Watson, who had an off yesterday and looking to get his first Cup 200 win of the season under his belt today.
Yes, it was Al Bolton taking a debut win in Cup 200 yesterday. Just watching the start there, Clint Newman walloped the curb at Clairvaux in a worryingly similar way to what Ryan Yarrow did yesterday. Different makes of car, of course. Ryan in the Spire, whereas Clint Newman is in the Mattel. Hopefully that hasn't caused a similar issue to what Ryan Yarrow had yesterday. Dan Clues looking very racy on this first lap with his freshly repaired clutch in his Works number 2 Mattel. Fresh new bodywork on that car at the rear of it, which is inspired by their Bike Sports machine. It was looking very close to the hairpin and in the complex, but the 42 Spike getting away very nicely off of the hairpin, and so actually it was the 43 of Paul Rogers that was looking much closer to Dan Clues by the time they got into Clairvaux.
20-minute race this one. Yesterday we managed to squeeze 15 laps out of that, so we'll see if we get the same again today. TSL time not updating itself just as yet, so we'll keep an eye on what's going on out of the window. Certainly it's Rich Miles that is leading from Ryan Yarrow, but Dan Clues in issues again, Chris.
No, it looks like he's got more problems. Hand up in the air to show he's got some sort of mechanical issue in that car. Dan Clues was in 4th position, but only on the 2nd lap, and a spin there for the number 7 car of Mark Alexander Williams down at Tower Bend. But for Dan Clues, wow. Disappointing weekend.
2 retirements so early in the season for the ex-F1000 champion. Not a particularly happy visit to North Yorkshire for him. We're watching Colin Chapman there in the number 63 car, chased by Carl Austin in 44. At the moment, they're both just behind Paul Roger. These are the 3 and 5th, 6th and 7th positions at the moment. 2 leaders, as you can see, well out in front. Rich Miles and Ryan Yarrow. Then a gap back to Clint Newman, who's on his own. And of course, that battle for what I said was 5th, actually going to be 4th now, with the demise of Clues, who is just at the moment parked up on the short circuit cut through. 2 leaders though, they're not separated by very much at all, only a couple of car lengths really as they come out of the chicane. There's Clint Newman, who clonked that curb at Clairvaux on the opening lap. He's a little bit ahead of Paul Rogers. Then it's Colin Chapman, and he has got Austin behind him, but Yarrow pushing on, and he looked to go a little bit deep into the corner there.
Yeah, a little bit deep. Hasn't actually cost him too much time, just looking at the window. Move here, which is the 44, Carl Austin, making his move on the inside of Colin Chapman for 5th position into Tower. Chapman getting a lovely up and under, and is able to draw alongside on the exit of the corner. And side by side in the Jim Clark S is not quite. Colin Chapman deciding that discretion was the better part of valour there. Carl Austin had a little bit of a wiggle on the way in, but that is 5th position now for Carl Austin.
It is indeed, and we are coming towards the end of lap number 3. I can tell you the two leaders are still pretty close together, and Ryan Yarrow having a look up the inside for the lead as they come through the hairpin. The two of them are side by side, as you can see them coming out of the corner now. It's just about Rich Miles with his nose ahead, and he's going to have the inside line for Clervaux as well. But has Ryan Yarrow got sufficient momentum in a straight line to drag himself alongside? He's just on the best lap of the race, a 1:25, 1:33, but it's not going to be enough to get him into the lead at Clervaux Court. But Rich Miles, yesterday's race winner, very much feeling the pressure now. Yeah, Ryan Yarrow now in a healthy car. Yesterday he was managing that wheel bearing issue throughout the entire race, still managing to finish second despite it, but there was a 22-second gap between these two cars at the checkered flag yesterday. But now Yarrow with a healthy car, very much piling on the pressure on Rich Miles again to the outside, trying the up and under to get the momentum out of the corner, but he won't be able to draw it alongside by the time they get to the Jim Clark S's, and Ryan Yarrow will have to settle back into second place. But both of these guys running Spire machinery, Ryan Yarrow's car, formerly the factory Billy Allbone car, and Ryan Yarrow has raced that to great success. 3 titles in Sports 1000 Championship. Oh, just dipping his wheels though on the grass on the outside of Sunny Alto, and that's cost him just a little bit of momentum on the run into the complex, and he's not quite as close through here as he was last time around. But Rich Miles himself, I think, gathering up a little bit of oversteer in the complex, and we see nose to tail once again as they exit the hairpin and tick off another lap. Yep, so 4 laps now completed. They were pretty much dead heating over the line last time around. This time it's nearly half a second in favour of Rich Miles, ahead of Ryan Yarrow in second position, and 5 seconds or so ahead of Clint Newman in third place, who in turn, Paul Rogers, has a decent gap over Carl Austin in 5th, and Colin Chapman in 6th position. Best of the Cup 200 cars is still, it was Dave Watson, but it's just dropped back, and Al Bolton, no, it is still Dave Watson ahead of Al Bolton, but Dave Watson lost a few overall track positions on that last lap. He is still 5 seconds or 4.5 seconds clear of Al Bolton, so we'll perhaps see if we pick up on that in a moment. But for the moment here, we're watching Carl Austin, who's getting away now from Colin Chapman. I see the top two, they were nose to tail coming out of Tower Bend, so they're still very much together. We see Carl Austin here a little bit further down in 5th position, still pulling clear of Colin Chapman. Sure, the leaders will be coming into the complex pretty soon. Oh, that was somebody having an off, wasn't it? It would look like one of the Cup 200 cars. It could have been Watson, couldn't it? It could have been Watson for the second time this weekend. Yeah, because he's immediately behind this group of 3 Sports 1000 cars. He had Hutchinson, Charlie Sutton and Johnny McGill. And see that the leaders going through the hairpin once again, and Yarrow had a real big dive up the inside into the hairpin, wasn't quite able to make it stick, but Rich Miles looks like he's feeling the pressure because he's hugging the right-hand side of the racetrack. He is refusing to give Yarrow the inside line for Clervaux, and again the outside line for Yarrow, and can't make anything stick, but maybe he'll have a run down the straight after the chicane towards Tower Bend once again. Rich Miles is soaking up the pressure, and Rich Miles having been somebody who just pops into these races, is very, very fast, maybe wins one of them, and seems to go away for a little bit, but side by side for the lead here as Ryan Yarrow goes to the outside line, and he seems to refuse to go around the outside. He prefers to do the up and under. Yeah, and he got very crossed up through the corner. I don't think he lost as much time as he might have done there through the Jim Clark S's, where you can see that there's an extra tyre stack on the 2 apexes of the corner compared to yesterday. That's just to make sure there's no naughtiness around track limits. I think there's also been an extra bollard placed at Croft as well to just discourage drivers from transgressing those track limits at that part of the circuit as well. You've got the leaders, they're not quite as close now as they head into the complex on this lap 6 of what's probably going to be 15 during the course of 14 during the course of this race, which is what we completed yesterday. Up the inside into the hairpin goes Yarrow. He's got his car overlapping, and it's what we had about 3 or 4 laps ago. The two of them absolutely side by side over the line. It's just about miles ahead, not by miles, by inches, as they go over the line. And again, it's 0.045 seconds, which I think is exactly what it was about 3 laps ago. But this time, it's Miles that prevails over Yarrow as they go into Clervaux Corner. Miles is really driving very hard, very fair, very defensively. Ryan Yarrow just desperate to try and find a way through and get a win after the disappointment of yesterday's race when he had that problem with the wheel bearing and he dropped well back down the order. He's going to have another go to the outside line into Tower Corner and going to try and get a switch back on the exit of the corner if Miles goes wide, which he doesn't. And Miles, the Compact Cup racer, continues to lead as we work lap 7.
What that is telling for like the last lap of the race, for example, because if Yarrow slings one up the inside on the last lap at the hairpin, he knows he can't out-drag or out-traction Miles on the way to the timing line. So that probably suggests you want to be on the outside actually for that last corner on the last lap. But Yarrow dropping a little bit of ground there, side by side a bit further back for 8th position. That looked like Ian Hutchinson getting up ahead of Charlie Sladden.
Yeah, so for P8, that's Hutchinson in the red Spy. It's the blue Mattel, the ex-Danny Andrew car, I think that is, of Charlie Sladden, who switched over from the Sabre that he raced last season, and he seems to have moved forward a little bit because of that. He's lost, though, the engine cover of that car. Whether he started without it or not, I don't know, but no engine cover on the rear of that Mattel just at the moment. We're about halfway through this race, just under 10 minutes to go. It's still Rich Miles leading from Ryan Yarrow, who has the fastest lap of the race, that 1:25.133. Not as quick as Rich Miles went yesterday when he was into the 1:24.3s.
A bit further back, there was Cup 200 cars there, still being led by David Watson. This is the 24 machine, a little bit further back, but Dave Watson, that's Al Bolton there, the 77, who's just ahead of Naeem Haq in the number 9 machine. There is our Cup 200 race leader, making up for the mistake. Well, actually, we don't know if it was a mistake that put him off at Tower Bend yesterday. It could have been contact. We didn't really find out in the end, did we? What actually happened down there, but certainly the disappointment of yesterday he's trying to make up for. Al Bolton on his debut weekend in Cup 200 as well. And, this is Dave Watson getting onto the back of Charlie Sladden by the looks of it, who seems to have dropped a bit of speed, but back with the race leaders who are very close once again. It's half a second at the timing line with 8 and a bit minutes left to run, and now they are encountering the traffic of the Cup 200 machines, and the 83 of Alexander Law getting well out of the way. But that is an opportunity for Ryan Yarrow to get up the inside into the chicane. Is that a potential problem there for Rich Miles, or is he just a bit wrong-footed after going a little bit wide at Hawthorne?
Well, yeah, he was all over the curb, wasn't he, at the exit of the chicane, and he's lost a lot of ground now to the race leader. So was that a problem, or was that just a, as you say, bit of being in a slightly discombobulated situation? He's got a couple of seconds now, I would say, to try and make up on the race leader, Ryan Yarrow. We're watching Clint Newman there, 3rd place man in his 2nd season, first full season of racing. Had a stunning debut at Alton Park in the middle of last year. There's Yarrow then. There's Dave Watson, 85. He continues to lead the Cup 200 class. He's got a couple of cars between himself and Al Bolton now. And in fact, only one Naeem Haq, because Charlie Sladden, who you mentioned a moment ago, may have gone missing. We've got Colin Chapman, though, back with Carl Austin, who dropped back from Carl Austin and is back with now the man from Devon, as we are into the last 7 minutes of the race.
Yeah, it's gone by quite quickly, isn't it? Leader's gone across the timing line, confirming that Ryan Yarrow is our new race leader. But this battle for 5th position seems to have reignited. Colin Chapman finding a second wind, so to speak. And nothing on the lap times to suggest that Carl Austin has dropped back. Maybe when they get across the timing line, that might be a bit more telling of the previous lap, but they are not separated by much at all. In fact, they're only separated by half a second. Yeah, even last time around, they weren't separated by much at all. But Colin Chapman following in the wheel tracks of Carl Austin there. Colin Chapman finishing 4th in the championship last year, has over 25 years of circuit racing to his experience, and not just car racing. He's done motocross, he's done sidecar cross, he's raced in classics as well, and he's in the former Richard Morris Spire, isn't he? The one that finished 2nd in the championship back in 2019.
And he's making his way through the Jim Clark S's now in very close proximity with Carl Austin, who's a relative newcomer. Only appeared in the last, I think, 3 or 4 seasons with Sports 1000, but immediately on the pace, really, as soon as he appeared for the first time. There's Watson again, with a quite comfortable lead at the moment over Al Bolton of, about 10 seconds or something like that now. New fastest lap for Ryan Yarrow. Now he's got some clear out, 1:24.604, so he's found about half a second from the lap Thompson was doing when he was behind Rich Miles, which is interesting, as Chapman was just about to go up the inside there of Carl Austin. He didn't make that work, though.
Oh, side by side across the start-finish line with Carl Austin, just able to out-drag Colin Chapman. Of course, he would have been on the outside line at the hairpin, which seems to be more favourable. Colin Chapman taking a big dive up the inside and just has his nose chopped across by Carl Austin there. That was a big old dive. He's got a narrow line through Hawthorne, but it doesn't quite draw him alongside the 44 by the time they get into the chicane. And again, these guys are encountering traffic now, the Cup 200 machinery, but it sticks well to the right-hand side on the run down into Tower Bend, and Colin Chapman has to wait for another opportunity to try and take that 5th place back again.
Yep, only about 5 minutes left to do it, though, as they head through the Jim Clark S's once again, and they then head off up to Croft. Chapman, very experienced. Yesterday he finished in 5th position, despite some niggles that he was having, and actually today only in 6th place right now, because Carl Austin it is who's moved forward by 1 place from his result of yesterday. Lost sort of Dan Clues from ahead of them in the field in both of those races. Certainly it was clutch issues yesterday, whether it's a recurrence of those or something else that's beset his Mittal today, not quite sure. Out of the hairpin they come, and still Carl Austin holding on to the place. Colin Chapman able to do nothing about him as they cross the line for the 11th time in this race, so probably 3 laps to go for them. Meanwhile, Ryan Yarrow is still around about 2 seconds. It just came down by a couple of tenths on the last lap. But Chapman certainly not given up on this 5th place, has he?
No.
Very feisty, experienced racer now.
Yeah, won't take no for an answer, will he? 3 minutes left on the clock, running back towards Tower Bend once again. The slipstream is effective in these cars, but it's not quite enough to draw him up to the back of Carl Austin, unfortunately. So he's going to have to get inventive, really. He's tried the inside line at the hairpin. Maybe he's saving something for the last lap to try and catch Carl Austin unawares. Perhaps he seems pretty quick in this part of the circuit, doesn't he? He gets a bit closer, doesn't he?
There's Al Bolton, yesterday's race winner in the Atomic Racing Cup 200s, where he beat Dave Watson to 2nd place yesterday. It's Mike Whiteman-Hayward 3rd, and that's also the order of it today. As another spin for the number 7 car of Mark Alexander Williams in the Mittal. Looks like he's lost power, trying to fire it up again. Away he goes. But former kit car racer having 1 or 2 dramas there as he starts to acquaint himself really with this Mittal bike engined cars. The battle for 5th comes across the line again with 2 laps to go now for them. They are probably about 34 seconds, so getting on for half a lap now behind the race leader Ryan Yarrow, who still has a lead of now just under 2 seconds over Rich Miles as they go into the final couple of laps.
Yeah, Rich Miles did a personal best last time round. It was 24.6 versus Ryan Yarrow's 24.9. So not anything that's going to trouble Ryan Yarrow just yet. This is the 83 machine of Alexander Aloro. The Aloro Competizione. He's third amongst the Cup 200 runners, which unfortunately is last overall at the moment of the Cup 200 cars. Fourth actually. Of the Cup 200 cars and last overall. But the Formula 2 and LMP2 race engineer in his second year of car racing. He was driver of the day at Anglesey last year.
As Mike Whiteman-Hayward is just going through shot there, he is just ahead, I think, on the road of the race leader, Ryan Yarrow, who's now gone on to his last lap, having just done another fastest lap of the race to extend the lead now to 3.2 seconds.
Yeah, that was quite impressive. That was 1.3 seconds faster than Rich Miles on that previous lap alone. So whether Miles got a bit wrong-footed in traffic, and that's contributed to the rapid extension of that gap. Yes, definitely with less than a minute left on the clock, there's really only Ryan himself who can take this race win away from him now, isn't it?
Yeah, so he's got more traffic to deal with though. That's always something that's a bit of a concern. That's the 34 car of Stephen Dean, who's running in 13th position overall in his Spire, but Yarrow able to make fairly short work of him, getting him at that little straight between Sunny and the complex. So he comes into the complex now for the final time. It's number 54, Ryan Yarrow, the man from Bury in Greater Manchester, a three-time champion in Sports 1000 already. There's some bodywork from somebody's car, but out of the hairpin for the final time comes Ryan Yarrow, number 54. Disappointment yesterday, but it's going to be a win in round 2 of the Nankang Tyre Sports 1000 Championship.
No, I think that's the last lap board that's only just gone out, because they were...
And again, it's a lap late because it was 20 minutes was up at the time they've gone. So
20 minutes by 0.4 of a second. I think we can...
20 minutes is 20 minutes, Chris. Come on. So we've got the same situation as yesterday, where Ryan Yarrow's going to have to go on and do another lap. We did get the result wound back to the correct point yesterday in the end. I suspect we'll have to do the same again today. Let's hope there's no major dramas, anyone, on this sort of extra lap anyway that we possibly didn't really need with the tightness of the timetable today. But Rich Miles it is that's turning his way through Tower Corner in a pursuit of Ryan Yarrow that probably doesn't really count for anything. And they're going through the Jim Clark S's now. Clint Newman was across the line in third, Paul Rogers fourth, quite big gaps there. Colin Chapman was still monstering Carl Austin in the fight for fifth position. But there's Miles turning his way through, and yeah, he is probably aware of the fact that 20 minutes has already gone by, so we'll be keen to do nothing too silly. But Ryan Yarrow, we'll call him home again, is going around the outside of Al Bolton. In that case, he's in 12th place overall, and up to the line to win round 2 of the championship. The Nankang Tyre Sports 1000 Championship is belatedly Ryan Yarrow. Rich Miles takes second place. Then we're going to have a pause before Clint Newman comes through in third. He's just coming out of the hairpin now, and he'll be heading down to the start line. You can just about see him in the distance on the live stream there. He gets the applause of the team as he goes over the line. Another solid podium result for Clint Newman in his first full season of racing. Paul Rogers, a former champion from a decade or so ago, he takes fourth place. Carl Austin is he going to come home in fifth? That's the question, because Colin Chapman's still having a look up the inside into the hairpin for the final time. Carl Austin comes out of the corner now, and I think he is just going to hold on. So Carl Austin, it is in the 44 car that takes fifth. Colin Chapman just behind him for sixth. That was probably the battle of the race, really, once the lead battle had been decided. And then
a victorious arm raise there from Carl Austin.
Well, I imagine it feels like a victory because he's had a full workout in that race.
Yeah.
Real good battle he had.
Fantastic.
I'm sure, and that's the great thing about club level racing, whether it's for first or for fifth position. So long as you've had a good time with your mates, and in particular Sports 1000, that's a big thing, then that's really all that matters.
So Jonathan McGill lost 7th place there to Ian Hutchinson on the last lap and still hasn't come across the line. So I wonder if there's a last lap drama there. I mean, we think it's going to get wound back anyway.
Yeah, he's coming through now. There's Dave Watson about to come across the line as well. In fact, he has done so, yes, hasn't he, to take the Cup 200 class.
Oh, McGill's continuing to fall down the timing order.
Yeah, he did come through. Wait, no, he came through at the hairpin and then stopped at the hairpin for some reason. He's now going to go and take the checkered flag eventually as Ryan Yarrow heads down the pit lane. So I think we'll find that the result goes back a lap, ultimately to the 14th lap rather than the 15th lap, which is when the checkered flag was eventually shown. But we'll give you details of the results at the end of that race. In any case, we should be able to bring you those momentarily. And so it was a win for number 54, Ryan Yarrow, by 3 seconds from number 24, Rich Miles. Third was number 42, Clint Newman. And then Paul Rogers was fourth in number 43. So, in fact, it's an all-Spire top 6, isn't it? Because fifth was number 44, Carl Austin. Sixth was 63, Colin Chapman. Seventh was number 69, Ian Hutchinson. Eighth, number 9, Naeem Hack. Dave Watson won Cup 200 in 9th place overall. Charlie Slazen in the Mattel He dropped back a little bit in the middle of the race in the number 28 car, but nevertheless rounded out the top 10. And it was Johnny McGill, the last car on the lead lap. Despite his late dramas, he finished in 11th place, number 72, ahead of Al Bolton, who was the second of the Cup 200 class cars, Stephen Dean, and then Mike Whiteman Hayward, who was third in Cup 200. Mark Alexander Williams had a couple of spins, Charlie White was necked up, and Alex Iloro, the last of the finishers in that Dankang Tyres Sports 1000 Championship race with the Atomic Racing Cup 200. Championship is going to go to Silverstone next on the 18th and 19th of May, when the racing will be held on the national circuit there. So we've had 3 races here this afternoon, still 4 more to go, but we're going to head down to the pit lane now. Hopefully we'll hear from the top 3 with Tom Butterworth.
Well, the camera's not quite on us yet, but Ryan, talk us through that one. It looked pretty exciting. You were close all the way. He was defending like his life depended on it, and eventually you got through.
Yeah, it's a really difficult track to pass on if someone knows all the tricks of how to defend, and obviously Rich does. So I was just trying to bide my time. I could see him kind of, the amount of gravel I've had thrown at my face, so he was stepping out of line all over, so I thought he'll either make a mistake or back markers, thankfully, gave me a bit of an opportunity. But, not to take anything, Rich drove fantastically. It was really, really difficult. I'm absolutely worn out. My arms went dead after about halfway through the race. So I was just desperate for it to finish, to be honest. I was struggling to hold on after a while. But yeah, obviously after yesterday, I'm really pleased to have won.
Yeah, you drove through pretty much the whole of the race yesterday, was it, with a wheel bearing issue, and still managed to bring it home second?
Yeah, yesterday I damaged a joint in like the first corner, and the car didn't feel quite right after that, and then eventually it actually failed, so the last 3 laps the wheel was just completely crooked. And
still brought it home second.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those ones where you just think, should I come in, or I thought I must be near the end, and that's useful points towards the end of the season. You never know what's going to happen, and so probably, not the most sensible thing to do, but it was good for the championship.
Well, absolutely, yeah, and like you say, points make prizes at the end of the year, and you're going to need every single one of them if Rich is going to push you like this.
Oh yeah, I mean, we're so evenly matched. It's difficult, but it's good because that's what you're here for. I don't want easy races, and Clint obviously as well. He's getting faster and faster, so it's shaping up to be exciting.
Great stuff. All right, we'll go very quickly over to Rich Miles as well, because we are going to have to throw this over to the next race very quickly. But Rich, talk us through that one. You were defending like your life depended on it. It was great to see.
Yeah, it was really tough. I had Ryan right behind me, fighting all the way. Unfortunately, I just got a back marker at the wrong time, sent me a bit wide, and gave him a chance. Got through.
Did you miss a gear? It looked like you.
Yeah, quite a few missed gears. I was struggling to get the box to engage, so something we'll have to look at. But.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that, and great race today, and we'll do a quick one with Clint Newman. Clint, talk us through that one.
Yeah, it's great. Second season, 2 podiums. Second half of the race was tough, losing grip. These guys are super fast, and yeah, happy with where I came. Lonely race.
Okay, well, a lonely race, but we will move on very quickly to the Massimo Tyres 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. Great stuff here from the Sports 1000 Championship.
Third and final race of the weekend for the Massimo Tyres 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. So far, it's been a Ben Short benefit in the first 2 races of the weekend. Today, we have the reverse grid, though, so Ben Short will have to go from 9th on the grid for this one. Can he do it? I think he might be able to. We will see about that, though. We've had Jordan Johnson and Ian Tomlinson also on the podium yesterday as well. Let's see what they can do. Is top 9 reversed then from yesterday's race, which misses Martin Vernon, who's going to start on pole position. He started yesterday's race from the back of the grid, having had lots of track limits infringements in qualifying, and as a result of all of that, he's actually going to start the third and final race of the weekend on pole, so from 0 to hero in this one. So it's the 99 car of Martin Vernon on pole position. Besides him will be 72 Matthew Short. Second row is going to be 32 Jake Micklewright and 25 David Williams. Third row 47 Stephen Craggs and 44 Matthew Hallam. The fourth row 9 Ian Tomlinson and 1 Jordan Johnson. Row 5 is 71 Ben Short and 21 Matt Pennefather Neal. The sixth row 22 and 1 to 8. 22 Adrian Johnson and 1 to 8 Samuel Gormer. Row 7 111 and 70. 111 James Winstanley and 70 Michael Pearce. Row 8 16 and 46. 16 Shay Pearce and 46 Nico Favo. Row 9 68 and 29 Stephen Robinson and Mary Barnard. Then row 10 90 and 129 Andrew Robinson Paul Barnard. 91 Steve Quemby. 191 Philip Barrett. Row 11. Row 12 is 31 Neil Burrows and 63 Stuart Dowson. 17 Oak Richardson and 95 Andy Bailey. 2 quick drivers at the back of the grid. The 5-second board is shown to the drivers. The race about to get underway. It's 15 minutes of racing for the Massimo Tyres 5 Club MX5 Cup. Lights go out and we are off and running for the final time this weekend in the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. Down they go towards the first corner. It's a good start from the outside of the front row by a BS Motorsport car, but not Ben Short this time. It's his father Matt, although he is now dropping back down the order a little bit. I think also as well, 1 or 2 of the drivers going backwards a little bit, but I think it was Martin Vernon that was holding on to the race lead as they went through Clairvaux corner for the first time, and the 2 of them making a break. The other one was that possibly Stephen Craggs in the number 47 car that was trying to go with him as well. There's Jordan Johnson in the grey car, the number 1, the reigning champion from last year. A little bit further down the order, his dad Adrian Johnson has gone wide and missed the chicane there. They're all heading safely down towards Tower Corner though. The 2 leaders are side by side. Ben Short, can see, is making some ground up already. It looks like it's Stephen Craggs now that's got the lead away from Martin Vernon as they head through Tower Bend for the first time of asking. It's probably going to be a 9-lap race that we're going to squeeze out of these 15 minutes, barring safety cars.
Crucially, Ben Short already getting ahead of one of his nearest rivals, Jordan Johnson, and I think they were probably planning to a little pincer manoeuvre with Jordan and Ian to try and keep Ben Short at bay, but not quite able to do so. So we have front 2 were pulling a bit of a gap, weren't they, to the rest of the field. We've got battles happening a little bit further down as they're heading through the complex for the first time, and it's all getting a little bit squirrely through there, but it is the 47 still leaving of Stephen Craggs. And then 32 up on the inside there, that's Jake Micklewright trying to get 4th place there away. You can see Ben Short right there in the white number 71 machine looking to find a way through. And they are side by side in front of him. Jordan Johnson just behind them, but Micklewright on the outside line. Right, loses out because Ben Short is going to come up the inside of him and Ian Tomlinson.
Yeah, and so Ben Short into 4th place now into Clairvaux corner at that time. You've got Jordan Johnson in the 1 car. He's just trying to get through as well. He's still behind Tomlinson. Oh, and all over the chicane there was Jake Micklewright in the number 32 car. So he'd straight-lined the chicane. But it's still Stephen Craggs that leads, the Raponian electrical store owner. He's having a highly charged race here. We've got Vernon in 2nd, but now Ben Short up to 3rd because he's cleared Matt Hallam now. The former Casacombe Formula Ford 1600 racer is down to 4th position, and Ben Short has just got 2 more drivers in his sights now. Do you reckon he could even get the lead by the end of the lap, Chris?
Well, he's trying to take 2nd place already because he was looking very fast through the Jim Clark S's. On the inside here at Croft on Martin Vernon, our reverse grid pole sitter, and the 44 Matt Hallam pounces as well at the inside of Sonny Inn. Ian Tomlinson thought about doing the same as well in the red number 9 machine, but he settles for pushing Vernon out of the exit of the corner. Jordan Johnson, the grey number 1 machine, right in the wings as well. You could be right about Ben Short taking the lead at the end of this lap because he's right on the back of Craggs. Oh, contact though. Ian Tomlinson locking up and getting into the side of Matt Hallam in the middle of the complex. He's been turned around and got to wait for a gap in the traffic to pull through.
Yeah, so he's going to have lost nearly all of the places in the field there.
And Ben Short has taken the lead by the end of the lap. Absolutely right. Well, we were looking at the spin. Ben Short, I can only imagine he was getting up the inside of the hairpin.
Yeah, and he's already 3/4 of a second ahead of Stephen Craggs by the end of lap 2 of the race. So it's Ben Short leading, Stephen Craggs second, Jordan Johnson third, Jake Micklewright is fourth, although he did, of course, straight line the chicane a lap ago. Matthew Short is fifth, Martin Vernon is sixth, Matt Pennefather-Neal seventh, Ian Tomlinson eighth. So he's not really made the progress that Jordan Johnson has there. After his contact with Matt Hallam, 9th Michael Pearson, 10th Sam Gorman.
And the 21 there of Matthew Pennefather-Neal cutting the chicane. Not the first one we've seen, probably won't be the last. Ian Tomlinson here looking to make up some ground after that bit of contact, looking up the inside of Pennefather-Neal into Tower Bend, but not able to actually make a move there. That would have been for 7th position. So he has to follow him through the Jim Clark S's once again. And yeah, as you say, Ian Tomlinson not quite making the same forward progress and getting into a few scraps as well, unlike Jordan Johnson and Ben Short, who the three of them have shared the podium for the first 2 races so far this weekend. And that is the 25 getting up the insides. David Williams there on, is that it's James Winstanley, isn't it? Yes, in the 111 car. So that would have been for 11th or 12th.
And now you've got the 2 grey cars together here for second and third, because Jordan Johnson has closed in on Stephen Craggs. He was 1.8 seconds behind at the start. That's about 1.8 car lengths between them now as they come out of the hairpin, and Jordan Johnson gets about a drive out of the corner, and I think by the time they get to Clervaux, although he's going to be on the outside line, I think he'll be through into second position, but he's already 3.3 seconds behind Ben Short. He lost another sort of 2.6 seconds on that last lap, I think, something like that. So phenomenal effort there from Ben Short to sort of build that lead quite quickly now as we're at the end of lap 3.
Yeah, great stuff. So Jordan Johnson back up into second position. Stephen Craggs still holding on to third for now. It's got Jake Micklewright not too far behind there as well. We're saying that Johnson and Craggs are separated by only 22 thousandths at the timing line. Now this looks like Ian Tomlinson looking to get back up the field. He's got a move here on the inside of Martin Vernon, our reverse grid pole sitter. So Tomlinson starting to gather a little bit of momentum now and is into 6th position. Next car up the road is Matthew Short, BS Motorsport prepared car. And so it'll be a few car lengths he has to catch up first though, but Tomlinson recovering some ground.
Yep, certainly is. Back to 7th place now. And it's usually the case that the order does settle down after a few laps of these partly reverse grid races, after the initial skirmishes where it gets a little bit heated at times. A few incidents, we saw that contact between Tomlinson and Hallam. There it's Matthew Short that's locking up there. That allows Tomlinson an easy passage through up another place.
Not quite so easy.
Short does fight back, doesn't he? I think Tomlinson will get this sealed at the hairpin, probably. Yeah, he does now, I think.
Oh!
And now Short, he spins, and Vernon has to take evasive action. He almost ended up going down the pit lane, didn't he, Martin Vernon? As Matthew Short was broadside across the track. That's cost him a few places. He's gone down to 8th position now as Short. As Ben Short continues to lead, he's done another best lap of the race, a 140.529.
That was wonderful evasive driving from Martin Vernon. There would have been so easy for him to collect Matthew Short as he was sideways across the racetrack and the exit of the hairpin. But yeah, both cars survived to live another day. Short's cost him a little bit of momentum, but Matthew Short, rather than crashing out of the race, he's survived in about 9th place, isn't he?
That's right. And he's just ahead there of the number 70 car of Michael Pearce, father of Shay Pearce, also racing here today. A few sort of family combinations in action. Mary Barnard and Paul Barnard, you can see. Daughter and father are 19th and 20th respectively, although there's about 5-6 seconds or so between them. It's the first time that they've raced together, although both have a little bit of racing experience under their belts. We're watching here that battle though that's still headed by Vernon in 6th place, 7th Pearce, 8th Matthew Short. The 3 cars together, the green Pearce car sandwiched between those 2 mainly white machines that are headed down towards the complex once more. There's Stephen Craggs, of course he's still in 3rd place, he's doing pretty well here, and Jake Micklewright, number 32, still in 4th place.
The 25 there of Williams had a massive swapper in the middle of the complex, had to gather it up about 3 separate times. And that has cost him a little bit of ground. It was in 10th position at the start of the lap. He was trying to make forward progress. He has been able to move up to 9th, though, on that lap. But despite that moment, and actually it looks here like he's looking up the inside of Matthew Short to take 8th position. So not being discouraged by that big moment that he had in the middle of the complex.
Good fights going on down the field, as you can see there.
Oh, Matthew Short took it back.
He did,
on the inside of Hawthorne by the looks of it. So David Williams may be going a little bit wide and he needs to have another crack at it. But this is Stephen Craggs trying to keep his podium place ahead of Jake Micklewright, but a lock up into Tower Bend does him no favours at all. And Micklewright goes through. Ian Tomlinson in the red number 9 machine right on the back of this fight as well.
Well, he's right there, isn't he? He's made up ground to these two, and I think we're probably going to end up with the same podium yet again, aren't we, ultimately, with Ben Short and Jordan Johnson comfortably first and second. I think Tomlinson probably will find his way past these two in the remaining sort of 5 minutes or so of this race. Jake Micklewright in the 32 car, Ian Tomlinson in the number 9 car. You can see the damage to Tomlinson's car on that right front wing after the contact with Matt Hallam on the second lap of the race. It's around this part of the circuit. Tomlinson getting his car up on the inside here of Stephen Craggs, who's shown some good pace during the course of this weekend, and in particular in the first part of this race. He finished yesterday in 5th position. He's in 4th place. It's 5th place again now, isn't he? Because Tomlinson has got through there. So as they complete lap 6, 3 laps to go for these competitors. Ben Short it is that leads by 3.4 seconds in car 71 from number 1 Jordan Johnson. Jake Micklewright in 3rd, but for how much longer?
Well, Tomlinson pulled the same move that gave him damage earlier on. So Stephen Craggs was very aware of it and left him an awful lot of room on that occasion. We are back here with the James Bond Stanley show in the red 111 machine. Clearly isn't happy with the number of social media clips we gave him yesterday.
I can't figure out how he's getting so much coverage.
So 13th position there for James, but obviously he's had a very good showing here in a wildcard MX5 Cup appearance.
Yeah, busy in 750 Motor Club race admin in between races as well, though. So squeezing some races in this weekend in the MX5s. 3-race format gives drivers some good track time for the money as well. And he's trying to make a move here through Jim Clark S's in the thick of a battle.
Surprised Oak Richardson isn't a bit further up the order. He's only in 11th position in the number 17 machine.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's made up 15 places, to be fair to him, but what kind of lap times is he doing? He's best lap is in the 1:42s. Yesterday he was doing 1:41, so he's sort of second or so off the pace, but of course he has been around other cars more.
Yeah, no, that is fair. He did start 25th, didn't he? I'd forgotten about that. So battle for 3rd place still very much on here. Ian Tomlinson trying to go right round the outside of the hairpin. That didn't quite work for Matthew Short earlier on, but Tomlinson avoiding the error of dipping his wheels onto the grass, and actually might have the momentum from the exit of the hairpin and the inside line at Clairvaux for good measure. Although we've got a spinner further down at the rear of the field. It's the number 21 machine of Matthew Pennyfather Neal. But meanwhile, Tomlinson has found his way through on the inside of Clairvaux, and Stephen Craggs looking to get back up the inside of Micklewright as well. And Micklewright wasn't quite able to just turn into the chicane as he would have wanted because Craggs was right up alongside him.
We've lost one driver during the course of this race. That's Neil Burrows, last year's Rookie of the Year. The drive from Chichester, unfortunately, out of the race after lap 4. We've got a lap and a bit left to go in this race now, which Ben Short still leads by actually a reduced margin, 1.7 seconds now between them. There's the 16 car on screen now, which is Shay Pearce, who is in 11th position. Andy Bailey, the other driver who's come through from the back of the grid up to 12th. So he and Richardson have both made progress towards, if not into, in the case of Andy Bailey, the top 10 during the course of this race. But Andy will be hoping to make up one more place at least in the Mint Alloys car. He's the boss of that company. Just behind Andy is Samuel Gorman as well in the 128 car.
Yeah, Shay Pearson, a 4th season of car racing. Before that was a X30 Senior Club champion for 2 years running. And holding off Andy Bailey, who returned to Mark 1 MX5 racing at the end of last year.
We've got Ben Short onto his final lap of the race now. The gap between first and second down to 0.8 of a second. We're watching Ian Tomlinson head over the line there. He's in 3rd place now, ahead of Mickle Wright and Craggs, but it looks like Jordan Johnson's been able to get onto the tail of Ben Short. There they are for this final lap of the race.
Yeah, Ben Short lost a second to Jordan Johnson on that previous lap. It was a 1:42.4 against Johnson's 1:41.4. So I wonder what happened to Ben Short on that last lap. You see bucking and weaving a little bit there, but that's a bit more of just the flamboyant driving style of an MX-5. I mean, for context, his fastest lap is a 40.5. So he was nearly 2 seconds off his best there on that previous lap, and has put Jordan Johnson closer to, not quite in striking distance, but closer to striking distance on this last lap.
Yeah, certainly there's a chance, isn't there? I mean, well, Tomlinson just aching away a little bit from 4th and 5th place drivers as the leaders come out of Sunny for the final time. I think Ben Short probably has got this under control, hasn't he? He usually does. Winner of multiple championships and millions, probably, of MX5 races over the years. Very talented driver and preparer of cars as well through the BS Motorsport concern. And he's pushing his way through the final corner now, just giving Jordan Johnson just the hint of an opportunity. He pushes on out to the final corner. He can't resist, can he, Ben Short? He's up to the line once again. He's going to get the checkered flag, and he wins round 3 of the Massimo Tyres 5 Club MX5 Cup by 0.6 of a second from Jordan Johnson. Ian Tomlinson is going to come across the line in 3rd, just ahead of Jake Mickelwright and Stephen Craggs.
And quite a squabble going on a bit further back, and a couple of cars having to kick up some dust on the exit of the last corner. But David Williams taking 6th position on the last lap there, ahead of Michael Pearce. Martin Vernon, our reverse grid pole sitter, across the line in 8th. Oak Richardson up from 25th to 9th position, the checkered flag, with Matthew Short completing the top 10.
Yeah, great race in the MX-5. So it's just worth mentioning that the next round is only 2 weeks away. It's at Thruxton, another of the circuits operated by the BARC. And actually the admission to that race meeting is absolutely free. So if you're watching the live stream now and you want to see some 750 Motor Club racing up close, then head along to Thruxton for the next event in this particular championship on the 4th of May, where entry is free for spectators, so it's well worth coming along to.
And if for whatever reason you can't make it to the Thruxton meeting, that is going to be the first paddock show that we do on our social media channels, isn't it?
So rather than a full live stream of all the racing, there'll be insight and chat from the drivers throughout the course of the day on the various 750 Motor Club social media channels, which are easy enough to find on all of the leading platforms. So keep an eye out for that. There's another race meeting next week, by the way, for 750 Motor Club Brands Hatch. That is also going to be live streamed for your delectation, and Josh Barrett and Marcus Pye will be taking you through that one. But a very entertaining 3 races from the Massimo Tyres 5 Club MX5 Cup. There is the 21 car of Matt Pennefather Neal, which ultimately was a retirement from that race after running inside the top 10 in the early stages. Here are the results of the race then. Short it was, 9 laps completed in car 71 to win by 0.646 seconds. Second was number 1 Jordan Johnson, third number 9 Ian Tomlinson, Jake Mickelwright number 32 was 4th, Stephen Craggs 5th, number 47, then David Williams 6th in 25, Michael Pearce 7th, number 70, 8th was number 99 Martin Vernon, Richardson number 17 rounded out was 9th I should say, having come through from the back of the grid, and Matthew Short, after an eventful race, completed the top 10 in number 72 ahead of Andy Bailey, Shay Pearce, Samuel Cormer and Adrian Johnson. In 15th place was James Winstanley ahead of Nico Favreau, Mary Barnard, Stephen Robinson, Matt Hallam after his contact in the early stages of the race with Ian Tomlinson. Paul Barnard was 20th with Andrew Robertson, Philip Barrett, Stuart Dowson and Steve Quemby, the other finishers. 24 of the 26 starters making it home. So the cars are heading down the pit lane at the end of that 5 Club race. I'll say they're back out in just 2 weeks' time at Thruxton, and we look forward to seeing them there. But Tom Burpsworth will be ready in a moment down in the pit lane to have a word with our top 3 drivers It's the same podium that we had in the races yesterday. Ben Short, Jordan Johnson and Ian Tomlinson, but a slightly different way of achieving that result. And we can head down to Tom now, where he's going to hear from those three drivers.
So once again, great action with this mixed up grid here in the Massimo Tyres 5 Club MX5 Cup. We're just going to try and grab triple race winner now, Ben Short. Ben, how was that one for you?
It was actually got really tricky towards the end. The reverse grid always throws up something a bit more interesting. So first couple of laps were really frantic, and I think we've picked up a slow puncture or something on the front left. Just towards the end, it was bit of a sitting duck, and I was watching the timer, just watching Jordan gain on me, trying to, and then you end up overdriving it. And but yeah, we'll have it. We'll have a look at it and find out exactly what happened. But yeah, sorry for Jordan for tapping him into through the long right-hander.
But yeah, it looked a bit squirrely going into Tower as well. So, but 3 wins out of 3 races this weekend. I mean, it couldn't really have gone much better.
No, not at all. And big thank you to the team, BS Motorsport. We've had a really good weekend. So I think we had 4 drivers in the top 10 for race 2. So it's been an absolutely fantastic weekend, literally perfect, yeah.
Great stuff, thanks very much, Ben. We're going to move on very quickly to our second place, Jordan Johnson. Jordan, couldn't quite get there at the end, couldn't quite catch him. You were closing in, just ran out of time.
Yeah, did everything I could, worked my hardest, and then fried my tyres catching him. So, and I think he was in the same boat as me. His tyres looked like they were gone off as well. So, tried hard all weekend, close but no cigar, I suppose.
Well, 3 races, 3 second places, good points for the championship, though.
Yeah, it's a good start to the title defence. Hopefully, pick up some wins. First loser isn't the best, is it?
No, but like I say, good points for the championship all the way through, and there's plenty of time for the rest of the year.
Yeah, definitely, and you have to be very consistent in this series. There's not a lot of, Ben's going to be up the front all year. Hopefully, I'm going to be up the front all year. Ian. So yeah, every high score I can get has got to be got.
Every point counts.
Exactly that,
Great stuff. Thank you very much indeed. And we'll move on to Ian Tomlinson, who's had 3 races this weekend and 3 third places as well. You had to fight hard for that one, though.
Yeah, it was hard work, that one. I thought I'd lost it for a while because obviously I had an incident with Matt Hallam, I think it was. Yeah, and I thought I was on the inside. I thought that he'd seen me, and he kind of turned in. I turned him round and sort of tried to go around, and we hit again. So yeah, I hope he's all right and his car's all right. And then obviously I lost a load of places, had to battle through, but. Yeah, it was.
But got there in the end?
We got there in the end, yeah, just about.
Great stuff. All right, thanks very much, Ian. And good points for the championship as well. We will wrap up very quickly and move on to the Alfa Romeos coming next.
Third and final race of the weekend for the Yokohama Lowcost Championship. The grid for this one set by the results of race 2. So it's 94 Martin West besides 19 Daniel Garrett on the front row, 29 Jeff Peake and 17 Angus Goff on row 2, 13 Jack Linus and 8 Sean Brame on the third row of the grid. Row 4 has 57 Daniel Russell and 52 Alan Harmon, Lewis Ward in 81 and Mark Root 27 on row 5. Rob Sisson, number 6 and 21, Kev Straw are on row 6 of the grid. Row 7 is 41 Keith Malpass and 77 Andy Perkins. 66 is Luke Stokes on the inside of row 8, besides number 37, which is the car of Steve Brown. Row 9 is 34 Trevor Faunch and 50 Ian Hardy. Row 10, 28 Dave Berry and 7 Isaac Spears. Row 11, 5 Lee M and 31 Glenn Griffiths. Row 12, 20 Bill Ward and 82 Paul Clark. The winner of race 1, I can see, is ready to start at the back of the grid this time, so we'll see what he can do. He gives a thumbs up to Bill Ward sitting alongside him. There are a few gaps a bit further ahead. Not surprised, we had a lot of non-finishers in the previous race, which was only an hour or so ago. Almost set for the off then. The 5-second board is about to be shown for race number 14 of the weekend, the Yokohama Lowcost Championship. There is the 5-second board just being shown now, and very quickly we'll get the red lights on. For 15 minutes of racing, we've had a win for Paul Clark, we've had a win for Martin West. Who is going to win race number 3? Of course, it's West starting at the front, it's Clark starting at the back this time, but from the outside of the front row, it's Dan Garrett that makes the best of the starts this time, and he gets into the lead of the race on the run down towards Clervaux Corner. Then it's Martin West, then it's Jeff Peake in third position as they turn their way through Clervaux. Look, Paul Clark's already up loads of places from the very back of the grid. He's made up about 10 positions already. A remarkable start from little Clarky, who also races a Clio as well on occasion, but he's already halfway up the order. It's a great start from Clark.
Oh, that's absolutely astonishing, isn't it? I mean, he's featured in Lowcost for several seasons now and got a lot of experience under his belt, and he's used it to great effect there. Look, he's already coming up the inside there of the 21 machine of Kevin Straw that started in 12th position. So that's a cracking first few corners there for Paul Clark, and a man on a mission, it must be said. Victory in the first race yesterday, but real disappointment. One of 10 DNFers, or did not finishers, or non-starters even, in the race earlier today. And yeah, looking to make up for it. It is Daniel Garrett, meanwhile, who is leading Martin West. They have had some good battles throughout the course of the day, not least in the earlier race for the lead. And Martin West settling in behind for now. Paul Clark now ahead of the blue machine. Try and count where it was actually come out.
He's ninth at the moment.
He could win this race.
Don't bet against that, Chris. Do not bet against that. It's a remarkable. He's going to be 8th now. He's heading past the number 57 car as they make their way towards us now. That's Daniel Russell, of course. And they are making their way towards Clervaux Corner for the second time of what is probably going to be a 9-lap race.
Oh, one car through the gravel by the looks of it, and that might have been the car ahead of Paul Clark, the number 52 of Alan Harmon, because there was a bit of a gap between those two cars. And now Paul Clark right on the back of that number 52 machine, heading down towards Tower Bend, side by side in front of them as well. Clark's already cleared that car, side by side between the 13 of Jack Linus and the 8 of Sean Brain. That's for 5th position. Linus going ahead. Paul Clark makes his move on Alan Harmon as well, and up into 7th position. So the only concern really for Paul Clark was that he was 4.2 seconds behind at the end of the first lap.
But he's trying to narrow that gap as quickly as he possibly can. He's with Sean Brame now, who's got Jack Linus ahead of him as well. So Linus has got ahead of Brame on this lap. So this is for 5th, 6th. Clark is 7th, and Alan Harmon now in 8th position. But as you say, it's that 4.2 seconds that he was behind at the start of the lap that could cost him. And of course, he's getting more and more difficult to pass more experienced drivers. Sean Brame, he's been racing in Lowcost for a very long time. He tries to go alongside him. He's around the outside of him, and Brame is discombobulated that by then. In fact, he's got his hand in the air now, so possibly he's got a problem. But Clark makes for another place now. So Jack Linus is his next target of the number 13 car. Jack, the highest placed returning driver from last season's championship, as Sean Brame now pulls off into the back of the paddock with a problem. So end of lap 2, it's Daniel Garrett leading, Martin West in second place. West doing the best lap of the race of 140.213. And it's Pete, Goff, Linus and Clark in 6th. No, it's not, it's Clark in 5th.
Yeah, so the good news for Clark is that he's still 4.2 seconds back.
Yeah.
And he's now in clean air, and the only cars in front of him now are the leading pack. So Paul Clark can bang in a few quick laps here and get onto the back of that, especially if the top 4 starts squabbling, which it looks like they are, because it was side by side for the lead, it looked like there, maybe with Westy trying to get ahead. Oh, he wasn't quite able to do so, and Jeff Peake having to go defensive against Angus Goff, the former motorcycle racer, and Paul Clark will be reeling in these cars. So we've kind of broken up into two little groups of 2 here, but it is still Daniel Garrett leading, Martin West 2nd, Jeff Peake 3rd, third, Angus Goff fourth, and Paul Clark now in fifth place ahead of Jack Linus. I mean, what a brilliant drive it would be if Paul Clark even just makes it onto the podium.
Yeah, no, it's a fantastic effort, especially the way he just carved through the field on the first lap in particular. Knife through butter doesn't do it justice, does it? Anyway, leaders heading into the complex for the third time here. You're watching the second pair, really. Jeff Peak, 29, Angus Goff, 17. Jeff Peak, experienced of Croft fan and aficionado, the man from Hawley, a training consultant, been racing for a decade or so now as Jeff Peak on and off. And he is doing battle with the less experienced in cars, Angus Goff, and trying to chase after the top two. But they've both got Paul Clark bearing down on them. And Clark's in the best lap of the race. No surprise there. A 1:40.066, which is faster than Martin West went in the earlier race.
Yeah, a new lap record. Again, for the third time this weekend, a new lap record from two different drivers. Paul Clark broke it in yesterday's race. Martin West broke it again earlier. Now Paul Clark's taking it back.
And he closed a second on Goff, but only 3/10 on the leader, if you like, on that lap. But we'll give it another lap with Goff and Peak. And I say actually Goff and Peak, but it's actually just Goff now because Peak's broken away a little bit. He's actually close to the leaders than he is to the fourth place man as they head through Tower that time. There is the 31 car, I think that is, which is Glyn Griffiths, the orange machine. I think he was one of the non-finishers in the earlier race, but so good to see him back out again this time. And he is doing battle with the 41 car, which is Keith Malpas, who shares the car with his wife Jeanette, and they've got a new colour scheme for this season. And it's good to see both Keith and his wife both racing this season. They've had one or two health issues to overcome, but good to see them out there and enjoying their low-cost racing as they have done for some time. But chasing here after that 31 car, which is Glyn Griffiths. This is around about 15th, 16th position or something like that.
Yeah, and a few squabbles happening a little bit further down the order as well. That looked to be Glyn Griffiths making his way down. Here are the leaders, ticking off another lap. Paul Clark onto the back of the lead has changed hands. It was Martin West who was first across the line, but Dan Garrett is about to take it straight back again, going into Clairvaux. Paul Clark again doing the fastest lap of the race, another lap record, into the 39s now.
And a long way into it as well. It's pretty much 39.5. So
amazing.
A great dice, and it is now genuinely 3 for the lead as well. And it's soon going to be fourth lead because Clark is he up
into
to fourth?
Yes, he is. So he's going to work about closing down that gap. Jet Peak has joined the leading contenders, and we probably will have side by side again into Tower. Not quite. Martin West not quite able to draw alongside, or maybe not choosing to draw alongside. Again, we talk about these races are very tactical because the slipstream is so powerful, and it is all about showing your hand at exactly the right time. But I will not be surprised if very soon we have 4 fighting for the lead. Martin West showing to the outside. His bodywork just come a little loose there, unless it was a trick of the camera.
It looks a little bit like it.
It looked like it just sort of popped up, didn't it?
Anyway, it is 4 for the lead now because Paul Clark is with them. It was 2.4 seconds behind the leader at the start of the lap. He had to get past Angus Goff. He did that fairly quickly. And now he is with Jeff Peak, Dan Garrett and Martin West, the 3 leaders. Garrett is now at the head of the field, but from the back of the field, Paul Clark, with still nearly half of the race to go, is in contention for a win.
Absolutely he is. What an astonishing first few laps for Paul Clark. And, depending on what happens at the end of this could be a contender for Alpha Live Race of the Week, but we won't speak too soon. Dan Garrett confirmed on the timing screen back up at the front of the field, leading by 0.6 of a second. It's actually Jeff Peak who's the closest to anyone out of all this. Paul Clark, another fastest lap. He's knocked off an entire second almost. 39.1. Where on earth is this pace coming from?
If I didn't know better, I thought I'd just put the Mazda running gear in rather than the Ford Crossflow. It's taken so much time out of it. And now he's chasing after the top 3. He's going to get alongside Jeff Peak as they go down towards Tower Bend. He's going for a podium position now. It's Garrett leading West second, but who's going to be third coming out of Tower Corner? It's Clark trying to go around the outside of Jeff Peak. He's clinging on. He's over the curb on the exit of the corner. They're still side by side as they head towards the Jim Clark S's. One of them has got to make a decisive move. Who's it going to be? three, and it's Clark who goes third.
Sensational stuff. Outside, inside, great stuff. And again, Martin West, there is definitely something moving on the front of his car. Every time he pops out of the slipstream, the change in air pressure seems to dislodge something at the front of his car. It's the third time I've seen it.
An air brake isn't what you want in low-cost racing, is it? It's not going to do you any good at all.
Oh, he's got a bit of front DRS on there, maybe. But look, he's closing out now to Dan Garrett on the way into the complex. And Garrett has a big swapper in the middle of the complex, but there's no way through there for Martin West as they all just bunch up once again. 5 minutes to go. 4 for the lead in this race. We'll get how close they are together when they come over the timing line. A few different lines, and it looked like Martin West just lit up those rear tyres on the exit of the hairpin. Is that going to give Paul Clark potentially a run at second place?
Well, no, he's lost out. He's lost out to Jeff Peake.
Wow.
Jeff Peake's got back through on the exit of the hairpin there, and Clark all of a sudden drops back a few car lengths. So has he now hit problems? He's falling back into the clutches of Angus Goff.
He's fallen. He's got a problem.
The fairy tale is over. There is no Cinderella moment because Paul Clark, his hand is in the air, and that is absolutely gutting. It's good for Paul Clark. It's quite gutting for us because we were so enjoying his performance from the back of the grid. He's dropping down the order now. That is the biggest shame of the weekend, I would say.
I haven't been this upset since the end of Saturday Night Takeaway. What a shame.
That says a lot about your life, Chris. Anyway, we've got the leaders still heading off up to Sunny, and they're still going at it, of course. We've got Garrett and West. And West, yeah, there we go, that front body work just lifting up. As you say, it's like it's on a... He's pressing a button on the dashboard to control it, isn't it? But it's just the way the air's getting underneath it, I think. Garrett holding on then from West, and now Jeff Peake in third place.
Well, we've still got to... Yeah, there's Paul Clark pulling over to the side there. Oh, what a disappointment, but we've still got two cars fighting for the lead as we did in the earlier race. Dan Garrett has finished second in the two races so far, and he joked in his post-race interview with Tom earlier that he let Paul have it in race one, and he let Martin have it in race two so that he could take it in race three. Well, so far he has led most of this race. Paul Clark into the pit lane. Oh, gets sadder every time we see it happen. But now having to go a little defensive into Clairvaux against Martin West there was Dan Garrett. But 3 minutes left on the clock. 3/10 separate the top two. Jeff Peake waiting in the wings to see if he can take advantage of this. I do hope Tom asks what is going on with the front end of Martin West's car in the pit lane afterwards, because I'd love to know. Oh, more dramas here. The 66 is pulled over. That's Luke Stokes. So we've lost two from this race now by the looks of it. Still some way to go to match the 10 that didn't make the checkered flag in quite quick succession. It all seemed to happen at the end of the race as Martin West almost pushing Dan Garrett through Tower Bend, acknowledging the yellow flag there on the exit of the corner, perhaps because his hand was up in the air. Yeah, we've got yellow flags at the Jim Clark S's, so that's maybe where Stokes' car has been parked up, but now we've got green flag running once again, and he was just drawing a little bit of an overlap through Barcroft, but no way through by the time they get to Sunny Inn.
So 19 Daniel Garrett, 94 Martin West, 29 Jeff Peake is the order. This is the penultimate lap of the race, and West is going to attack now into the complex. He's going to be on the outside line for the first left-hand element of it. Tucks back in behind, but Garrett goes a bit wide there, and I think West has sold in the dummy, and West has gone through to take the lead with just over a lap to go. It's Garrett down to second, and Jeff Peake in third. Garrett only a few inches behind the race leader now as they're going to come up to the line. He's going to have the toe as they go down to Clairvaux. They might well have the toe down to Tower as well, which as we've seen is a crucial place for overtaking in these races. There's the last lap board being shown to the drivers. So on to the final lap they go. It's now West leading. He's got to defend here from Garrett along the straight into Tower Corner this time. Garrett's just stuck him behind him there. Jeff Peake, of course, he'll pick up a double toe potentially down the back straight by the old pit lane towards Tower Corner. And what can he make of that, I wonder?
8:10 separating the top three when they went over the timing line to start this final lap of the race. We are heading into Tower Bend now. This could be the opportunity as Dan Garrett pulls to the outside line. He's cleared Martin West by the time they get down to the apex, gets it stopped, and to the right-hander, and Martin West down into second place. Jeff Peake going to try and take advantage of that. Pulls to the outside of the Jim Clark S's. Has he got enough momentum? No, has to settle back in behind. So it is Dan Garrett leading with half a lap to go, but Martin West has been brilliant at this part of the racetrack. To the outside at Croft. They're side by side through the right-hander. Surely he can't go all the way around the outside of Sonny. Daniel Garrett stands his ground there on the inside, but Martin West is not giving this up just yet. We're coming up to the corner where Westy took the lead a lap ago. He has to push him practically into the complex session. Jeff Peake going around the outside, but no side-by-side. A swapper there for Garrett, but it is the status quo being maintained. Still Garrett leading West, leading Peake as they head into the final corner.
Into the hairpin they go. Can anybody change the order here? It's Garrett looking a bit crossed up as he comes out of the corner. He's sideways, but West's right in behind him, and he can't do anything about it. I don't think they're going to be nose to tail over the line, and it's Garrett who's punching the air, and Garrett wins, but by less than a length from Martin West. It says 0.165 on the timing screen. I don't believe it was as much as that, really. Jeff Peake takes third place. Angus Goff is across the line in fourth position. The checkered flag has gone out. It's not shown on our TSL timing screen. It has now. So fourth place goes to Goff, fifth place to Jack Lynders, sixth to Liam, seventh to Alan Harmon, eighth to Daniel Russell, and then ninth thing is going to be Lewis Ward, and 10th Kev Straw. But again, what a race. It had a great narrative, didn't it? But a bit of heartbreak as well for Paul Clark.
That's still a wonderful finish, though. Half a second separating the top three at the checkered flag. Oh, I was so worried that Daniel Garrett was going to lose the momentum right at the final time of asking and give Westy the run that he needed to beat him to the checkered flag. But luckily, Westy was kind of in the wrong place, really. He tucked up right behind Garrett and had to back out of it himself. So great stuff. And yep, Daniel Garrett joked about letting the other two have the wins earlier on. Well, he's not the bridesmaid in this one after 2 second place finishes. He is the bride.
He certainly is. So we've had 3 different winners from 3 low-cost races during the course of the weekend. Dan Garrett, number 19, winning that one, 9 laps completed. He finished 0.165 seconds clear of number 94, Martin West. Third place went to number 29, Jeff Peake. Fourth to number 17, Angus Goff, who's had a strong weekend. Fifth to number 13, Jack Linus. Liam, I think his best result of the weekend, with 6th in car number 5. Then Alan Harmon, 7th, number 52. 8th, number 57, Daniel Russell. 9th, number 81, Lewis Ward on his debut low-cost weekend. And Kevin Shaw, number 21, completing the top 10, ahead of Rob Sisson, Mark Rue, Dave Berry and Glenn Griffiths. Andy Perkins was 15th, ahead of Keith Malpas, Trevor Faunch, Steve Brown and Bill Ward, who made it to the end this time. Our last finisher with Luke Stokes, Paul Clark and Sean Brame are DNFs from the 22 that started that low-cost race. Brilliant, breathless stuff from the low-costs. Really enjoyed it, and I can tell you that their next championship round is going to be at Silverstone, and if there's ever a circuit that's designed for low-cost racing and slipstreaming action, it's the Silverstone National Circuit. I'm fairly sure there's been a race there where the top 9 were separated by 1 second at the end of it before now, so watch out for that in a few weeks' time at Silverstone. Cars heading down pit lane. We've got 2 races still to come here this afternoon at Croft Circuit. One more sprint race for the Alphas and all-comers, and then we'll have the Club Enduro race to round out the day. But we're going to head down to the pit lane now, going to hear the stories of that race with Tom Butterworth.
So Daniel Garrett here taking victory in race number 3 in the low-cost championship. He said he gave a victory in race 1 to Paul Clark. He said he gave a victory to Martin West in race 2. He said he was going to take victory in race 3, and that's exactly what he did. We'll just wait for him to clamber out of the car, and while we are doing that, we're going to give a massive special mention as well to Paul Clark. New lap record in that car, 22nd place to 8th place just in the first lap, and was hounding these guys. Managed to take 3rd place before, unfortunately, the car gave up on him. We'll see if we can get some info as to what exactly happened to Paul Clark. But here he is, Daniel Garrett. Did exactly what you said you were going to do.
Exactly it. I won't lie. I think that was a bit of luck. That was very difficult.
Well, I've counted another 4 or 5 changes for the lead in that one. It wasn't quite up to the same 8 that we had in the last race, but it doesn't matter to you, does it? Because you got the win.
Yeah, exactly it. Westy was very good with me because I was really struggling with second gear on the hairpin. He knew that, you know, no, fair play, but it was one of the hardest races I think I've ever had.
Great stuff. Well, congratulations, Daniel. Race 3 did exactly what he said he was going to do. We'll move on to Westy. Martin West, second place today. Well, second place in that one.
Yeah, that was good fun. That was more fun than the one I won, I think. That was brilliant fun.
Did you manage to see Paul Clark in your mirror?
Oh, I did. I thought, how's he come from last to get up to 4th? That was a bit of a surprise, but I thought, 1 minute...
It's a question we're all asking.
Yeah, but then I see him come off a chicane and then he just... he must have had trouble or something, because then he was gone again, and then it was just down to me, Dan, and I think Jeff just said he was enjoying the watch, so... No, that was good fun, that was. That was really entertaining. But Dan made a little mistake on what I didn't know was the second to last lap, so I thought, oh, I'll take my chance here. And then I come round and saw the last lap board, and I thought, I've had it. So you can't really be in the lead on the last lap, but you've got a good little gap ahead of you. But it's still a brilliant race. That was brilliant, absolutely great fun.
Great stuff, Martin. Thank you very much indeed. And that wraps up the weekend for Martin West. We're going to have a quick chat with Jeff here, Jeff Peake. So another third place there. Happy with that one?
Very happy, yeah.
Were you a bit nervous about Mr. Clark coming through?
Oh, yeah. Well, I couldn't believe it when I saw him. I thought, no, he started last. But, yeah, fair play to him. He drove very well. And he took me fair and square at the end of the straight. So, but apart from that, race was really good. It was good fun to watch these two from behind. They're just that little bit too quick for me at the moment. But, hey, not bad for an old fella.
Well, you've got plenty more to come in the season as well. Plenty of practice to get in and plenty of chances to catch up with these two.
Well, I certainly hope so. That's the plan. Yeah, onwards and see what happens at the next race.
Great stuff. Congratulations on another podium.
Thank you.
And we will actually this time move on to the Alfa Romeos and their race coming up to now.
Cars on the green flag lap for the final sprint race of the weekend. It's the High-Tech Electronic Materials Alfa Romeo Championship and the closed-wheel all-comers race, although it's more of a case of the all-goners now because a lot of them have already headed home. So no number 98, John Cutmore, on pole position. He's broken his ribs on Friday and just about managed to get through yesterday's race to win that. Jamie Thwaites, number 40, will start on pole position, effectively on the outside of the front row of the grid. 156, Scott Austin, and 25, Paul Hinton on the second row. Then it's 20, Paul Plant, a class winner in the Alphas yesterday, and 88 Jimmy Porter on the third row of the grid. Row 4 is number 9, Richard Ford, and 14 is Andy Page. On row 5, it's 59 Mark Skeggs, and number 1, the reigning champion and yesterday's Twin Spark Cup winner, James Ford. Row 6 is Toby Broom, and 78 is Edward Robinson on the 6th row of the grid, as Jamie Thwaites is heading down pit lane on the green flag lap, I can tell you. 111 is the car of Robert Higgins, and 30 is Stacey Dennis. It's 3 Neil Dudman, and 39 Stephen Anderson on row 8, and row 9 should be 53 Andy Hiley and 81 Theo Millward, but I think some of those cars are missing. And as I say, Jamie Thwaites in that TCR Alpha has just pulled into the pit lane at the end of the green flag lap, which means that effectively we've got no Scott Austin either, have we? I don't think.
Do we not?
No,
we don't. No, you're right. Oh my
so
goodness!
Effectively, it's now Paul Hinson on pole position in his BMW. Jamie Thwaites is heading to the end of the pit lane, so he's going to stop at the pit lane. He's going to be one to watch from the back in his TCR car. So it's going to be an interesting little race, this, for the High-Tech Electronic Materials Alfa Romeo Championship race, which is about to get underway because the red lights go out and we are off and running. So it's Paul Hinson in the BMW leading the Alfa Romeo race as they head down towards the first corner. But it's the 4C that makes a blistering start there as they head down towards us now. That's a great start from the 4C. It's Jamie Porter, I think, isn't it, that's got that car. You've got off the road there, Edward Robinson in the number 78 car, the Twin Spark Cup class entry. So cars making their way through the first couple of corners. There's Richard Ford having switched out of the Twin Spark Cup class for this season, but it looks like it is Paul Hinson in the BMW that's leading then. From in second place, the 88 car of Jamie Porter as they head down towards Tower, get it right, for the first time in this race. There's Andy Page in the Giulietta, which I think is the oldest car in this race, right in the middle of the pack there and getting stuck in with a battle. And did we have Jamie Thwaites start from the pit lane?
Yes, I can see he's already cleared one car, and he's just joining the back of the train now. So that TCR Giulietta is in the race. Big twitch there from the 111 Toyota MR2, which was the cause of the red flag that brought yesterday's race to a premature end, just getting roughed up there by the 33 Toby Broom in his Alfa Romeo 156. But the BMW Compact leading overall as one of the closed wheel all-comers of the Alfa Romeos. It is the 4C that is leading as they come up towards the end of the first lap, and the Paul Plant Power Trophy class car in third position overall against the number 9 of Richard Ford. So that is a battle for the lead in the Power Trophy class, with Ford going to the outside and not quite able to find a way through, and might just let the
there's contact. Theo Millward just touches the back and touches the back again of Richard Ford's car. Theo Millward in the all-comers class. He'd come through from the back of the field, just touched Richard Ford. He spun around and just collected him again as Ford's car came to rest. And so Millward continues on. He's got damage to the side of his car now, though. And that's rather a shame, because that was a good little battle that was boiling up for the Power Trophy lead.
Yeah, it's 3 different classes that we have. Oh, big lock up here for the 59 going into Tower Bend. That's Mark Skeggs, Alfa Romeo GTV. This is Jamie Thwaites, who is already 9th across the timing line, although I dare say he's made up a couple of places on this lap already, so don't count him out for an overall victory still, because that car is absolutely rapid. But yes, as I was saying, there are 3 classes there, and this is from the modified class, where it's basically just unlimited capacity and then run on slick tyres as well. You have the Power Trophy, which runs to a maximum power to weight, and then the Twin Spark Cup, which is more for the standard 2-litre Twin Spark engine.
But for the lead of the Alphas, it's Paul Plant getting past the Jamie Porter 4C now, so the Power Trophy car gets ahead of the modified class car and into the lead of the Alfa Romeo Championship part of the race here. They've got Theo Millward just behind them as well, but then they've got Jamie Thwaites in the TCR car blasting his way through. It looks like Porter's got back ahead down the straight with the quicker car in a straight line, but he's going to have he's got the 2 Giuliettas, the more standard car, and the TCR car bearing down on him now as they head through Hawthorne now. It looks like it's going to be Plant to the outside line of the 4C. Beautiful little car, that, isn't it? The 4C. And it's rapid in a straight line as well. But Thwaites is now past Paul Plant. They're heading down towards Tower. You've got Theo Millward in the mix as well in the BMW. He's now up to 4th place overall as well. And it's going to be side by side for the lead of the Alfa Romeo part of the race as they head up towards the Jim Clark S's here. They're both modified class cars as well. 88, Jamie Porter in the blue 4C. The Giulietta TCR 40, Jamie Thwaites, who started from the pit lane, is through into the lead of the Alfa Romeo part of the race. And Porter concedes another position there. And he's going to concede another place in the Alfa part of the race too, because Paul Plant takes the chance and goes up the inside into Sunny.
Now, Paul Plant undoing some of the damage that was done at just before Tower Bend, where he seemed to get eaten alive on the straight there. Obviously still in the lead of the Power Trophy in what is now 4th position overall, behind the BMW Compact. And yeah, Jamie Thwaites up into the lead of the Alfa Romeo Championship. One wonders what that problem must have been that prompted him to come into the pit lane, but was either not sufficient enough or easily rectifiable enough that he could take the start of the race, and obviously still showing a very good turn of pace. And actually, in terms of the overall, the BMW Compact Paul Hinton that's leading just did the fastest lap of the race. Now, in fairness, Thwaites was having to come through some cars, but on the previous lap, the lap times were very similar. So let's see what Thwaites can do about that. The battle between the 4C of Jamie Porter and the Giulietta Paul Plant is still raging on. But look at the difference in the straight line speed.
Yeah, it's huge, isn't it? I think yesterday Paul Plant was saying it's a relatively modest 2-litre engine, I think, in that car of his that's sort of fairly newly developed. So it's pretty good in the corners by the looks of it, but along the straights it's not going to live with the modified class cars, which have just got much more powerful engines, capable of much higher speeds and faster acceleration as well. But you can see through Barcroft, through Sunny, is right back with him as well, and maybe that's just a bit of experience as well as the sort of different characteristics of the cars. But yep, you can see in a straight line he just gets away, doesn't he, the 4C, and he extends it to sort of 10 lengths, and then it comes right back down again on the brakes.
A much tighter line into the complex as well there for Paul Plant. This is where that car will excel against the 4C.
Thwaites has done the best lap of the race, a 1:28.160 now. He's taken 4.5 seconds out of Paul Hinton, so he's looking like he could take the overall lead of the race.
Yeah, that's looking a bit more likely now, isn't it, with the gap down to 7.4 seconds. Paul Plant was looking in the inside there of the 4C into the hairpin. I'd love for there to be a timing marker at the beginning and end of that straight, just so we could see exactly how much time the 4C pulls on the front straight.
Yeah, and we are just watching them head through Hawthorns now, and that is the Mark Skeggs car, which is in further down the order. There, though, is the lead for the Twin Spark Cup class, and it's the number 33 car of Toby Broom that's leading the race this time. James Ford, who won so many races last year, is only in 2nd position to Toby Broom on this occasion. It's his 3rd season of his comeback after a 28-year break, Toby Broom, and I think he had 1 race win during the course of last year, but here he's looking to get his first of the 2024 season. He's got James Ford behind him, about 7 or 8 tenths of a second behind him. Could we see a bit of an upset on the cards here?
Well, Toby Broom moving across from the V6 category, which he was champion of last year, into the Twin Spark Cup, and now going up against the overall champion from last year in the form of James Ford, with his 10 class wins from 2023. So it's a formidable opponent, but at the moment Toby Broom coming out on top as it stands. Right behind them as well, Stacey Dennis in the Power Trophy Giulietta, and she's a reigning champion in her class as well.
Yeah, we can see the dice going on between Jamie Porter and Paul Plant. It's Porter still ahead in the 4C. Meanwhile, the leaders who are heading up towards the sunny end of the circuit, they're getting a bit close as well now, because Jamie Thwaites is within 2.5 seconds of the race leader Paul Hinson, who's been racing with the club for a long time. But there's Stacey Dennis, who won the Anne Clayton Award last year for the most successful female driver in the 750 Motor Club. She was the Power Trophy class champion last year, and here she's just behind the Twin Spark Cup champion and overall champion from last year, James Ford, who is probably more focused on trying to get back on terms with Toby Brew. We lost a little bit of time on the last lap. Meanwhile, the leaders, as they come into the hairpin, are nose to tail. We'll see if we can pick those up in just a second. They are turning their way through the hairpin now, coming out of it along the straight, and they're side by side for the lead here. And it's Jamie Thwaites that takes the lead now. Jamie Thwaites goes through to no one's great surprise. He gets ahead of Paul Hinson, the MR2 champion in the past, a Burkitt Relay winner as well, who's trying to come back at him on the brakes in his modified BMW Compact, but he can't make it through. So Jamie Thwaites from the pit lane takes the lead of the race.
Pretty good drive, that, isn't it? Jamie Thwaites rising up the field with great gusto, and I wonder how much he'll pull away on this lap from Paul Hinson. Jamie Thwaites did miss out on the overall win yesterday. Oh, hello. Hello. So Paul Hinson coming back down the inside for the overall lead into Tower Bend. That wasn't in the script.
It wasn't it? And the three amigos you can see on the back number plate of Paul Hinson's car. He races in the Burkitt Relay with his mates, David Drinkwater, the multiple Hot Hats champion, and with Adam Reed as well. But he's just one amigo on his own today, and he's trying to fend off this Alfa TCR Giulietta that's right behind him, is momentarily ahead of him as well. So, and Mark Skeggs has retired the 59 car. That's parts at the complex. It's the ex-British GT Championship car, when there was some rather more esoteric entries in the British GT Championship in the early 2000s. But back with the leads of the race then, and here a lap ago, James Thwaites took the lead, but Paul Hinson has wrestled it back.
That's amazing how Jamie Thwaites was at 1.4 seconds quicker, and now seemingly struggling to get by Paul Hinson here. Well, he's got a certain amount of power down this front straight, hasn't he? And it's just very briefly drew him alongside the BMW, but had to back out of it before they got into Clairvaux. So let's see what happens when they get down to Tower Bend once again. A bit of a hip and shoulder there, a wriggle from the back. Oh, the Toyota MR2 in strife again, the 111 machine. Getting it wrong at Tower Bend, where the leaders are coming up to now. And yeah, once again, Jamie Thwaites not quite able to mount a proper challenge onto Paul Hinson's car.
No, he's not. Of course, he doesn't really need to, because he's driving in his own championship. Paul Hinson's not going to take any points away from him. So maybe Thwaites is thinking, well, you know what? I'm not going to risk doing anything silly. I don't want to stress the car more than I need to. It's a car that has been a bit fragile in the past, so why not just take it a little bit easy? He's coming up to lap now, the Richard Ford car, isn't he, who was involved in that incident at the sort of the second lap of the race, or third lap of the race, with Theo Millward. But Richard Ford in the V6 Alfa GT is being lapped now. So he goes a lap down. He's running in 12th position and third within the Power Trophy class. Of course, after that early contact, he lost contact with Paul Plant and Stacey Dennis. So just driving around to pick up points at this stage. 7.5 minutes left to go in this race, the High-Tech Electronic Materials Alfa Romeo Championship race. Combined with the remaining close wheel all-comers, the two leaders here overlapping again almost as they head down into Clairvaux corner, but Paul Hinson just manages to prevail into Clairvaux once again.
Yeah, only separated by 1/4 second at the timing line. 7 minutes left on the clock. Of course, Jamie Thwaites did miss out on the overall win yesterday, didn't he, to John Cutmore's Spire. So that might be a little thorn in the side here. But this is the battle for the lead in the Twin Spark Cup. It is still the 33 of Toby Broom leading the reigning overall Alfa Romeo champion of James Ford. Although James Ford getting a good run here through the complex, and Broom's going to have to leave him a bit of space on the right-hand side. coming very close to contact. They've got Stacey Dennis right in the midst of this as well. Dennis looking up the inside on James Ford. That's a bit of a nuisance for Ford, I'm sure. And she does manage to find her way through and splits the two twin spark cars now.
Yeah, so you've got Toby Broom and now Stacey Dennis ahead of James Ford. Stacey Dennis in that Giulietta, beautifully turned out machine, heading through the section at the first part of the circuit. She is perhaps going to try and find a way past Toby Broom as well. In a way, that would be very helpful for James Ford because at the moment she's just a little bit in the way, really, in separating this battle. Looks like Jamie Thwaites has gone through into the overall lead of the race now. Yes, he has, ahead of Paul Hinson. So Jamie Thwaites has taken the lead overall. Of course, still leading the modified class of the Alphas as well. But Stacey Dennis still separating the two Twin Spark Cup leaders here as they head out of Tower Bend into the Jim Clark S's. There's 5.5 minutes of the race left to go.
So Stacey Dennis, the lights flashing there on her car as she chases Toby Broom, the Twin Spark leader. It would be for 7th position overall. And two different lines there through Sunny in and then through Sunny out. You see the number 30 car getting a much better run, and Stacey Dennis to the outside of the complex. Gonna have to go the long way round, runs a bit wide, and Toby Broom is able to hang on to the spot ahead of the Power Trophy car.
Yeah, she's second in the Power Trophy class at the moment. Behind Paul Plant is Stacey Dennis, and if possible, Toby Broom would like to keep her exactly where she is, because that would mean he's got that little gap between himself and James Ford. They're going to be side by side down the straight now. In theory, Stacey's car should be faster in a straight line here, so I think she is nosing ahead. Yep, she is through down into Clervaux Corner. So Stacey Dennis, should say, goes up to 7th place, and that gets the Twin Spark Cup leaders back together again. Toby Broom and James Ford with probably 3 more laps for them to go in this race. The second round of the championship, there's further rounds at Silverstone in May, Cadwell Park in July, Brands Hatch Indy for Festival Italia, which is always the best attended meeting of the season, and then Alta Park in September will round out the season for the high-tech electronic materials Alfa Romeo Championship. 10 rounds that they have this year across 5 different venues, and it's a championship with a great deal of history dating back more than 40 years. Michael Lindsay, the long-time coordinator of this championship, sadly no longer with us, and Andy Robinson has been the coordinator of the championship for several years now. And there's a lot of drivers that have expressed interest for this season. I think well over 30 drivers listed on their website, but sadly not all of them here this weekend. Hopefully we'll have better numbers for those future meetings at circuits, possibly more so in the south of England, where possibly there's a greater concentration of Alfa Romeo competitors. Down into the complex comes this battle for the Twin Spark Cup lead, and it's still to be decided, really, isn't it? Toby Broom, with a couple of laps to go, is only just ahead of James Ford.
Two very different lines through the complex as Broom has to swing his car back across, and they're about to be lapped by the overall race leader as well. Jamie Thwaites is about to blast past them on the front straight. He's been lapping in the 26s lately, but you see James Ford was showing his nose on the inside of Clervaux to Toby Broom there. Oh, but Broom goes wide and gives the lead to James Ford anyway. And he does manage to recover it very quickly, but he will be ruining that mistake. Actually, has lost very little time with that little dip into the gravel, and could well challenge James Ford for the lead again by the time they get down to Tower, as the race leader is putting a lap now on Stacey Dennis. In fact, they are side by side for the lead in the Twin Spark Cup. It was Broom to the outside. It wasn't quite able to mount a serious challenge. Has to tuck back in behind James Ford, who has now consolidated his lead in class.
He does. Toby Broom there just throwing it away and sweeping off the circuit, and probably needing the marshals in need of a Broom between races to get the gravel swept off the track. But look at it, there's going to be a change here. Is the Ford has Broom overlapping with him as they were crossed up there through Sunny, but no, there's 2 car lengths between them again as they head towards the complex. Just looking to see how we're doing for time. We might get 2 more laps out of this. We'll have to wait and see. Jamie Thwaites is just rounding the hairpin with a minute 33, 32, 31, 30 to go. It's going to be touch and go whether we get 1 more lap or 2. Have to pick up if the last lap board has gone out, which I think it has. The last lap board has indeed gone out to Jamie Thwaites. And so it's also the last lap for the Twin Spark Cup battle as well.
Yep, heading down the front straight, Toby Broom was pretty much pushing James Ford around the hairpin, but didn't end up getting the best of exits, I think, as a result of it. So the gap when they got over the timing line was about 0.6 of a second. And just past the corner where Toby Broom made that mistake and gave the lead to James Ford a lap ago, but he is still within striking distance. Not quite as close as he was last time around when he was closer into Tower Bend. No way through James Ford. James Ford defends on the inside, and Broom running out a little bit wide actually through Tower anyway. So I think if James can keep this neat and tidy, he might just be bringing this one home.
Yeah, I think you're possibly right. Half a lap for them to go. Broom just taking a little bit of curb there with the Jim Clark S's, the number 1 car. Ahead, of course, of James Ford at the moment, the driver from Lincoln. Broom, and another 156, the driver from Linfield. Not a lot to choose between them in this race. Of course, it was Broom ahead of a lot of it, but the checkered flag is going to go out now to that man, Jamie Thwaites, who started from the pit lane. He takes the win in the second Alfa Romeo and all-comers race of the weekend. Any late drama within the Twin Spark? Well, we've got Paul Hinson just behind them. Is he going to upset things between them as they go into the hairpin for the final time? It's James Ford that's ahead, and I think he's going to stay that way, isn't he? So it's James Ford coming up to the line, and he is going to take the Twin Spark Cup class victory from Toby Broom. So they are 8th and 9th overall. Paul Hinson comes across the line to take 2nd overall in the race, the first of the all-comers cars. There is the 78 car of Edward Robinson. He's going to complete the top 10, I think. He's son of Andy, the championship coordinator, and very much a recruiter for the championship. He's certainly got Stephen Anderson, one of his fellow competitors, involved here. 3rd place over the line is going to be Theo Millward, who played a part in this race, as Richard Ford is only too well aware, in his BMW. He goes across the line now to take 3rd place overall. And then we should have the 4C of Jamie Porter. Yeah, that's just heading into the hairpin, I can see from our commentary box window. And then we're going to have our Power Trophy winner immediately behind him, which is going to be Paul Plant. There he is now, so up to the checkered flag they come. There's the 4C. And there is Paul Plant to win the Power Trophy class. So it's Jamie Thwaites, Paul Plant, and James Ford, the same 3 class winners as we had yesterday within the Alfa Romeo Championship. And there you can see the MR2, I think the last car to cross the finish line at the end of that race. I think 13 finishers out of the 14 cars that started. Let's have a look at the results. Jamie Thwaites, it was number 40 that took the win in the Alfa Romeo Giulietta TCR. 13 laps completed for him in a smidge under 20 minutes. 2nd to number 25, Paul Hinson, in the BMW Compact, 25.775 seconds drift in the end. 3rd was number 81, that's Theo Millward, in the BMW E36, 56.657 seconds behind. 4th was number 88, Jamie Porter. 5th, number 20, Paul Plant, the 2nd class winner, the first Power Trophy car home. 6th was number 30, Stacey Dennis, 2nd in her class. 7th was number 14, Andy Page. Then 8th, number 1, James Ford, the winner in the Twin Spark Cup from his arch rival, number 33, Toby Broom. Edward Robinson, 78, completing that podium in that class. Then Richard Ford, Robert Higgins and Stephen Anderson completed the finishers. Mark Skeggs in the GTV did not make it home. And so that is the end of the Alfa action. As I say, they're in action 4 weeks hence on the Silverstone National Circuit. And we've just got one more race to come here at Croft this afternoon. And that is going to be the 150-minute race for the Tequila Club Enduro Championship. But we're going to head down to the pit lane now, and Tom Butterworth is going to speak to our winners of the Alfa Romeo and all-comers race.
So we're just waiting for Jamie Thwaites just to jump out of the car here. Just a little bit of a struggle.
I saw you waiting to interview me, so I wanted to get out for it.
How was that one, Jamie?
Yeah, I was looking forward to fighting like I was yesterday, but unfortunately rib injury has kept him out from today, so we just went and had a bit of a play, really.
Glorified test session.
100%.
We
had some fun in there.
I was going to say, you look like you enjoyed it.
Yeah, some of the guys. I mean, that guy who was second in the BM, he was pushing really hard, so all credit to him. He was trying hard.
Great stuff.
Really hard.
Well, two races, 2 wins for Jamie Thwaite, so we'll move on very quickly. Thank you very much for that, though.
To get out.
Sunday drive with Julia. Here we go. We're going to move through to number 1, which is James Ford, who's the winner of the Twin Spark class.
Only just.
Yeah, only just. He pushed you. Well, you had to work hard for that one.
Pushing the whole race, to be fair. And to be fair, I think he had the better of me for most of it. I think he was a bit quick around here, and I relied on a few opportunities to sort of make my move and get back in the game, really. So
went on a trip through the kitty litter. It was Toby Broom in second place, and went through the kitty litter down here at the first set of corners, and then tried to overtake again up into Tower Bend. Were you worried?
No, well, not really, because I had the inside covered, and I kind of parked it on the apex and got on the power a bit before him, so playing a bit of a game really there, but it all worked out in the end. I'm quite happy with the result, really. I feel a little bit sorry for Toby, to be fair, because he's about due a win, but yeah, very pleased.
Well, pushed you hard all the way though, so you had to work for it, and like I said, glad you're very pleased with that. 2 races, 2 wins in class.
Yeah, good start.
Great stuff. Trying to find our Twin Spark winner, which was Paul Plant, but it looks like he's just gone through to Parc Ferme, so I think we'll be wrapping this one up fairly quickly, and we will move on to our 2.5-hour endurance race now, which is the Club Enduro Championship, and that's coming up next.
It's the main event of the weekend here at Croft Circuit, the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship, round 1, and it's the longest race of the season as well, at 150 minutes in length. The cars are coming up to the grid for this long race, and let's have a look at the order in which they're going to start. I'll give you the starting drivers as we go along as well. On pole position, it's the number 4 car. That's going to be started by Joel Oswick. Besides him is number 1, which is Scott Parkin, who's driving solo. The second row, number 90, is being started by Alan Henderson, and number 6 is the car that is going to be started by Dylan Brichter. Row 3 is the 25 car of Darren Ball, and then the 69 car of Andy Schultz. On the 4th row of the grid, number 78 being started by Matthew Stockford, and Ben Williams starts in number 82. Row 5, that's where you find the number 22 car being started by Luke Browse, and then it's the 8 car, Matthew Tidmarsh, going first in that one. Jonathan Packer going solo in number 51 on the inside of row 6, besides number 83, Chris Nyland starting the Civic. Row 7, that car shared 3 ways, Mike Sanford going first in the 197 car. Besides them, it's Paul Simerson in the number 55 BMW. On row 8 of the grid, Tom Collar goes first in their BMW, next to number 10, which is being started by Rob Fennick. On row 9 of the grid, that car actually has withdrawn. The number 46 car not going to be in the race, unfortunately, so it's alone on row number 9, the number 30 car going to be started by Neil Huggins. On row 10 of the grid, 43 will be started by Steve Cheetham and 119 by Bobby Trundley. On the 11th row of the grid, 13 Matt Fazy sadly has withdrawn from the race. 195 is there though, and that is going to be started by Ash Moore. Michael Downey is in number 76 on the inside of row 12, besides number 97, Dave Connell going first in that one. On the 13th row of the grid is number 66, that's Johnny Hayes, and next to them 171 with Senna Osman going first. On the next row of the grid, which is row 14, it's the 169 car of Matthew Simonite, and 62 is Lee Dendy Sadler. Row 15 has number 5, which is going to be started by Daniel Gibson, with Ivor Mares going in at 316. Peerless and Stenning have withdrawn. Kevin Clark will go from the pit lane after being disqualified from qualifying for a technical infringement. So Chris, we're looking ahead to a 150-minute race here with 2 mandatory 3-minute pit stops, and it's going to be a fascinating 2.5 hours, I think.
It certainly will. The battle for pole position was certainly very interesting between the JC Racing BMW of James Collins and Joel Oswick. Joel Oswick, of course, being a class champion of a couple of years ago, but Scott Parkin is the reigning overall champion in a brand new Audi TT from Darkside Developments, moving on from his Class B Golf car that he ran last year. And then, of course, you've got the very heavily modified Mark 1 Mazda MX-5 with its whopping great turbocharged 1800cc engine, and then the second of the Audi TTs, which is slightly less sophisticated than the one that Scott Parkin is driving, but his twin brother Ryan in there alongside Dylan Brichter. A variety of different TCR cars in the Class A battle, as well as a BMW GT4 car in the hands of Ferrari Challenge racer Paul Simerson as well. That's a little bit further down the order, in 14th position overall. And then, of course, the battles in Class B and Class C as well, which are always very fun to watch. And we get a great variety of different cars in these races that are generally 120 minutes. But this, the longest of the season, as you mentioned, 150 minutes. That means we've got 2 mandatory pit stops.
We do. Class B, Matthew Tidmarsh just took pole at the end, didn't he, away from Jonathan Packer, who was on pole for most of the session there. So the Geneta G40 ahead of the VW Golf. And in Class C, Samuel Dennis and Ashmore in their Honda Civic Type R getting the better of the Connell and Wilkinson Hughes Mazda and the Hayes and Subiani 318, which picked up some damage during the course of that qualifying session. Safety car leading them around. Of course, it's a rolling start for this race. The red lights are already on the starting gantry. The safety car is pulling in, and the cars are about to thunder into life here at Croft Circuit for the opening round of the 2024 Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship. They're heading towards the line where the lights go out and the race gets underway, and they head off down to Clervaux Corner. We've got the car of Scott Parkin on the outside line, and Joel Oswick on the inside line, and immediately it's Scott Parkin that sweeps around the outside at Clervaux Corner to take the lead of the race. There's the number 8 car, the Gulf Liveried Ginetta of Tidmarsh, that started on pole position within Class B as well, so we'll watch out for the class battles as well during the course of this race, but it looks like they're all safely through the first couple of corners. Don't forget Kevin Clark has started from the pit lane in his M3 CSL after being found to be underweight after qualifying, so we'll watch him burn from the stern as the mid-pack heading down towards Tower Corner for the first time. And I think it's already a change for the lead in Class B, isn't it? It looks like Jonathan Packer a few cars ahead, possibly of the little Ginetta of Matthew Tidmarsh.
2 TCR cars side by side in the middle of the Jim Clark S's. That's very brave stuff. And yes, the VW Golf just behind them of Jonathan Packer. And they've got he's got one of the Class A cars for close company as well. So he has put a little bit of distance, I think, between himself and his nearest class rival in the very early stages of this race. But what great straight line performance from the Audi TT of Scott Parkin. That sequential gearbox, I'm sure, helping him drag clear of the BMW on the way into Clervaux. But we'll see how that progresses throughout the race. So there's a thunderous noise coming past the commentary box. There's a wonderful variety of different machines fly by. Scott Parkin's advantage is 1.5 seconds over Joel Oswick, who is starting the number 4 JC Racing machine. Confirmation over the timing line, Jonathan Packer is the new Class B leader, but he is got close company in the form of the 83 of Christopher Nyland, who started his Honda Civic Type R. That's the Motion Motorsport run car, which is directly behind him in 11th position overall. And then our Class C leader, which is in 20th position overall, but only by 0.7 of a second, which is the number 195 of Ash Moore.
As we go on board with Scott Parkin as he turns his way through Barcroft now to City, so it's a clear track ahead after that good start. 1.5 seconds in the lead at the end of the first lap. It's great to see this onboard footage, courtesy of the Dark Side Development team, who do a lot of great productions of their own. Seeing him using that sequential box down through the gears. It's a 2-litre TDI engine, various modifications on his car as well to try and steal a march over his twin brother Ryan, who's not on track at the moment. It's Dylan Brichter who started the car, that's running in 4th position, number 6. But there's Scott out of that very tight hairpin in the final corner, but he accelerates away and he's continued to pull out more of a gap over Joel Oswick in 2nd place. What was 1.5 seconds is now 2.4.
I couldn't keep up with how fast that was astonishing, and it was so effortless for him. Just one turn of the wheel and bang, it's gone straight in. But the number 90 machine, it is the IMSA liveried Mazda MX-5 from AK Automotive that's closing in on Joel Oswick for 2nd place overall. That is currently being driven by Alan Henderson. It is the car's 2nd season of racing, and they're hoping to have worked on the reliability of that car a little bit. It has got a podium finish to its name at Silverstone last year, and if it can continue to run at pace, then we know it's a very quick car, running in 3rd at the moment and closing in on Oswick.
Yeah, we just saw a glimpse of Dylan Brichter there in 4th place as well. Just you can see him in the background there. Darren Ballett is in 5th, and a good scrap going on actually between Andy Schultz and was it Luke Browse, I think, who'd started the Cupra, Green Cupra TCR, the Stoke Market Glass car. But look how close it is for 2nd and 3rd position. New car this season and a new team for Joel Oswick as well, sharing the driving with James Collins this season. But I think Joel looking to be the quicker of the two drivers at this stage. But fascinating to see. We've got 3 different types of car: the Audi TT, the BMW M3, and this much modified Mazda MX-5 Mark 1 in 3rd position. Another sort of similar car to the lead car, the Audi TT in 4th. And then we've got the first of the Coopers. There's a few of those on track. Darren Ballett is best of those at the moment in 5th position. And that type of car has had a lot of success in Club Enduro over recent seasons. as well in the hands of the likes of Carl Swift and Rob Baker in a few seasons ago.
Those are the two Speed Tech cars, the 55 and the 10, the two BMWs at the head of this field that are contesting for 14th and 15th positions. The 55 is the M4 GT4 that used to belong to Century Motorsport, competed in British GT. That's Paul Simerson at the wheel, and then the number 10 being the M2, which is at the hand of Rob Fenwick. Fourth different car for him in as many years, but of course that is the combination that finished second in Class C yesterday with Andy Shepherd, and now stepping up to Class A.
It almost looks like those two sort of Class A cars are sort of holding up the 197 car, which is the Lotus Elise started by Mike Sanford there. You can see him sweeping through. He's was a regular in the championship last season. He was up a few times at the 750 Motor Club Awards, trying to pick up various awards, but he's going to lose out there to the BMW. That's Kevin Clark, isn't it? Who's come through from the back of the grid, so he's made good progress up inside the top sort of 15 cars already. And the other car that's involved there is Steve Cheetham in the number 43 Porsche Boxer, the man from Manchester. He's sharing the box with Wayne Scofield this year, but look how Kevin Clark has just picked his way through that sort of quintet of cars very quickly.
Yeah, Clark's made up 5 or 6 positions on this lap alone. Yeah. That's incredible speed that he's showing in the 33 machine. And the Fenwick getting up the inside of Simerson there, so the M2 passing the M4. The M2 is carrying a little bit of cosmetic damage on the right-hand side from Rob's first outing in the car at Donington a few weeks ago, which Andrew was quite keen to point out to me earlier. But yes, very much holding up that 197 by the looks of it, the Lotus.
Just looking at Kevin Clark's lap times, he did a 1:30.846 that time through. Only really the top 6 sort of bettering those kind of speeds. And bear in mind that Kevin Clark is picking his way through traffic, of course, very experienced driver across a number of categories, including Brit Car Champion and Euro cars, of course. Looking at a couple, or one of the Cupras there, and also the 78 car, which has been started by Matthew Stockford, I think, hasn't it? In the Audi RS3 LMS. Driver using hand controls in there in this car, I think, and he's sharing the car with his regular co-driver and the Team Dynamics boss, Alan James. But he's just in behind that number 82 car, which is Ben Williams at the wheel of it at the moment, the 41-year-old real estate investment manager from London. Only in his second season of racing in this Capture Motorsport TCR car, which is showing with Alako Engar this year and sometime F1000 racing.
Yeah, great mix. That's like the Audi RS3 and the Seat Leon TCRs as well. Again, just the wonderful diversity, and then the chasing pack is the top 3 in Class B, who are right together, and that is Jonathan Packer in his 51 Golf, very closely followed by the 83 Christopher Nyland Honda Civic, being run by the Motion Motorsport team, and then third position in that class is the number 8 car of Tidmarsh and Webster, and that's the Flying Tangerine Ginetta G40.
You see a few cars on the timing tab, or on the live timing if you're looking at that, showing the CC designation after the drivers' names, and that means Clubman Cup. That means they're eligible for the Clubman Cup award, which is for cars that were first manufactured before 2010 and also have a H-pattern gearbox as well. So that's a separate award in addition to the overall prize for drivers possibly racing cars on a bit more of a budget. Now, there's one car slow there, one of the Ginettas, wasn't it?
White one, and I can't quite make out the number on it, but it's the number 5 machine.
Daniel Gibson.
That's Dan Gibson. Well, now I was having a chat with Dan earlier. All 3 drivers aboard that car new to Croft and new to a lot of circuits, so they are largely competing in the Track Day Championship. Yeah, that doesn't look like the best of starts for them aboard their G40, unfortunately. Speaking of G40s, this number 8 machine in Class B looks probably the raciest of the three at the moment. But again, the performance characteristics of these three very different cars causing them to ebb and flow. And the Clubman Championship that you mentioned, well, the second car in that queue, the 83, is leading that class. And that, of course, means he probably does lose a little bit on the straights while he's changing gear.
But I mean, really, it is a three-car fight for the lead in Class B here, because you've got Packer, then you've got the 82 car there, which is started by, sorry, not 82. What number do I want to say? 83, the Nylon Pussygill car.
You've got Clark just finding his way through there as well. He's come up to the back of them and just cleared the Ginetta, I think. So he's suddenly put his hands in amongst this Class B fight. Might disturb it a little bit.
He'll soon clear off, though, I would think, Kevin Clark from this. But yeah, you've got the Ginetta there as well, making it a three-car battle for the lead. And I think Class B looking particularly competitive this season with those three cars there. They're almost, there will be no tellers. Well, again, as Kevin Clark passes Jonathan Packer, which he does now. Packer keeping well out of, well, though Clark runs wide on the exit of the corner and is now going to do it all over again. He's going to have to repass those three cars, having done it once already. Now, whether that was a mistake or something broke, I'm not quite sure, but on the straight he's able to very quickly pass two of them. Can't quite get past Jonathan Packer yet, but I think if anything it's allowed the Ginetta of Tidmarsh to get back on terms with the 83 car again, which has been started by Chris Nyland, regular in the Type R Trophy in previous seasons.
Yes, the Motion Motorsport guys in both of the cars they're fielding, one in Class B, one in Class C, getting a lot of the Type R Trophy drivers in, aren't they? As Clark now clears the Class B leader, makes his way into 10th position overall, and so yeah, the Class B cars suddenly run back together again.
Yeah, they are indeed, and I think that also means that the Class A cars now completely dominate the top 10, with Packer now shuffled back to 11th position by Kevin Clark.
The 197 Lotus Elise, sadly. Now, that was one we saw getting a little bit feisty, but by the looks of it, they are out of the race, sadly, after contact from the 43 machine, Steve Cheatham's Porsche Boxster. That's info from downstairs.
This is for position. Darren Ball up the inside of Dylan Brichter into Clervaux for the 9th time, but not quite close enough to be able to make that work. So a tight little battle for 4th place here between the second of the Audis and the first of the Cupras. These two are about 11 seconds clear of the next car, which is Luke Browse in the bright green TCR. Still the fight for 2nd place going on as well. Only 6/10 between Joel Oswick and Alan Henderson at the start of this lap.
Yeah, two really good battles here going on for 2nd and 4th. You see Dylan Brichter, he will hand over the car to Ryan Parkin, and Ryan managed to finish 3rd in the Road Sports race yesterday, which is a younger sibling to the Tequila Club Enduro Championship. It was a mini endurance race at 45 minutes, and that was won by Scott Parkin yesterday. Always Dylan Brichter just dips two of those left-hand wheels on the Audi TT into the dirt on the exit of Sunny Out, and that does allow Darren Ball to just close in a little bit more in that TCR Seat. Close but no cigar just yet, but pretty close through the hairpin. Much wider line on the way in for the Seat, hoping to gain a little bit of momentum down the straight, where the Audi TT does seem to have quite good performance, as does the BMW in 2nd place, which he was just pulling away from the Mazda MX-5, resisting its massively turbocharged 1800cc engine. So no changes just yet as they flick through the chicane once again. Coming down the straight. It's actually pulling out a little bit more an advantage now, isn't he, Dylan Brichter?
That's right, long-time racer, often with the Darkside team.
Well, they've won the Spa race in Class A together last year, didn't they? And they've sort of split road sports between them in recent times as well. So when Dylan was in the car at Brands Hatch GP meeting, that's when he last won in the road sports.
Speaking of Brands Hatch GP, that's where the next round of this championship is going to be. This is no Spa trip this year for Club Enduro, but a 75-minute race at Brands Hatch next time out. Still, the battle for second hasn't sort of been resolved either, has it? Because still, Joel Oswick and Alan Henderson doing battle there. The Gibson Ginetta is just being lapped by Dylan Brichter and Darren Ball there as well, and very much into the traffic already as we're now 15 minutes into this race. The leading cars, well, the best lap of the race, 1:27.264 for Scott Parkin, and the cars at the back of the field are lapping in sort of mid to high 140s in some cases. So there is quite a disparity of lap times from front back, maybe as much as 15 or 20 seconds. So we've had 15 minutes of this race. Pit stop window not open until 30 minutes into the race, but you then do have to have 2 3-minute pit stops for each team. You have to change drivers both times because obviously some teams only have 2, or some only have 1 driver, but a handful have 3. Kevin Clark hasn't actually done the best lap of the race there, although that's what it says on our time screen. That is still with Scott Parker, but Clark is up another place now. He's into 8th position overall. He's got the better of Ben Williams on that last lap.
It was a personal best, and it was the fastest of anybody on the last lap, though, including 1 second quicker than our race leader, Scott Parkin, although I think he's dealing with a fair bit more traffic than Clark at this stage, who has found himself a relative bit of clear air. So he's going to come onto the back of Andy Schultz's BMW M2 pretty shortly, probably on this lap, I would have thought. There is our race leader, the number 1 car. You get a visual representation of his advantage there, and we have a change for the lead in Class B. Jonathan Packer has had to submit to the 78 machine, isn't it?
83 of Chris Nyland.
83, sorry.
Yeah, and he's got Matthew Titmarsh in the Flying Tangerine Ginetta all over the back of him as well. Still very much a 3-car fight for the lead. Within Class B, though, they're turning their way through the complex now towards the left-hand hairpin. Pretty much nose-tail as they have been all the way through. Massively on 2 wheels there was the class leader. I thought for a moment the car was going to roll over. I'm not quite sure how he got quite that much over. He must have just clipped the curb on the exit of the hairpin, but that's cost him. And it has cost him because, well, it's a much more serious issue. The engine has blown up or something has happened there, and Chris Donner is going to have to pull off onto the side of the circuit, and there's a lot of smoke there coming out of the back of that car all of a sudden. Now, whether that was connected with the incident he just had, I don't know. But the class leader, as he was very briefly, is out of the race. Chris Nyland in the number 83 Class B Honda Civic Type R is out of the race. He's pulled off, and as quickly as it appeared, the smoke has disappeared. Amazing.
That's a spectacular blow-up, wasn't it? I haven't seen anything quite like that in a while. So our Class B lead has been whittled back down to 2 contenders for now. Jonathan Packer and the number 8 Matthew Titmarsh's Ginetta G40, who are still going hammer and tongs. Wow, yeah, that could be a contender for the Aim Shop moment of the season, that one, couldn't it?
It could. It was certainly
had 2 this weekend.
Very spectacular. Yeah, Aim Shop, who are supporters of the live stream, are giving an award for the moment of the year, however that may be defined, on any of the live streamed events during the course of the year. We had a good contender at Donington Park where we had Eddie Moyer in the Mazda 7 race have what can only be described as a huge strop after he ended up in the gravel trap at Redgate Corner. So we enjoyed that. So that was an early contender, but we have had others from this weekend, including that dramatic moment, which I think has resulted in quite a bit of fluid possibly being put on the circuit. I did see the slippery surface flag being prepared there by the marshals in the background, but they've actually, they've withdrawn it again, so maybe there wasn't so much fluid.
Didn't see any yellows there.
Yeah, well, the car's well off the circuit, isn't it? So that's out of the way. Yeah. Anyway, this is still the lead of Class B that's being disputed between number 51, Jonathan Packer, and 8, Matthew Titmarsh. They're both just outside of the top 10 overall. I should tell you that in Class C, it's Lashmore that's leading the way there. Second is the car number 97, which was started by
David Connell.
Dave Connell, wasn't it? And third within Class C is the Johnny Hayes Paul Subiani BMW, which of course had that damage earlier on.
That's Dan Gibson's number 5 machine there. Just caught a glimpse of, which seems to have gotten back up to speed. We saw that moving quite slowly a little bit earlier on, but it seems to be going again now.
Good to see the 55 car, which we referred to earlier, which is the Speed Tech Motorsport M4 GT4, the X-Century Motorsport car. Paul Simerson, it is the 47-year-old from Leicester, the Ferrari Challenge racer that started this race. Had a nasty accident at Spa last year and he broke his back, but good to see him back to fitness and guiding his co-driver to his race debut as well. What a car it is to make your race debut in. Meanwhile, this battle for second still going on. Joel Oswick unable to shrug off Alan Henderson. They're making their way through to Sunny. They're on lap 14 of the race now, and they've been pretty much this close all the way through. I don't think Henderson has managed to find a way through yet in that little Mazda MX-5 Mark 1, which is very much modified from standard. It's obviously got a hard top on, which we don't usually see MX-5s have for racing, and it's got the massive wing on the back and the diffuser also at the rear of the car. So lots of work done to modify the aero in particular.
Looks more like a Pikes Peak car, doesn't it? Than a Mazda MX-5, but a little puff of smoke there. Looked like that came from the exhaust of the BMW rather than the tyre. But I'll tell you, Henderson's going to be able to draw a pretty detailed sketch of the back of that BMW by the end of this race. Such as his study of it. Now we have one of the cars in the pit lane before the pit window is open. It's the orange Porsche Boxster by the looks of it. It's at the 76. Yes, Michael Downey's car. So that was clearly for some sort of mechanical issue because the pit window has not opened yet. But he's back out on track now. And we can see the rest of the field back with that battle for second place. Still the AK Automotive Mazda chasing the JC Racing BMW. And yeah, this battle is not going to let up, is it? I guess what will be really fascinating to see is how this battle unfolds when the driver change happens. And we have two different drivers in both the cars, but they are now 11 seconds behind our race leader, Scott Parkin.
What we're not necessarily going to be aware of is actually who's in the car at any given time either, once we get past the opening pit stop, because we think we know who started the race. We've been given that information, but obviously, if you've got a 3-car team, you can have a good bet that they're going to divide it into thirds, so that you don't know which the second driver will be necessarily. And for the cars with 2 drivers, are they going to do one stint and then the second driver double stints, or are they going to do it the other way around? Are they going to swap at each driver at each pit stop? A variety of different tactics that are available there. There's the Senna Osman E30 M3, which is fantastic to see. That's probably the oldest car on the grid, I would think, in this race. Car from the 90s, or even late 80s potentially, I suppose. The E30 shape, which looks absolutely magnificent. It's fairly well down the order in 25th position. And there's the 316 car, which is the Ivor Mayer's car, which is sharing today.
Yeah, good to see that they've managed to fix the damage from yesterday's Road Sports race. Right at the end of it, he came into pit lane with his front tyres pointing in 2 different directions, which is not what you want at all. And actually, when I saw it earlier, I did question whether it was going to be starting the race, but that's out in the Invitational class for this round. And we also caught a glimpse there of the 160... the 169 Mazda MX-5 Matthew Simonite, which is the Class C car. And that is the P1 Fuels car run by JMS Racing. So that's the car that's run on synthetic fuels. And it's a good little experiment there because we still don't really see that much synthetic fuel used in club motorsport. And you know, the first FIA World Championship to use it was actually the World Endurance, the World Rally Championship, and they're now using it in like the World Endurance and a lot of GT racing as well.
And of course, we saw it used in the Armed Forces Race Challenge last year as well, where the RF Motorsport guys were developing that and had success with that.
Actually, there was a really good video from, was it Car Magazine? Yeah, it was. Yeah, James Dennison was racing that car at Donington, wasn't he? They made a video about it, which was quite interesting. But you can see it's got slightly more lucrative sponsorship on that car now.
Yeah, the 169, Matt Simonite is the owner of the car, which is being shared with James Mansell for this season. And Simonite has raced this, started out racing I think about 11 years ago in MX-5s. James Mansell has come into this from the Type R Trophy, also raced some Citroen C1s as well. So this is the battle for position. It's for 23rd place, and Simonite is 5th within the class for the least powerful cars, because the three classes are based on power to weight ratio.
Yeah, Class C being the 180 brake horsepower per tonne, compared to 240 for the Class B and 300 for the Class A cars. So that's where we get our differences in performance there. But yeah, as you said, James Mansell coming across from the Type R Trophy. He was 4th in the championship in 2022, so he knows how to turn a pedal. But Matthew also, he's just very versed in racing MX-5, because he's raced Mark 1s for many, many years, and then finally stepped into the Mark 3 last year in this championship with the P1 Racing Fuels partnership in that car.
Let's have a look at the 62 car there. That is the lead Andy Sadler BMW 328i for the sometime Fiesta racer, and he is running in 22nd position at the moment. There's the number 66 car, that's the Hayes and Subiani car. It's Johnny Hayes at the wheel of that one at the moment, the design engineer from Shrewsbury, who had a 20-year career in motorcycle enduro racing.
And right in between them was the Class B battle, not in the timing order, but just physically on track, as we've got the 51 and the 8 separated by not too much heading into Clairvaux, and they're just rounding their way through the traffic. We can rejoin that battle now. It's been raging on all race long, and still very little separates the VW Golf from the Ginetta.
Worth giving a quick rundown on the race order before we get into the pit window. For those of you that are at the circuit and perhaps not looking at the live timing, which is available via the 750 Motor Club website, 750mc.co.uk or tsl-timing.com. It's number 1, Scott Parkin, that leads the way by 10.6 seconds from number 4, Joel Oswick in 2nd place. In 3rd place, number 90, Alan Henderson. 4th is number 6, Dylan Brichter. 5th is number 25, Darren Ball. In 6th place is number 33, Kevin Clark. In 7th place is number 22, Luke Browse. In 8th place, 82, Ben Williams. 9th is number 69, which is Andy Schultz, and rounding out the top 10 is number 78, which is Matthew Stockford. Class B in 11th place overall is number 51, Jonathan Packer, and Class C is being led at the moment in 18th place overall by number 195. That's the Honda Civic of Ash Moore, but there's still more than 2 hours of racing to go.
Certainly is. Who's that? That's the 171 heading into Clairvaux, which is the Senna Osman BMW M3 in Class B.
Yeah, looks absolutely stunning, that that car, which has been raced by the Osmonds for a little while, and they've I think occasionally appeared in the Burkitt Relay as well, just alongside the Michael Downey Porsche there, and with the Michael Downey Porsche, which is just going down into Tower. That car, of course, was a pit visitor.
Yes, I think it's several laps down that car. Trying to find it. Yes, it is. It is last.
Yeah, 15 laps down. Yeah.
Yeah, 15 laps down. 29th and last. Wow, we really did lose some contenders overnight, didn't we? We were supposed to have 34.
Yeah, we had 32 qualify, I think, and we lost 3 or 4 before the start. Well, 3 before the start of the race, given that we had 29 that started, and we've lost already. Nolan Puttergill car, that's blown up. Don't think we'll see that again. And also into the pits, the Sanford Jude Weston Taylor Lotus as well. I think that's retired, although may get back out of this. Oh, and one car off the circuit there. That's the 97 car of one of the Class C front runners, Dave Connell, in his Mazda MX-5. He was almost taken to the Rallycross circuit there, but he's back on track now. Did lose a place, though, to actually a Class A car of Neil Huggins. So he's not lost any class position. Class C still being led by Ashmore, but he's lost a bit more time. He's about 40 odd seconds behind the class leader within Class C. And there's the Class B battle coming back towards Clervaux corner again.
Still nothing separating them, isn't there? Now this is one of the Seats. It's the Browse car, isn't it? Being shared by Luke and Paul, number 22 machine. So it's just making its way through. Very day glow green, very easy to spot in amongst the pack. That was the Overmegas car making its way through. I think we have had a change for second place because the number 90 has just gone through on the timing order and trying to look for it out the commentary box window. They're coming through Hawthorne and into the chicane now as the pit window is now officially open, but Joel Oswick has lost second position overall to the number 90 of Alan Henderson. There we can see it on screen now. The Mazda is ahead of the BMW.
Well, it's taken half an hour, hasn't it, for that to happen, but finally he's gone through and Oswick's defences have been breached, but that's just as you were saying, as the pit stop window is now open. We've got the cars making their way through towards Sully. There is the car of Darren Ball. He's still running in 5th place. He's got about 11 seconds in hand over Kevin Clark, who's been charging his way up the field and is lapping faster than, everybody else at the moment, to be blunt with you. Kevin Clark is currently the fastest man on the circuit. He's not got the fastest lap of the race, despite what the caption says on the screen, but he has... is lapping faster than those at the moment. As into the pits comes our race leader, Scott Parkin. So right at the beginning of the pit window, as soon as he could get ahead into the pit stop, he's decided to do so. And he will have to be stationary for 3 minutes here. And 3 minutes is very roughly 2 laps. Of course, it was a little bit more than 3 minutes by the time you've had the pit in and pit out with the speed limit of 50 kph in the pit lane.
It's rather curious here because it says his last lap was a 26.554, yet his best lap on the timing screen is being highlighted as 27.2. Is that because he's come into the pit lane?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So
not quite sure how he's managed to go faster in the pit lane
just
than
because
on
of where the
circuit,
timing beacon or timing line is in the pit lane to measure the pit stop. So it's a different thing that line that he crosses basically. Still knows the tail in Class B, isn't it? Jonathan Packer and Matthew Tidmarsh. I wonder if either of these will just make a dive for the pits to try and break this scrap up a little bit. They're coming towards the complex down the end of their 21st lap, these two. And Tidmarsh having a look up the inside of Packer into the hairpin. Is he going to get the lead of Class B? A much lower car, of course, than the Golf, who can probably barely see him out the window. And now side by side, they're going to be pretty much neck and neck as they come across the line this time. Just have a gap. Look at the gap on the screen. It's 0.018 seconds between those two. But I think it is going to be the Golf, or is it going to be the Golf that has its nose in front into Clervaux? It is. But only, I think, because Tidmarsh was on the outside line there. But a great little scrap between these two, like it's a 10-lap sprint, not a 150-minute endurance race.
Well, Jonathan Packer is going to have to deal with this all race long because Matthew Tidmarsh is going to hand over the car to Chris Webster at some point, whereas Jonathan Packer is going to be doing 150 minutes solo, which I cannot imagine doing at all. That's a great physical demand that he's put on himself.
Yeah, not sure if picked up on it. The 97 car, which was the Dave Connell car, that went all over the grass. Tom's reported that's looking like there's a lot of grass in the front of that car.
Hood's off the number 1 Scott Parkin car. I'm not sure how standard that is to take the hood off in your 3-minute pit stop.
I guess they just want to keep it as cool as they possibly can.
Maybe, but so that's an extra job they're giving themselves. They are putting it back on now. I suppose they do have the quick release pins on it, don't they? So it's not a big job, is it? No, okay. It looks fairly cool, calm and collected down there.
Very well organised, the Dark Side team.
Well, that is true.
Yeah, Giles Greenbridge there with his stopwatch to ensure fair play in terms of the amount of time station. It has to be at least 3 minutes, and as the season goes on, they'll be penalties as well for drivers that have had success in previous rounds. But of course, this being the first round of the championship, there are no such penalties. Now, what's going on here? Because where has Packer gone? So Tidmarsh is there on his own, and Packer.
Oh, he's way up the road.
Way up the road.
He's
so
way
something's
up the
happened
road.
to Tidmarsh, yeah. He had a spin in the complex, so just behind our commentary screen. We were looking at Scott Parkin on the screens, I think. He's had a spin, and that means now that Tidmarsh's had a spin, and it's Parkin now that Packer that is well clear in that class.
Well, if he did have a spin, then he did it very stealthily, because normally we hear the tyre squeal, don't we? If it's right behind us, the complex. Well, yeah, a bit of a moment there. I can't imagine it was a full spin, because he's only a few seconds behind, but that's definitely broken up the battle. And now that was the second place car putting a lap on the number 10. I mean, they're both Class A cars, but that means that second position has lapped up to 12th position overall now. So the Rob Fenwick BMW M2 getting a lap put on it. As well as another one for the Ivan Mares car. Through goes the Speedtech BMW as well for good measure. But that battle for second place that was so long being, now a battle for the lead, because Scott Parkin's come in to the pits. But the battle between the 90 and the number 4, that has raged all race long, is looking a bit more stable with 4.4 seconds between them. So the Mazda MX-5 of Alan Henderson leading the way on the timing sheets, but yet to serve its first pit stop, of course.
Yep. So we've only really had one of the front runners in so far, which is Scott Parkin.
Well, one car, there's only 4 cars that have been into the pit lane at all, and one of them was out of sequence, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So that won't count as one of the official stops. A few more actually just coming in as we say that. There's one that's in the
20
pit lane. That's retired. That's the 20 car.
It's Tom Collar.
Oh, that's a great shame, because Tom Collar and Nick Selby, of course, teammates who won the Lowcost Team Championship 10 years ago. This year, and Tom also had M3 Cup champion. And Tom, I think you can just see him at the side of the car there.
It's their series debut as well, isn't it? And the first time either of them have raced since 2019, I think as well. So not a very happy return there for Tom Collar and Nick Shelby.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see them out later in the season. That's a car that's been prepared by Tom, and his dad Alan, and Nick helped a bit as well, I think. Sad that they've not got more than a fifth of the way through this race.
That was an Audi TT from Darkside that was parked.
Yeah, and I can see the marshals going to it now. I don't know if it's Scott Parkin! Scott Parkin! He's stranded on the side of the circuit. The man that was leading the race before the pit stops. He's struggling to get into a gear now, isn't he? That's what he's trying to do, is wiggling the sequential box. He's managed to...
Well, he's found reverse or neutral.
Yeah, he's rolling back down, and now I've got a safety car out. And that means, while the safety car is out, you cannot make a mandatory pit stop.
Wow.
It will not count. So sensation here as Scott Parkin, last year's champion, is graduated from the Golf in Class B to the Audi TT in Class A. He was leading quite comfortably before he made an early pit stop, and now he is out of the race. You can see the marshals heading towards him to offer their assistance, carrying the fire extinguisher in case that's needed. But there's the confirmation that the safety car is out. Yellow flags waving all around the circuit. The safety car boards and safety car displays lit up here at Croft.
Wow, great drama in the opening hour of this 150-minute Tequila Club Enduro Championship race. The Scott Parkin car that has looked absolutely imperious all weekend long through the road sports race, qualifying on the front row of the grid, taking the lead at the first time of asking at Clervaux, and pulling out quite a healthy margin before making its pit stop. And Scott is out of the car, so there is no chance of him getting that car going again. Scott Parkin and the Darkside Developments, that brand new Audi TT, the only difference between one of the major differences is not only the suspension, but that car has a sequential box, which the sister number 6 car does not, and it has backfired on them and bringing to an end quite an incredible run of form for Scott Parkin, going back to his Class B races last year.
And a great shame, in particular for Scott, it's a home race in Yorkshire, of course, from Barnsley in South Yorkshire. Here we are in North Yorkshire, up near Darlington. So he'll be disappointed not to be able to finish here and get his title defence off to, well, just about the worst possible start, really, it will be. So safety car out, the Renault Megane safety car will pick up, who has it picked up? It's picked up the Matthew Stockford car, hasn't it? But what they'll probably try and do, only about 4 cars behind is the race leader, which is Alan Henderson now in the Mazda MX-5. So when it's safe to do so, they'll wave those slower cars through, which include the 2 Class B leaders as well, doesn't it? Jonathan Packer is immediately behind the safety car, and also the Matthew Tidmarsh Ginetta G20 as well, G40 I should say. Safety car, I think we'll let those by and pick up Alan Henderson.
And there's one car between them as well, which is the 97, the one that went through the grass earlier. So
and I was just looking, that's not been into the pits, I don't think, that car, because Tom reported that it was looking a little bit grassy on the front end and therefore may experience some overheating issues, but seemingly it's, so far at least,
if it wasn't before at this speed, it might.
Well, that's the danger if the grass hasn't sort of blown its way clear of the air intakes.
Of course, what that's done is eradicate Henderson's 6-second lead and the 13-second gap between Joel Oswick and Dylan Brichter. Now into the pits has come the number 62 of Lee Dendy Sadler, his BMW 328i.
Now, did they come in before the safety car boards went out? Is the question there? I don't know whether they may have done, I guess.
We'll have to get confirmation from Tom about that one. I didn't notice it coming to the pits. But they don't look to be in any great hurry, do they? So this might be a regularly scheduled stop.
Yeah. So we've got the safety car train, I think, somewhere up at Sunny at the moment, because I can't see any cars out my window at all now. The recovery truck is on its way to collect Scott Parkin's car. Yes, you can just see them heading past Scott and his car, and Scott, I think he's giving a wave to Dylan Brichter there, who's just gone past in the sister car. And so misfortune for Scott. Let's head down to the pit lane now, and we can hear from the Dark Side Motorsport team. Tom is with them.
So I'm down here with Ty Kinson from Darkside, who's just going to walk us through a little bit about what happened to the leader. So, Ty, you think it was a sequential box that's gone?
Yeah, looking at the onboard video and listening to Scott on the radio, we think the sequential box is gone. We're currently stuck in reverse out on the track, so unfortunately that's our day done with that car. Luckily we've still got Dylan and Ryan in the other car with the normal box in, so hopefully we can get a good result with those guys. Scott was roughly 11 seconds in the lead when we lost the box, so we were hopeful for a good result today, but it's one of them things, it's racing, there's not a lot we can do about it. It's a new thing for us this year, running the sequential box in that car, something Scott's wanted to do with it. We're running quite a few not experimental but new parts to the car and the team on that one, so it's one of them things. We've tried everything we can. We tried in the pit stop just there to make sure it was good for Scott, and he said it felt better on the first out in the first lap, but unfortunately it's something terminal inside the box that there's nothing any of us could have done, so it's just one of them things.
Is that why the bonnet cover was off? We were having a little bit of a chat about that during the pit stop.
Yeah, we definitely we're just checking the linkage and stuff like that, just see if anything we could do in the pit stop. We still made the stop. We checked everything with the car. We still made the stop within inside the 3 minutes. So we did it spot on. We didn't lose any time there. So checking the car was important. But it's just one of the things. It's racing and it's very unfortunate.
It is, but like you say, you've got one car left in the race now, and also plenty of time still to go in the championship.
Yeah, that's right. It's a long season. We all know that, and anything can happen with these races, especially with the longer races today. So hopefully today we can get Ryan and Dylan up there, maybe even fighting for the podium, and that'll be a good result for the rest of the team and lift spirits. So yeah, good.
Great stuff. Thanks very much for talking to us, Ty. Thank you. And I'll throw it back to the commentary team.
Yeah, so we're behind safety car here at Croft Circuit. We've had just under 3/4 of an hour of this race. The pit window had opened. It's temporarily closed while we have the safety car out, so we're going to take the opportunity for a short break. Well, we are just going on to the 28th lap of this Takiwa Club Enduro Championship race, where we've had drama at Croft. And you can see the number 1 car of Scott Parkin being hauled onto the recovery truck. That was the car that was leading the race, but we heard from the team a moment ago in the pit lane that the sequential box effectively stuck in reverse out on circuit. Nothing that they could do, nothing Scott could do. And the reigning champion, who was leading quite comfortably before his pit stop, I'm afraid, out of the race. But the team's still hopeful of a good result for the sister car being driven by Dylan Prichter, and later in the race by Scott's twin Ryan as well. So at the moment it's Alan Henderson leading in car number 90 in the Mazda MX-5, from in second place number 4, which is Joel Oswick. In third place it's number 6 Dylan Prichter, fourth is 25 Darren Ball, fifth is 33 Kevin Clark, sixth is the 22 car of Luke Browse. In seventh place it's number 82, which is Ben Williams. 8th is number 69, Annie Schultz. 9th is number 78, Alan Stockford. And 10th is the Class B leader, number 51, Jonathan Packer. Second place car in Class B, 11th overall, is number 8, Matthew Titmarsh. Third in Class B is now number 43, which is Steve Cheetham in the Porsche, I should say. And then in Class C, it's the Ashmore Honda Civic, number 195, that leads the way in 16th place overall. From in second place, number 97, that's the Dave Connell Mazda MX-5. And third, now a change actually, is the Matthew Simonite car, which is another MX-5 as well, the 169 car. So Chris, we're just working our way around behind the safety car at the moment, but it looks like the car is shortly to be cleared from the circuit, so we should be able to go racing, if not at the end of this lap, then certainly the next one.
Yes, we'd certainly hope so. The recovery truck making its way towards the end of the lap at the hairpin, so it'll swing left into pit lane, and Darkside will get their car back. So a unique little view, and we don't often see the car on board from the recovery truck, do we?
No, we don't. So obviously Scott's not aboard now, which is just as well. So we're going to have that into the pit lane. There's the safety car train. Now, have we got to wave the cars? There's 4 cars between the safety car and the leader.
I think we might have to. I'm just looking at the Class C lead battle, and it says there's a lap between them, and I can only imagine that is because somewhere in the safety car they've gotten separated somewhere. But I would hope that otherwise I think we might have a 1 lap lead for the 195.
Yeah, it's still the Stockford Audi that's the first car behind the safety car, and the Dave Connell car is a third car behind the safety car, so effectively he's almost a lap down on the car. So they ought to wave those cars past. So the safety car is still got its lights on. So I think they'll wave the cars by. Yes, they are. As we speak, they'll wave the cars by now. It'll just be the first 4 cars that get waved by, and then they'll pick up the Alan Henderson car, which is the 5th car past, and that is the race leader, number 90. And when the safety car comes in, pit window will open again.
Just an update on the number 20 Tom Colonic Shelby car that we saw in the garage. Was an oil leak for them, which has caused them to retire from the race. Now, pit window has not yet opened, and yet we have a car in pit lane. Now, was that the number 10 car that has come in? It was, which is the Rob Fenwick BMW M2 from Speed Tech. Wonder what has gone on there. They've got to him at the door.
Yeah, this won't count as the mandatory stop. Now, if they realise quickly enough, well, maybe there's a problem with the car that needs resolving genuinely now.
Yes.
But if it wasn't, the safest thing to do is just get back out there again and come back in next time around, because what you don't want to do is have a 3-minute stop and then have to do another 2 3-minute stops.
Well, he's out of the car and looking a little bit placid. A bit apathetic. He's just sort of looking at it going, oh, it's not working. I would hazard a guess that it is a problem on the car rather than anything else. I mean, Speed Tech know what the rules are, so wouldn't be at all surprised. 1 hour 40 left on the clock in this race. We should get going this lap.
The cars which have been released from the safety car aren't actually going that quickly.
Oh.
Alan Stockford is, but then the Jonathan Packer little group, that's not going quite as quickly, which the chagrin of number 97, Dave Connolls, he needs to sort of close the gap back up onto the pack so he doesn't lose too much of his disadvantage in Class C. But they are heading on to their next lap, and the safety car is up at Sunny. We're just having a look at that number 10 car. We're having a look at that number 10 car in pit lane.
So I think that was Andrew Shepherd who was ready to get in. It looked like they were fiddling around on something. I mean, it almost looks like they're strapping in another driver, but of course if they can't do the driver change. Well, they can, but it won't count.
They'd get some kind of penalty for not serving and stuff. So, I mean, they're not going to win Class A today. So I think possibly they're just thinking, well, we're not going to win any prizes, so let's just take it as it comes. Right, safety car in with an hour and 38 minutes left to go, and it's Alan Henderson that leads the way as the race gets back underway. Joel Oswick chasing after him. We've got Ivor Mayers straight into the pit lane as soon as the safety car has come in, and that will count as a mandatory stop. There's Darren Ball just squeezing his way past the past the Lotus, but he's got Clevin Clark right behind him now, so this is for position, it's for P4. Darren Ball in the Dayglow and Black Cupra and the black and orange BMW CSL of Kevin Clark. They're heading down the back straight now, about 10 car lengths between them. But we could have a position change here. Down towards Tower Corner they come. They're just behind Michael Downey's orange Porsche Boxster as well. And all the time, Kevin Clark getting close to the back of Darren Ball, as we can see now as they come into this pack into Jim Clark S's.
And while they were getting going, the Jonathan Packer led group of 3 cars were only coming out of Tower. So there is still quite a big gap, I think, between the top 2 in Class B and then the 1 and 2 in Class C.
Well, second in Class B is into the pits. Matt Tidmarsh is in now in the number 8 car. So there is the 76 car, which is the Michael Downey car, which has been competing in this championship for a long time. He was inspired to race by his dad racing in the Club Enduro. He's not able to race now, but he'll still be watching the live stream at home as we are watching Steve Cheatham go through as well. And there is that 55 M4 GT4.
Oh, and into the pits has come Joel Oswick from second position. So let's see if they end up doing a driver change.
And meanwhile, I can see out of the window we have had the change now for 4th place because Kevin Clark has got ahead of Darren Ball at Clervaux Corner. We're watching the Tidmarsh car.
I have a confirmation on the number 10, the Rob Fenwick car. So they did do the driver change, but that was because the car came in, it had no power. So I think they figured, like, well, we've lost enough time already. Let's just get the driver change out of the way and just accept the penalty when it inevitably comes. Just keeping an eye on the window to see if Joel Oswick does step out of the
Class C
car.
Class C leader in, that's the 195 car of Ashmore, and he's getting out of the car, which he'll need to do while the car's refuelled anyway. Of course, you can't have a driver in the car while it is being refuelled for safety reasons. But is it going to be Ashmore that gets back into the car, or will it be his teammate Samuel Dennis?
That is the question, isn't it? Obviously, and the number 97 has come in as well. That was the car that was second in Class C.
So you got first and second in Class C in the pit lane at the same time there.
Yep.
So that could be interesting how that pans out. Meanwhile, Alan Henderson is staying out there and building up his leads. Of course, Joel Oswick had come into the pit, so that's going to promote Dylan Brichter into second place. Now, and Kevin Clark is in third place and bearing down on him, look, as they are making their way down the straight. There's only 1.6 seconds now between the BMW of Kevin Clark, which started from the pit lane, and Dylan Brichter, who's in second place in the Audi TT.
Don't know what Kevin Clark had for breakfast this morning, but it certainly fueled him up. He's only 8 seconds off the lead. Now, that safety car's done wonders for him, actually, hasn't it? As we got the 119 Audi TT into the pits.
That's Bobby Trundley.
Yes, that's the Team Brit supported car, isn't it? I had more notes on that.
Yeah, Bobby Trundley, Sandro Ballesteros, the two drivers of that
Yes.
car.
It's the Racing with Autism Audi TT, supported by Team Brit. That was the name of it that I was looking for. There's actually a BBC news article about those two and their racing ambitions. So that was 78, just going through picture. And Class B leader Jonathan Packer. And this is for second position now, with Kevin Clark right on the back of Dylan Brichter, getting a fantastic run out of Sunny Out and to the outside of the complex. He's just going to drive straight around the outside of an Audi TT. He is! What a sensational move by Kevin Clark, who now takes second position in this race. Oh, Brichter, I thought, was going to have a little look up the inside of the hairpin there, but this is great driving by Kevin Clark's in the number 33, that BMW M3 CSL. Absolutely lightning fast. 9 seconds behind our leader, Alan Henderson, now. And I'm going to keep a close eye on those lap times. Clark obviously was putting a move on him there, but he was a second slower than our race leader. Let's see what he can do in clean air.
Yeah, absolutely right. Kevin Clark, lots of experience. Of course, it was sort of about 30 years ago. He was racing the Eurocar V6s and Eurocar V8s. And they were very much a highlight of the UK national racing scene, but he's been racing endurance racing and including the British Endurance Championship car for a long time. He's just putting a lap there on the Matt Tidmarsh, Chris Webster Flying Tangerine Ginetta G40, which was earlier in second place in Class B, but has made a pit stop now. And yeah, he's just signalling to Dylan Brichter to pass me on the right-hand side there. Knows that the Audi TT is much quicker. There's no sense in trying to delay these quicker cars as they're coming through. Let's head down to the pit lane now. Tom Butterworth is there. We'll find out who he's got to talk to.
Rob Fennick, I'm down in the pit lane with driver of the number 10, just come in with the issue. Just walk us through what's happened.
Just seems to be losing power. It's like some fuel issue or some sort like that, but seems to be struggling with power. We were absolutely flying until the safety car came out. We were cruising behind the safety car, and then suddenly it just started losing power. We had to come in. Of course, it's not one of our mandatory pit stops either, because behind the safety car, so we've had to come in anyway. But we've come back in. There's plenty of fuel in it. It's not as if it's, we haven't got enough fuel. It just seems to be some technical problem. But he's gone back out, and he seems to have regained power again now. So we're back out and trying to make up for lost time.
Well, he's still circling round, so it can't be too bad, I would hope. Maybe just an intermittent issue, but like you say, that's going to cost you an extra 3 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. There's nothing we could do about that. There was no chance to stay out. It'd gone into sort of limp mode, so there was absolutely pointless staying out. So we had to come in, get the lads to look at it, and he's back out and hopefully underway, and we'll go again. Just have to make up 3 minutes.
Yeah, great stuff. You've done you've called IT and turned it all off and turned it back on again.
Yeah, exactly that. Yeah. That's about the state of my IT requirement. Go say that.
Great stuff, Rob. Thanks very much for talking to us. I really appreciate that. Thank you. So we'll see how the number 10 goes for the rest of the race. Hopefully they can make up their 3 minutes. Back to Ian and Chris.
Thanks very much, Tom. Down there in pit lane. Well, we're in this sort of middle phase of the race, but it's quite hard to read because we've got some drivers that have made one stop. So that's probably 2/3 of them now. Some of that have yet to stop, and of course, drivers will also have a second stop to make, and they have to do that before the final 15 minutes of the race. So it's still an hour and a quarter before we reach that point. There's the 195 car that's back out on circuit. That was the car that was leading in Class C, but it's now made its stop. It's still actually second in Class C, though, such was, I think, its advantage over everybody else. That's the Sam Dennis and Ash Mork. I'm not sure which driver it is aboard that now, the Motion Motorsport prepared car, but it's still running strongly by the looks of it.
Again, the Type R trophy racers aboard that car, a pair of them. And I was talking to Sam Dennis earlier. He was telling me about his medieval reenactment that he does, and how part of the livery on that car is very much inspired by what he does there. And when he's not doing that, he's a driving instructor.
Okay.
My mind immediately went to ARDS rather than on the mirror signal maneuver kind of driving.
Okay. I suppose if there's any sort of on-track incident that involves Sam Dennis, you're going to have to watch out. You're going to have some kind of medieval weapon that you at the paddock. But I think MSUK's Race with Respect rules do have something to say about using medieval reenactment weapons.
I can't remember if they added that into the technical regs for this year. It wouldn't have been one to have thought of. Now, the GT4 BMW here, the 55, getting its elbows out against the, is it the 23? 3, I think that was, the TCR.
Just hearing, sorry Chris, that there's going to be a penalty for the number 8 car, which is the Tidmarsh and Webster Janetta, one of the Class B front runners. We don't know what that's for as yet, but it could well be a pit stop infringement, possibly. We'll see if we can get any more details on that. There's nothing on our screens at the moment to tell us about that. We'll see if we can find anything out.
Okay, just for context, that was the 82 Seat putting a lap on the GT4 BMW. The GT4 got Paul Simerton in 10th position overall at the moment, whereas the Seat in 6th position.
And there's the leader in the pits, Alan Henderson's car, the number 90 AK Motorsport Mazda MX-5 is being refueled at the moment. It's the car that is shared, that's number 90 car, with Daniel Irving. And of course, 2 pit stops that have to be made during the course of the race. They're down in the garage, sort of closest to our commentary position here. Another jug of fuel is required, and be interesting because it's a 150-minute race. Normally, with a 120-minute race, do you get all the fuel in at one stop, or are you going to need to do some fueling at both stops? I suppose there's different strategy that comes into play. Now, there's the 62 car. That's the car that was started by Lee Dendy Sadler, but is now possibly with Andy Gay aboard. The bonnet on that just looks like it's flapping a little bit, doesn't it? So that's something that could be a cause for concern.
Oh, see, we saw in the Lowcost race earlier, Martin West's car seemed to have some bodywork moving backwards and forwards, depending on whether it was in the slipstream or in clean air. But that seems to be more towards the back end of the bonnet, doesn't it? So, but it's not happening on the left-hand side by the looks of it. So I wonder if he's had a bang on the right-hand side or something like that.
It's our race leader. That's Kevin Clark now. He's in the lead of the race on screen now.
Just noticed Scott Parkin's car is back up and running and just come into pit lane. But because Scott has exited the car, I somehow doubt that he'll be able to get back in it.
Well, he's had outside assistance.
Yes.
So
that's
have to check the regulations on that, but he's in any case several laps down anyway, so not going to be a force in this race.
No, not at all. But yeah, this 33 now leading the race. Quite astonishingly. I suppose we should really be keeping an eye on where the 90 comes out after its pit stop, because of course Joel Oswick's JC Racing BMW has been into the pits to serve its first pit stop already, so it might have James Collins already on board. I'm just looking for it in the timing order. It's currently in 10th position overall, so we will wait to see where the 90 comes out. See, that's had its hood up as well. Now, when Scott Parkin's car had its hood up, it was because they were looking at the gearbox. I hope there's not further issues there on the modified AK Automotive Mazda MX-5. Kevin Clark going to stay out for another lap, and the number 90 is about to re-emerge onto the racetrack. So let's keep an eye out for Joel Oswick's and James Collins' BMW, as you just see the Mazda trundling down pit lane at the moment.
It's behind us.
But the BMW definitely isn't going to be within striking distance, is it? Because the Mazda is at the pit lane exit now, whereas the JC Racing BMW is only just at the hairpin.
Yeah, so basically most of the length of the start and finish straight between the 90 Mazda. I can't help but feel that should be number 47 to make it an AK-47, that car. And the second place car, what was the erstwhile second place car of Joel Oswick and James Collins. Hour and 25 minutes still to go in this race. We're not even halfway through this race. We've had lots of drama, of course. We've had Kevin Clark come from the pit lane to lead the race. We've had Scott Parkin pull out when the sequential gearbox got stuck in reverse, although he's reappeared in pit lane since then.
It's been it's been very enjoyable. We've got the sister Dark Side Audi TT currently in second position at 6.8 seconds behind this car, and we've got Tom downstairs. Who have you got for us, Tom?
Down in the pit lane, just got out of the number 90, fantastic looking Mazda MX-5. All sorts of flaps and wings and things on that, and the bonnet up as well. Can you just walk us through your first stint and then what was going on during the pit stop?
Yeah, it was okay in the first stint. Just sat behind that BMW there, and he started to look like he was struggling with his tyres, coming through like sunny in, sunny out and complex. And we caught some back markers and managed to just get up the inside there at the hairpin. And then managed to get a little bit of a gap in the safety car. There was a car between us and him on the restart, so I managed to go away again, which is nice. Yeah, not much else happened really. It's a shame for the dark side car to fail because he was flying at the start. Really impressive.
So with the bonnet up and things, was that just a transponder change or what was going on?
Yeah, I think the transponder seems to be intermittent or something, so they've asked me to put another transponder on there, so I don't know. I was out there.
So nothing major, nothing to worry about?
No, nothing untoward as of yet. We've got a couple of vibrations, but I think it's just tyres out of balance now and stuff like that, so...
Okay, will you change tyres on the second stop?
No, I don't think so. I mean, tyre wear's fine. I think it's probably just a tyre turned on the rim or something. Just a little bit of a vibration, but everything feels okay, so we'll be fine.
Great stuff. Thank you very much for talking to us, Alan.
Into the second hour of the race now. So, hearing about the transponder change on the number 90, and of course, confirmation that Daniel Irving is now at the wheel of the AK Automotive Mazda MX-5, which is currently in 8th position, but is the... actually the second car. So of the cars that have been into pit lane, the leading car is the number 25 of Darren Ball, which is, actually that is currently in pit lane, I should say. So we'll see in a few minutes whether that is going to be the top car. And Clark has come into pit lane now. Kevin Clark, who was just leading this race, having started from the pit lane. So that promotes the number 6 Darkside Developments Audi TT into the overall lead of the race, yet to serve its stop, of course. Dylan Brichter on board that car. Of course, the Class A winners from Spa last year, and Dylan and Ryan Parkin splitting the honours for the road sports races. It was Ryan aboard the car yesterday when it finished third overall. Dylan last year winning at Brands Hatch GP, Ryan winning at Brands Hatch Indy, and also finishing third at Snetterton last year. But of course, Ryan now carrying the Parkin name of Darkside Developments as the number 78 car just rolled past me into pit lane as well, which is the Matthew Stockford Audi RS3, which I believe is making its first stop of the race as well. But yes, we'll keep a close eye on where Darren Ball and indeed Kevin Clark fall out in the mix of the. And I've just got word in my ear that Scott Parkin's number 1 car has rejoined the race. There it is. So wow, that's quite surprising to see. I mean, obviously it had outside assistance, but clearly they're allowed to rejoin the race. And frankly, it's amazing that they've got it going again, considering that car was stuck in reverse gear half an hour ago.
Yep, it's really a bit of an extended test session now, isn't it, for this car, to see if they've managed to resolve the issue against Parley. But yeah, there'll be lots and lots of play for. We just need to check if they would be eligible to be classified or not.
Well, should we see how many laps down they are? They are 18 laps down on race leader Dylan Brichter. Of course, we do have Kevin Clark into the pits. Actually, I'm wondering if it's already emerged. I can't quite tell if there's a BMW M3 shaped wing poking out the back there, if that's just some appendage on the building. It's not saying that it's currently in pit lane according to our timing screen, so we'll see where it's emerged relative to the number 90 AK Automotive Mazda MX-5 of Daniel Irving, who is now aboard that car. And confirmation as well, they changed the transponder. That's why the hood up was in the pit stop, because it's been intermittent. We've had several messages about from race control about that, and we might have seen it dipping in and out of the timing tower, but they have now changed it aboard that car during that first pit stop.
Yep, so 80 minutes left. We're nearly halfway through this race now. Kevin Clark, you can see, is just coming out of the the pit lane, just ahead actually of the number 4 car, the John Oswald James Collins car, and yet those two effectively are together on track for position. 2 laps behind the leading car at the moment. We've just seen the sister TT of Scott parking into the Dylan Victor Ryan parking car, which is still yet to make its stop. Only the first 4 cars on the timing tab yet to make their stop. That's the Dylan Brichter car, it's the Luke Browers car, the Ben Williams car, and Jonathan Packer, who leads in Class B. They're the only drivers that have yet to make a stop of any one of great significance. There are 1 or 2 just right to the back. I think one of them is a retirement, and the other is Michael Downey, who in any case is a long way down because he was a very early pit stopper in the race. 2 BMWs there getting together through the complex that time. The second of them is the number 55 car, which is the M4 GT4 for Simerson and Stanton, and they're chasing after the 69 car, which is the M2 of Andy Schultz and Matthew Hampson.
I'm just trying to keep an eye out for where our sort of net race leaders might be. They're coming past us now. So Kevin Clark is ahead not only of James Collins, but also James Collins is ahead of Daniel Irving. So that's quite a significant change. They're coming out of the hairpin now as we see the Audi RS3 making its way out of pit lane, but they're just coming down the straight. So you see the Mazda is going to be the third of the sort of leading cars, and of the cars that have made their stop, Kevin Clark is the leader of them from James Collins and then Daniel Irving.
Yeah, that's right. So a bit of a shake-up then amid the pit stops. It's not been plain sailing for the car that was leading on the road before those driver changes and pit stops.
And there's only 2.5 seconds between them as well, which is quite surprising. So we'll see how that unfolds later in the race. They've also got they've got quite a significant gap to the car behind them, which I think, well, the 78 has only just emerged, so it would have been in the pits when the timing was updated. So next car, I can tell, would be the 69. Andy Schultz started that BMW M2. Not sure if Matt Hampson is now aboard that car. I would suspect so, but I think that would be the next car. In fact, yes, that's just been updated onto our timing screen, so that might be a net fourth, depending on where the Audi TT comes out.
Looks like the Daniel Irving Mazda MX-5 is losing a bit of ground to the 2 BMWs ahead, which is possibly not too surprising. Alan Hunson, the quicker of the 2 drivers in that car, so maybe the MX-5 just losing out a little bit to those 2. Those 3 cars at the moment in 5th, 6th and 7th, but they're the first drivers to have made their stops. But it does look like Sid Marshall wants to come in for a second time, but that's possibly the second time to serve a penalty, because we did have a penalty board go out for them at one point.
Yes, that is a good point. I was wondering, because they do have 2 on there, but it is likely that the second one was for the penalty.
Let's head down to the pit lane once again. Tom Butterworth is speaking to the driver of Team 169.
I'm down in the pit lane with Matt Simonite, who's just got out of the 169. Matt, how's the race been going so far?
Yeah, we're a bit slow off the start. We lost a bit of time. Made it back up during the pit window. We stayed out a bit longer than everyone else. Got the lap times back where they need to be. Made a bit of time, but I think we're currently P2 or P3. If we can keep the pace going, James is a little bit quicker than me here, so we should be on for hopefully a podium.
Okay, well, you've got an interesting sponsor for this year on the car as well, which you're from Chesterfield, so I'm going to go with them being an air conditioning shop in Chesterfield, Yorkshire Air Conditioning Shop. Is that what it is?
Yeah, so they sell fans and other types of air conditioning.
Only fans. That's all they sell.
Yeah, that's it. So so the sponsor came across from Type R Trophy. So it's ran James's Civic for 2 years with the OnlyFans sponsorship on. He's come to do a full season of this and brought the sponsorship over. We went a bit more bolder with it this year and went like a full livery, so they are the title sponsors. But yeah, we do get a lot of attention from it, which is pretty good. It helps the other sponsors because it draws the eye over them as well. So Yeah, it's a good one. It gets the conversation started.
It certainly does.
Yeah.
Great stuff. Thanks very much. Hope you have a good run in the for the rest of the race. Are you getting back in?
No, he's going to double stint this end bit.
He's doing double stint now. Great stuff. All right. And who's your driver?
It's James Mansell.
James Mansell. There we go. That's our chat with the 169, the OnlyFans card. That's all done and dusted. Thanks very much.
Thanks very much, Tom. We're exactly halfway through this race now, and there's the number 8 car, which I understand has just had a drama, Chris.
Yes, just had an off at Sunny Inn, we've been hearing in our ears, and of course that car has already been into pit lane twice, we believe once for a penalty, definitely has picked up a penalty, we believe it served it, so it's not been really smooth running for the Tidmarsh Webster Flying Tangerine Racing Ginetta G40. Bearing in mind that car was for so long in this race on the back of Jonathan Packer for the lead in Class B.
That's right. So it's all sort of fallen apart a little bit for them. And obviously in the early stages of this race, we also lost the early Class B leader, which was the Chris Nyland Honda Civic as well. So it's all sort of opened up for Jonathan Packer here to have an uncontested win maybe in Class B. He's still got to make both of his pit stops though. And he's got an hour left to do it, or 59 minutes left to do it. He'll have to do it before the last 15 minutes of the race. Ben Williams is just coming in, one of the 4 front runners yet to have made his pit stop, so he is going to come into the pits and will either stay in the car for another stint or hand over to Alak Iyengar. It might be, though, that as we're halfway through the race and if we want to share the driving evenly, there'll be a driver change there.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, you could do your pit stops on back-to-back laps, couldn't you? Just whether you've got the fuel to actually be able to make that happen.
Well, if you've gone halfway into the race, you should be able to go the same distance.
Yes, that is very true. In theory. So this, the Ginetta G40, I believe the car in front of it was actually full position. It was the Lotus. Yes, it was. They're only half a second at the timing line last time around. That is not necessarily for class position because the Lotus is Class A, Ginetta is Class B, but that was for 15th and 16th position. Overall, as we can see, the Capture Motorsport crew at work here in the pit lane.
Yeah, there they are. Just getting the fuel into the car. You can see the precautions that have to be made. The extinguisher has to be. Is that Dylan Brichter that's just come into the pits? Was that Scott Parkin? There's an Audi TT that's just heading into it. Maybe it was Parkin. It's not Brichter. It is Scott Parkin. So Brichter's still out there on circuit, and yeah, we can see. As we said, it's an extended session. He's sort of flapping the.
That was
gear lever
very. No, I know they like flappy paddle gearboxes, but that's not quite the flappy paddle they're after. It looks like the gearbox completely given up. I've never seen a gear stick move like that before.
Yeah, it's sort of very, very wobbly, wasn't it? There's the Tidmarsh and Webster Ginetta again. You can see it's got some tape on the right front wing. Some damage has been picked up at some point as well. And that's just behind on the road, the number 97, Connell. And that's actually for position as well, again, not for class position. Connell and Wilkinson Hughes in Mazda MX-5 number 97. They're still running second in Class C behind the Sam Dennis and Ash Moore car. Albeit quite some distance behind it. So the Ginetta should get through. It's a class above, quite literally, Class B compared to Class C. And yeah, make short work of that car and goes up to what I think is now 14th position. And then you could just see the Lotus behind as well of Neil Huggins and Lloyd Huggins. Lloyd Huggins, we've seen in Mazda MX-5 before. Neil Huggins' father has raced in all kinds of cars.
Yeah, that was the car that the number 8 Ginetta was fighting just a lap ago, but has now moved its way through into 14th position overall. But actually, despite the problems, still running third in class.
Yeah.
And 42 seconds behind the Cheetham Schofield Porsche Boxer that is second in class. And the next car up the road for position as well. As into the pits comes the number 90 Mazda MX-5 for its second stop.
Now.
But it is moving a little more slowly than I would have expected.
When we heard from Alan Henderson, did they give a hint as to who's going to drive the last stint there? I missed that interview.
I don't think they did. I know
No.
it's Daniel Irving at the wheel of the car at the moment.
I
but
wondered if he was going to do a middle stint and Henderson was going to get it
Well,
at the end.
Alan
It's just this is not scheduled.
I can see Alan from the commentary box window assessing the car, but he isn't race ready. He hasn't got his helmet on or anything. It looks like our camera guy's there, so we might get the pictures very shortly. But this does not look scheduled for the AK Automotive team.
It doesn't. Meanwhile, looking at Jonathan Packer, who still leads in Class B on screen. I was actually up to third overall. There is the work going on. The screwdriver does what
That's not the transponder, is it?
No,
Which is the one thing they changed on the pit stop. So it looks like a more serious issue that has caused the hood to go up.
You've got roofless round to fix the problem.
I hope. Either Daniel will take this car to the end of the race, or maybe Alan will get ready and get aboard it, because they may as well do their second stop now, as is the JC Racing BMW E46 of James Collins and Joel Oswick, which has come in for its second stop.
Yeah, confirmation of snap linkage on the Scott parking car, which is now done for the day. We'll see if we can figure out who's getting into car number 4 then, or if there is a change for that car for the final stint, whether it's going to be Joel Oswick or James Collins in for the final stint.
Daniel Irving about to head back out onto the track, so whatever issue there was under the hood of that Mazda MX-5, it looks like they hope they resolved it, and it is definitely Daniel Irving still aboard that car.
It is, but it wasn't a 3-minute stop, so they're going to have to make another one.
You've done very well if you've managed to time that, because I lost complete track of time.
I don't think that was 3 minutes.
Well, they may as well have kept it in there, surely.
It felt like less than 3 to me anyway.
Well, okay, we'll see. Right, if it was like bang on 3 minutes.
Let's see if we can work out who's going to be in this car for the final stint.
Well, there's a driver change happening, that's for sure. Just we didn't know who was in.
No refuelling going on. We'll see if Tom, hopefully, he'll be able to find out who it is going to be in that car for the final stint. If he can get down there to the green BMW. Camera crew down there, so Tom's probably not too far away. Can't recognise the drivers from the build, unfortunately.
The side profiles. I mean, I was speaking to them earlier. That might have been James on the right-hand side. I was James Collins in the car.
Right, so it's Joel Oswick now.
So it is Joel Oswick now, I would have thought.
Fourth final stint in this race.
Yes, that's I can almost hear his Scottish tones through the cameraman.
That sounds right then. So just over an hour to go. It's going to be Joel Oswick back in the car for the final stint. And 68 minutes to go. It's a 3-minute stop they need to make, so there's a bit of time to play with.
This is fascinating to me, and it really is how they coordinate and work to time.
Do you think they rehearse this? Do you think
I think they should.
Yeah.
But let me tell you, I've worked with professional race teams who haven't practiced their pit stops and then are suddenly surprised when their pit stop is 1 minute and 30 seconds longer than everyone else's.
Yeah, we're not there, guys. Yeah, we didn't really think it through before we started. So they didn't rehearse it.
Not quite at all. So we're still waiting for our race-leading Audi TT to come into the pits. Jonathan Packer is now in pit lane from the Class B lead and third overall. This is his first stop, so we are just left with the top two, which is Dylan Brichter Audi and the Luke and Paul Browse set Leon number 22, which is
Luke Browse
just come in.
Lane.
So that was good timing there. So now we are just waiting for the Darkside Audi to come into the pits, as looks like Joel Oswick is about to head back onto track. He's been pushed out. I can see it pit lane now, and he's going to rejoin. So it's kind of the first of the second of the front runners to make their second stop. Let's see where he comes out relative to Daniel Irving, which has been into the pits for a second time, but if your math is correct, Ian, it will need to come in again to fulfill the requirement of a second 3-minute pit stop.
Or they could take the penalty that would come their
way.
They
could, but the penalty's got to be bigger than 3 minutes, isn't it? So.
I need to check the notes to see what it is. But it would be based on how short they stopped and a bit more. basically.
So they
so
normally,
it might not be as bad as taking another full 3 minutes.
No, that's true. Generally, with short pit stops, they tend to just double however much you missed it by. That seems to be the general rule of thumb in some of the other series that I've been seeing. But we can see Joel Oswick back out on track here, and he has come out behind the Mazda MX-5 that he was battling with, which is surprising because he was ahead of it when he came into, when they both came in to the pits. But maybe we'll see a little bit later how that shakes out. Might have come out quite far behind, actually, which would rather back up your theory, Ian, of the Mazda doing a short stop. But we'll get confirmation when it gets over the timing line in a few seconds' time, just how far behind the Mazda he is. And he is a good 50 odd seconds, 55 seconds maybe even, behind the Henderson Irving Mazda. And bear in mind, James Collins was ahead of that car when they both came into the pits.
I'm just wondering when the Dylan Brichter car is going to come in. It's just going through the complex behind our commentary
Like it can
now.
run forever.
Well, I'm quite impressed. It's gone for an hour and 26 minutes. We've had a little bit of safety car running in that, but surely it's got to be bound for the pit lane soon, but not this lap. It's just going past our commentary box once again, being passed by Kevin Clark, who unlaps himself effectively once. It was 2 laps behind. He's now 1 99/100ths behind at the moment. But of course has made a stop, one of his 2 mandatory stops already. And then the 30 car, you can see Neil Huggins going through the ex-Proton Coupe Cup competitor when there was a Proton one-make championship briefly a couple of decades or so ago.
So coming up to the final hour of this race very shortly. The way it is panning out at the moment is we're actually still waiting to see where the Browse car comes out in relation to everything, and it's like it knows I'm talking about it. It's the second time that managed to have that car come out when I've mentioned it.
By the medium of mime, I think that Tom Butterworth has managed to convey that it's raining. I think that's what it was saying.
Okay.
Yes, there are rain spots on the commentary box window. Not many of them, granted,
a few,
but they are there.
Very light, thin smatterings against the glass. And well, I'll tell you what, this has been a threat all weekend long. I've seen about 20 different weather reports for this weekend. Some of them included rain. Some of them said it was going to be dry all the way through. Some of them said it was going to be an absolute washout.
It doesn't feel, looking at the skies, like this is going to be very much rain.
No, it's overcast, don't get me wrong, but they don't look like the most ominous clouds I've ever seen.
And
we actually could see it on the camera there. That was a visible. Into the pits has come the number 6 Audi TT, our race leader, finally, after an hour and a half almost of running, has come in to make his first stop. So we're going to be interested to see where he comes out in relation to the rest of the field, because it looks like we're finally going to get some sort of order in the next 2 laps. We'll be able to give you a fairly definitive order, minus the 2 cars that have served their second stops.
Joel Oswick has just done the best lap of the race, 1:26.732 on what would have been one of his first laps back out of the pits, won't it?
Yeah, it must have been the first flying one, because he's just come across the line again with the 28.3.
Yeah, so he's certainly got in the car and immediately gone very quickly, and we'll see how all of this shakes out. Having made 2 stops, the only car that... Well, you've got the Moore and Dennis car. Now, that must have served some kind of penalty, because that's now made 2 stops as well.
I think it's currently in the pits.
Is it in the pit lane?
Is it not? I believe it is. Because,
I can see
Civic, it. So
the rear end of a Civic.
Yeah. And I mean, that is the Class C leader.
Okay, so that should drop down
as well. So it will drop down. The closest car really that's made its second stop is the number 90 Mazda that we were talking about. And we still don't quite think that that's made a legal stop. But great pace from the JC Racing car. All calm at dark side, which it has not been in this race so far on the other side of the garage, so to speak.
No, well it is now because the car's retired from the race, so there's not much more they can do. But yeah, it's going to be Ryan Parkin getting in for the final hour of the race, taking over from Dylan Richter, just getting the car on the jacks. It looks like they're changing a wheel. Maybe you can see the treaded tyres that they run on in Club Enduro, so no slips or anything like that. I think that's steam rather than anything else that's coming out of the engine bay.
Must be so annoying trying to change tyre while the car is moving up on the jacks, because they don't go up evenly. It goes up one side, then the other. But that'll be Ryan Parkin getting aboard the car now. Scott's twin brother. He's got to carry the family honours now in that car. And we were talking about this in qualifying. The number 6 car is slightly less sophisticated than the number 1. It's got a normal H pattern gearbox rather than the sequential one, and different suspension. They seem to be preferring the suspension, the Olin suspension that's on the number 1.
Just to work it out. As the 90 car comes in for
a third
stop. Now, is this going to be another issue? Well, they're getting the refueling kits out now, so it looks like this is a scheduled stop this time.
Wow.
There's the 195 car, the Sam Dennis and Ash Royal car that was leading Class C. They're completing their second pit stop. They seem to be in there a little while now, don't they? They should be back out on their way very soon, one would think.
Just think, for this number 90 car, I mean, reliability was its Achilles heel last year, wasn't it? It was very fast, and it seems like it's struck once again, because they've had podium contending pace all day, but that extra trip to the pits might have just cost them dearly.
Yeah, possibly so. So it looks like they're getting ready to push the 195 car out just as soon as, yep, they've had the signal, 3 minutes is up.
Yep.
And we can get the car back into this. I was just about to muse, if you're Ryan Parkin, and you're going to hopefully, bring the car home with a successful result, and you're clearly going to beat your brother, your twin brother, because he's retired, but you're also the co-director of Dark Side Developments. Do you feel happy that you've sort of had a good result, or do you feel sad for your brother that he's not had such a good result? And then you think, it's championship points, isn't it?
Well, yes, that is true. I'd be aware that my rival has had an issue, but I don't know. I kind of also just acknowledge the performance differences between the two cars.
Yes, absolutely.
Quite a hefty update from Tom in the pit lane, who reports that there are still drops of rain in the pit lane. Doesn't seem to be causing too much trouble out on the track at the moment, but also reports that the number 25 car, Darren Ball's Cupra, which was running inside the top 10 if memory serves me correctly, but that car has had to retire because something has punctured the radiator and it's lost water pressure as a result. So some bit of debris, or maybe a bit of gravel or something, or some sort of detritus that's been brought onto the track and into the path of that number 25 car has caused Darren Ball to retire from the race. Great shame for him.
Yeah, absolutely right. Oh, an issue! Michael Downey and Johnny Hayes and Paul Cipriani seem to have fallen over one another at the complex there. Michael Downey in the orange box are still stranded on the grass there. Hayes and Cipriani, BMW, that's just got going again, and so too now as the number 76 car of Downey as well. So, other than a bit of mud on the track, the circuit now clear again, but that's unusual to see something like that happen in the Tequila Club Enduro Championship. Whether there was any contact or not, I suspect there might have been a little bit. I'm not quite sure.
Well, that's Michael Downey's day going from bad to worse, because he was already plumb last of the runners we still had, has now had contact with the Cipriani car and coming into pit lane as well. That is probably for its second stop. It might just get that one out of the way now. So we still have the Audi into pit lane, by the way, but it has fallen into third position, which means that Kevin Clark is back in the lead of the race.
It does feel like a long stop for Dylan Richter.
It feels like a very long stop now, doesn't it? But my sense of time might not be too fantastic, because I also thought that the Mazda pit stop was fine earlier as well. But yeah, hopefully it's not issues on both Dark Side development cars. That would be quite a disappointment. Jonathan Packer has also emerged in 4th position overall now, and is on the back of the Schultz-Hampson BMW M2 number 69 car for potentially a spot on the overall podium.
Yeah.
And lapping very similarly at the moment.
There's Kevin Clark on screen now in the number 33 car, so he is the leader at the moment. Let's just quick run down on the order. I'll see how many stops people have made. 33, Kevin Clark leads. He's made 1 stop. 22, Luke and Paul Browers are second, having made 1 stop. Third, 69, Andy Schultz, Matthew Hampson. They've made 1 stop. Fourth is number 51, Jonathan Packer, leads Class B, 1 stop. Fifth, 82, Ben Williams and Alan Iyengar, 1 stop. Sixth, number 78, Matthew Stockford, Alan James. That's 1 stop. Seventh, number 6, still in the pit lane, I think.
Yeah.
Dylan Pritchard and Ryan Parkin, as they have been for a long time now, so maybe neither of the dark side development cars going to finish, but they are there. 1 stop so far. 8th, number 4, Joel Oswick, James Collins. They've made 2 stops, the first of the 2 stoppers. 9th, number 10 in the pits at the moment. The Rob Fennick, Andrew Shepherd car. That's 2 stops. And then next up, completing the top 10, is the 43 car of Steve Cheetham and Wayne Schofield. Second in Class B as things stand. But still, pit stops to shake out in the remaining 39 minutes before the pit window closes.
Yes, but it does look like we have some sort of a sense of an order now, don't we?
Yeah, the Hayes Subiani car, who we saw off the circuit a few moments ago, that is the Class C leading car at the moment, albeit they've only made 1 stop, and their 2 closest rivals have made 2 stops, so I suspect they will fall back behind Sam Dennis and Ash Moore before much longer.
Yeah, they're only 6 seconds behind that car, having made their 2nd stop. So yeah, I would suggest that they are probably going to jump them at some point. And finally, the Dylan Brichter and Ryan Parkin car has emerged back onto the racetrack.
Yeah, we'll perhaps be able to hear a little bit more from Tom or one of the team members in a moment, because that did seem like an extraordinarily long stop.
Yeah, and it's come out, well, it's at best 9th, 10th. It's continuing to drop down the order.
And they've got another stop to make, of course.
Yeah. Yeah, it does seem like they were in there for a very, very, very long time and not emerging in the position that we expected them to. So, yeah, it's very much Kevin Clark's lead at the moment. This is the number 10 Speed Tech BMW M2 that's coming for its 2nd stop, and the 76 Michael Downey car that is coming after it had that bit of contact down at the complex.
Yeah, they didn't make that into a mandatory stop though, did they? They did some refuelling of that Boxster.
Yeah, looks for it. Jonathan Packer, his lead in Class B is very, very substantial. Possibly even nearly 2 laps ahead of the Cheetham Schofield Boxster number 43. And yes, as we expect the Ashmore and Sam Dennis car to retake the lead in Class C when our current Class C leader. Now 6 coming back into the pits to do its 2nd stop.
Either that or say, hang on, the problem that I've got at that first pit stop, I'll just need checking over again. But they'll certainly probably try and make this into their 2nd mandatory stop, but it's not looking particularly good for dockside developments today.
No, it isn't. And yes, they're just getting the update from Tom downstairs as well. Hopefully we'll be able to find out if there were any issues on that car. Now, this is 69 and 82. This is a battle for position between the Schultz-Hampson number 69 BMW M2 racing car that is currently in 3rd position, but just in front of the 82 Ben Williams and Alec Iyengar Capture Motorsport Seat Leon Cupra. So they're squabbling for the last spot on the podium at the moment. They've just cleared Jonathan Packer's Class B car, which was for position overall. Such has been the performance of Jonathan Packer so far in this race. But this is the battle for the last spot on the podium as it stands, with These guys, some 40 seconds almost behind the Paul and Luke Browse Seat Leon Cupra that's in second place, number 22 machine. So this is the battle for third position.
Just a word on the Browse. I mean, that's a good effort from them because they're getting used to this front-wheel drive Cupra for the first time, having had a rear-wheel drive BMW previously.
I think was it Luke yesterday who was saying that he had pretty much burnt through the front tyres in his first stint in the road sports race, which is considerably shorter than this race that we have today. So yes, a very good effort there. Hoods off the number 6 car again, and once again they don't seem to be in much of a hurry to get that car back out, do they?
It's feeling like it could be a terminal issue again for Darkside here, which would be a great pity. The team's body language doesn't suggest a great deal of urgency about their operations.
We believe it's Matthew Hampson at the wheel of the 82, don't we? Because Andy Schultz started the car and they've only done one stop. So currently in fourth position. And sorry, do excuse me, I'm getting them mixed up. But it did look like the BMW was getting past there, and indeed it was, because the 82 car has gone through into third place. So that could be Alec Iyengar in that car. Again, made one stop, and it was Ben Williams who started it, wasn't it? But either way, that car now into third position.
Yep, absolutely right. So we are into the last 50 minutes of this Tiguan Club Enduro Championship race here at Croft. We are going to head down to the pit lane for an update from Tom Butterworth.
So I'm just down in the pit lane having a look at the Darkside Developments car, this number 6. It looks fairly terminal at the moment, but yeah, in fact, I've just had the old cutthroat symbol from the signal from one of the drivers who's, yeah, it looks pretty terminal here. I was told that it was overheating issues that they were having. They went back to try and manage the issue. They were trying to manage the overheating issue. Went back out, did a lap. It was still, the temperature was still going up, and he was told to manage it with pace and clean air and things like that, but it just wasn't working out, so they brought it back in. They're going to try and cool it down. Maybe they'll go back out, but unlikely at the moment. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Tom. So, not a good day for Darkside Developments. One or another, the gearbox issues on the number 1 car and the overheating issues on the number 6 car. So Ryan Parkin really didn't get much of a run, did he, today? Dylan Brichter driving for an hour and a half, and by the time Ryan got into the car, well, it was overheating, and he couldn't sustain any number of laps, unfortunately.
Such a surprise, because they've been one of the front-running teams in this championship for a couple of years now, and genuinely fairly bulletproof as well. Very rare to see both their cars falling out of the race. Now, the number 69 car, which, yes, we believe it's Matt Hampson at the wheel, don't we, of the BMW M2. Yes. Having just lost third position, now looks like it's not fully secured in fourth position overall as well, because the Class B leader, Jonathan Packer, is still hounding the back of that car and might fancy a run through. Packer having spent so much of this race having his, well, the early part of this race anyway, having his mirrors full of his Class B rivals, now on the attack against a Class A car.
Yeah, and last lap he was more than a second faster than Hampson in the BMW, and so it's not unreasonable to expect that he could make a move. I guess the difficulty would be the BMW might be a bit quicker in a straight line, so he's got to really try and take advantage of places like this, really, the twistier parts of the circuit, because I suspect down, yeah, you can already see accelerating away from the hairpin down towards Clervaux, the advantage is going to stretch, isn't it? And
look at that.
Hampson is going to be, I don't know, well, a lot of car lengths ahead by the time they turn in to Clervaux. So really it's going to be through the slower parts of the circuit, the twistier parts of the circuit, where Packer is going to have to try and make his move. Of course, he's got no real need to, because points in the Club Enduro Championship scored within your class, and he's leading his class at the moment.
Yes, and they also go to an overall championship as well. So, you know, we were talking about Scott Parkin being the overall champion. He won it in a Class B car.
Yeah, so really there's no particular motivation for, other than sort of pride and getting an overall top, best result you can to try and pass a Class A car when you're in Class B. Maybe the thing to do is just bring it home safely.
Especially when the BMW has such a clear performance advantage on the straight.
Yeah.
He'd have to get inventive, he'd have to get risky to try and make that move. There's no point trying to damage his car for very little material gain.
And the other consideration is that there's no real threat behind Packer of any great note.
That is an understatement.
It's
Let me
a
tell you,
long way
because I do genuinely think there is a lap between the top two in Class B. Our second place car has just come into the pits. It's the Browse car, and that is for its second stop.
Yeah, so they've made both of their stops in fairly quick succession. They're quite late making their first stop as well. A reminder that all teams do have to make their stops with full 15 minutes from the end of the race. That's only half an hour from now.
Yeah, so the message at the top of the pit window is closed is not quite correct, unless there's some other exterior reason that we've not been made aware of just yet. But yeah, as far as we're concerned, it remains open until there's 15 minutes left to go. So still half an hour left for these guys to make their second stops, which these guys there, Luke and Paul Browse, are doing now. They're one of many TCR spec cars that we had in the field today, going up against the BMWs and the Genettas and GT4 cars. Communication between, obviously it's a hands-off situation. You saw he had his hands up in the air just to show that he wasn't actually touching the car while it was being refueled. There are a number of safety regulations that go on because this isn't top flight GT racing where we've got very quick refueling rigs and very highly well-trained mechanics, because we are at the amateur level. We have to make sure that everything is done safely and securely. Just noticed there's a 5-door. Very rare to see a 5-door in these cars, because it's popped open the back door.
90 into the pits again. The Alan Henderson, Dan Irving. That's his fourth stop now. So I think that is poorly, shall we say?
Yes.
And probably not really get a feature. I mean, it's classified 11th at the moment. 5 laps adrift of Kevin Clark, who's still got a stop to make in this race. But a car that showed very much promise in the early stages of this race, and if they actually driven it straight into the garage this time, I think they may have done.
Jonathan Packer somehow has managed to get momentum on the M2 BMW and has actually cleared it. Now we saw the BMW had a performance advantage in a straight line, so maybe that's a poorly and limping BMW we're seeing now, and also the 78 car is not too far behind of Alan James, we believe that is at the wheel of the Audi RS3.
Yeah, so it could be that the Schultz and Hampson car has hit one or two problems. There are a few reliability issues for a few cars here today in this opening meeting of the season. Into the pits comes the 43 car, which is Steve Cheetham. This is for his second stop, so that's the Steve Cheetham Wayne Gofield Porsche number 43, the Boxster 3.4 litre Boxster.
Of course, what this does mean is that we've got a Class B car on the overall podium now as well. And yes, Alan James has cleared the BMW behind, so I do think that we might see that car come into the pit shortly, because it must have some sort of problem to be running this slowly. In fact, it has peeled to the right-hand side now, coming into pit lane. Just check where it is on its number of stops. This is its second stop, so if they can do this in around 3 minutes, they can class this as one of their mandatory stops. It just depends on whether it's an issue that can be resolved in a quick succession.
Got a message that the 316 car has gone behind the barriers. Well, it's a long race. I suppose you've got to go wherever you can in these races. But it looks like that car is out of the race. That was the car for this race shared by Ivan Mayers and Stephen Kay. 41 minutes left to go. There is Kevin Clark still in the lead on the timing screens. Still with a stop to make, but I think looking in a pretty good position for what will be a dramatic overall result from the pit lane. He was disqualified from qualifying because the Intersport Racing prepared car was found to be underweight. Here's the Hampson and Schultz car that we thought might have just been in trouble. It just looks like they're planning on doing a drive change. There's Hampson, you can see, with the black overalls on, and it's Andy Schultz getting back into the car, so maybe he was just having a slow lap back into the pits.
Potentially. Maybe even maybe short on fuel. Maybe is a potential solution. I'm just looking at if anyone can challenge Clark. Of course, the Oswick Collins BMW has done its second stop, and right now it's the only car that can match and even go faster than Clark's BMW. So worth keeping an eye on where Clark's comes out relative to the number 4 machine when it serves its second stop. Because right now it is the lead car that has done both of its stops, but that is not many of them.
There's Oswick out in the number 4 car, 5th on the timing screens at the moment. Last lap, a 1:27.03, only 0.3 of a second off his best, so Joel Oswick still pushing on. He's a really quick young driver.
And the leader doing 28.4, so he is lapping quicker than our race leader. So maybe the fairy tale of pit lane start to race win is not quite so secure yet for Kevin Clark. Of course, we've already been denied a bit of a fairy tale today, haven't we, in the Low-Cost race. Paul Clark sadly expiring on his way from the back of the grid. Yes, maybe there can be a little bit of redemption for Kevin Clark. I mean, even to finish second would be something quite spectacular. Maybe we can make time to hear from him, actually, because we normally only hear from the class winners, but such an extraordinary drive, I think, might deserve a slight bending of the rule. And we haven't got to cut to anything else after this race as well, have we? So we've got the time, may as well use it.
Yeah, see if we can grab him, or grab whoever. There's the Michael Downey car that's back in the pit lane.
That was Joel Oswick there, just catching up to the 22, was it not? The Browse car, but as far as I can tell, it shouldn't have been that close together on the road.
Well, they're together.
Must have been putting
on
a lap
circuit.
on it.
Well, Oswick's 3 laps down, and Browse's 6 laps down, or was previously. They're just going to come across the line now, and they're now respectively 2 and 5 laps.
Okay, I thought they'd be closer than that, because obviously we were just seeing that the green TCR make its second stop, but clearly Oswick's got quite a bit in hand.
Yeah, another lap in the 127s that time through, a 127.8.
And Clark even slower, 130.3 for our race leader last time around. Obviously, traffic is playing a part in this as well as just raw speed. But this number 4 BMW is the fastest car on track at the moment.
That's right, with 37 minutes remaining. Fascinating conclusion to this race in prospect.
And the car that was in 3rd position overall, just coming in to make its second stop, which is the number 78 Alan James Matthews Stopford Audi R8 LMS3. That had been in the pits not too long ago, hadn't it? But I would imagine it's Stopford getting back on board the car. It's relatively close to us in the pit lane, actually, but actually not a lot of action going on there at the moment. So we'll see where that comes out eventually as Joel Oswick ticks off another lap.
And there is Kevin Clark, and he's just coming up to put another lap on the 97 car, which is the Dave Conn, Alex Wilkinson Hughes Mazda MX-5, still running second in Class C to Ashmore and Samuel Dennis. But there's Kevin Clark. Pushing on, had a big accident at Alton Park a couple of years ago in another BMW. But there he goes, past the little MX-5, and surprisingly,
I think that was the 2022 title concluding race, was it not? Because
Yes.
I remember I was there, and it was quite an aggressive spear into the barriers.
That was huge shunt.
I think it was one that ironically won him the race, because obviously they bring out the red flags and it rolled back a lap the results. So he may have crashed, but he did still win the race, although it did take him a while to extricate him from the car, if I remember rightly.
Now, how is Tidmarsh and Webster getting on? I mean, they're still in 6th overall, aren't they, still, despite the various dramas that they've had during the course of this race, and 2nd in Class B. I mean, there's a lap or so between them and the class leader, Jonathan Packer.
Yeah, that seems to be. But yeah, 6th overall, as you mentioned, and certainly quicker than a lot of the Class A cars, as he's about to put another lap on the number 10 Fenwick Shepherd BMW M2 that is currently 10th overall, and he's some 2 laps ahead of that car now, or 1 lap ahead of it, actually, I should say. Looking very good out there at the moment. See so much more speed in the middle of sunny in, sunny out because of the lighter car, and just absolutely drives straight by him in the middle of the double right-hander. So lots of speed in that number 8 machine. We are 35 minutes from the checkered flag now, so we are almost 2 hours in to our 2.5 hour endurance race, longest race of the year. Remember, we'd be almost coming up to the checkered flag now in a sort of typically lengthed race.
Yeah, and it's one extreme to the other, because it's only a 75-minute race for the next round of the championship at Brands Hatch on the Grand Prix circuit.
I'll tell you what I haven't mentioned actually yet is that the fastest lap of the race from Joel Oswick and James Collins, which I believe was Joel Oswick lap, his 26.7 is a new Club Enduro lap record. It beats Will Stacey's 27.11 from last year. I'm almost wondering if perhaps Jonathan Packer has been able to beat the Scott Parkin lap record. No, he hasn't. So we will ignore that one. But in terms of the Class A, we have got another new lap record. That's the 3rd one to be set this weekend, I believe, adding to the Road Sports and the Lowcost, which was beaten 3 times.
And did we not get a lap record in Classic Stock Catch as well?
Oh, we did, yes. So it's the 4th one, didn't we? Yes, of course.
Yeah.
That much to Paul Thorpe's surprise. And Pip Hammond's as well.
Yeah, absolutely right. So there's Jonathan Packer pushing on in that number 51 car, been a regular in Club Enduro for the last couple of seasons. But let's head down to the pit lane once again. Tom Butterworth has got another interview for us.
And in the garage with Matthew Stockford, one of the drivers of the 78. Matthew, race going okay so far? We've just done your 2nd pit stop now, so he's double stinted. Everything going okay?
Yeah, all good so far. Car's running really well. It's just starting to rain a little bit, but hopefully the track won't get too wet. So yeah, Alan's making good progress, good pace. Very happy.
Great stuff. It sounds good. It seems to be a bit of a race of attrition. It's going to be who gets to the end without any problems, I think, at the moment.
It's a bit like that. 2.5 hours is a long time. First race of the season. So I certainly felt it. It was a race of attrition for me towards the end of my stint. I was absolutely exhausted, so I need to get in the gym.
Yeah, I know the feeling. So we're driving here with hand controls as well. Just walk me through a little bit of the technicalities, really, of it, of how the throttle differs, how the brakes differ compared to actually pressing a pedal.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really simple system, actually. So the gears, it's a DSG gearbox, so that just works on the paddles as normal. And then I've just got a bar that I pull effectively to accelerate, and you push the same bar to brake, so pull to accelerate, push to brake. There's a slight disadvantage there in so much that you can't be heel and towing, you know, braking and keeping the revs up. And there's that extra sort of pause between as you come off the accelerator onto the brake. But, you know, it's a good, simple system that won't go wrong. So I'm getting better.
Okay, well, that's good to hear. Yeah, I mean, with a DSG box, it's, you kind of heel and towing's kind of out the window anyway, isn't it? But yeah, it's
sort of, but you can still maintain your revs and you know, and be on the brake. It's a far quicker process switching between the two, which isn't the same with the hand controls.
Okay, but the race is obviously going well. I mean, whereabouts are you positioned at the moment?
When I last looked just then, we were 4th.
Okay.
I'm not sure whether we dropped any during that pit stop, but and Alan was making good progress, so we'll see. You know, a top 5 finish for us will be a cracker for the first race.
Great stuff. Well, fingers crossed we'll be interviewing you again on the podium later.
Hopefully, yeah.
Great stuff. Thanks very much, Matthew. Thanks for talking to us. Back to you.
So Jonathan Packer continuing to circle in his Class B leading VW Golf. And we can take a look at the standings. And I was going to give you an update on the Clubman Cup cars, which is for the pre-2010 H-pattern gearbox cars, which is being led by our Class C leader in the 195 Motion Motorsport Honda Civic. That is Sam Dennis and Ash Moore, currently circulating in 11th position overall, but we've got a slow-moving number 22 Seat.
Yeah, the Browse car, Luke Browse, Paul Browse, is going slowly along the start and finish straight. It's being passed by a number of cars on the way down into Clervaux Corner. That was the car that was in 8th position there. You see it on screen now, and it looks like possibly the game up for that car, which has gone pretty strongly for the first 2 hours of this race. And had it been a 2-hour race, it might have secured a decent finishing position, but sadly still another 30 minutes to go from the point of view of the Stowmarket Glass entered Paul Browse and Luke Browse. Looks like their race may be run.
And it had just taken 8th position as well. And I'll tell you what, we might also have some problems for the 55 Simpson Stanton car, because that's just dropped 2 positions on the timing order. It might yet drop more, and it's not in the pit lane, is it? There is a BMW in pit lane.
I think that's the Philip Shepherd car that's in at the moment, possibly.
Yeah. I'm just saying. Wait, yes, that is true, because it's not giving me the little symbol to tell me that it's in pit lane at the moment. So potential dramas for the GT4 car.
Matthew Stockford and Alan James, they're 7th at the moment. Matthew was saying he was 4th at last time we looked, but I think they did lose some ground in the pit stop, so that car's 7th at the moment. But there are cars ahead of them that have still to make a second stop, including the race leader Kevin Clark, but I think he's sort of 5 laps ahead. Ben Williams and Alakoyenga are 3 laps ahead of the Stockford and James car. The one that they might sort of get it back ahead of is Jonathan Packer, but he's in the Class C car anyway. There's Alan James in the number 78 Audi, which looks absolutely magnificent, doesn't it?
Doesn't it just?
Turns its way out of the head with that big wing on the back as well. And certainly it's, touch wood from their point of view, looking pretty robust in the course of this race, where not all the cars have been. Some of them have been a little bit fragile.
Kevin Clark, race leader, into the pit lane for the second time. This is the decisive stop, so we will keep an eye out on the position of Joel Oswick's JC Racing BMW, because that is currently the top car that has done both of its pit stops. And for the last quite a length of time, maybe the last half hour or so, it has been lapping quicker than Clark's car. You see the smoking brakes there on the front end. We could be looking at a change of lead here, even though Kevin Clark has driven absolutely magnificently, having started from the pit lane and worked his way up the order to lead much of this race. We are going to see where he's going to emerge. You can see the work going on, the refueling there, the extinguisher being ready. Of course, it's all hands off the car while the refueling is going on.
That's right. And now that refueling is done, so
now Kevin can get back in the car.
He can. There's the Browse car in as well.
Yes. Oh, goodness! Okay, well that was a heart in mouth moment there for Joel Oswick.
It's for position. It's for second position on the road, and it'll be perhaps possibly the lead on the road, depending on how the Kevin Clark stop works out.
Yes, that 82 car yet to do its second stop, but for position, as you say there. So Joel Oswick getting up to second on the road, and may well be about to take the lead. But of course, he was 2 laps down on the race leader, so he's got to make up a second one. So it won't be at this pass that he takes the lead, if indeed he will take the lead of the race. So one more tour and we'll find out what's going to happen.
It's going to be pretty close, isn't it, I think?
Yeah, I'd have thought so.
Between the two of them, Kevin Clark and Joel Oswick. So yeah, it's just the 82 car of Ben Williams Alakoyenga that they've gone past, as Chris says. That does need to make its remaining stop, whereas Oswick has, and now Kevin Clark has as well. So Oswick needs to just push on here and try and get and he has got a fairly clean lap ahead of him. There's a couple of cars he'll get, I think, before the end of the lap, but a good quick lap here is what he needs to try and minimise the gap between himself and Kevin Clark, who are just looking to look to the left of our commentary box, is still very much in pit lane at the moment. I'm sure they'll be keeping an eye on exactly where Joel is as well out on circuit. You can see the team in the pit lane. They're ready to start pushing Kevin's car back into the race again, showing him the countdown clock as it goes to 3 minutes, and knowing when they can release the car back into the circuit. The officials checking the stops. There's scrutiny there as well to ensure that all is well with the technicalities of the car. Meanwhile, not looking quite such a calm scene for Luke and Paul Browse. So look there, they're still ticking down. Where's Joel Oswick? He's just coming through the complex now. Here he is on screen. They've still not started pushing Kevin Clark's car back. He's at the hairpin now, is Joel Oswick. He's going to be accelerating away. He's going to take the lead of the race here because Kevin Clark is still in the pit. They're pushing him back now, but Joel Oswick has gone through. And Joel Oswick now is he on the lead? I think he is, because only leaving the pit lane now is Kevin Clark.
Yeah, we'll get confirmation when he goes over the timing line, but we think that is Joel Oswick into the lead of the race now. He was, put it 3 minutes behind when he went over the timing line.
Let's just check it out because it's when they do come through next time.
Jonathan Packer, meanwhile, Class B leader and third overall, coming in for his second stop. That's his, that'll be his last stop, and it's been an incredible race for Jonathan Packer so far. 22 car looks like it's ready to go back out because they've pushed it back into the fast lane. Well, actually, they're pushing it forward now, so maybe they're pushing it out of harm's way.
They're going to push it into the garage, I think, ultimately.
Yeah, they are. We're going to push it backwards in. I mean, I'd have kept it forward so that we're not obstructing the the fast lane, but nothing coming through at the moment, so no harm, no foul.
So there's Joel Oswick at the complex once again in the number 4 JC Racing. Quite plain dark green livery on that car, isn't it? Nothing flashy.
Yeah, nothing in the way of sponsorship either, so it's not too supported. And this is confirmation, the retirement of the number 22 Paul and Luke Browse Seat Leon TCR.
Right, Joel
Oswick over the line and is now leading this race. Confirmation on the timing, and also that Kevin Clark has fallen behind the 82,
which is yet to make
machine.
It stop.
But yes, good point there. So Ben Williams and Alec Iyengar was Seat Leon.
Over the line, Kevin Clark has gone and he's 21 seconds behind with 23 minutes remaining, so he's got to make up a second a minute, basically, to try and win this race. Best laps that they've done, Oswick a 126.732, Clark a 127.326, and although those times are anagrams of one another, that's not going to give Kevin Clark any succor, I don't think.
The problem was that Joel was just lapping so much quicker than Kevin for such a long time, wasn't he? So I would be surprised if Kevin came out now and started lapping quicker than Joel, but we'll see. Late safety car might bring a little bit of drama. Of course, we've only got 7 minutes left of the driver or the pit stop window now. So drivers yet to make their second stop as Joel Oswick has to navigate a little bit of traffic here in the complex. Does include our second place car, the number 82 Seat. Also the car that is currently third in Class C, Matthew Simonite and James Mansell Mazda MX-5, which is currently in 14th position, although that has literally just come into pit lane. And that's it. Everyone else that only has a 1 next to their name in their pit stop window has retired from the race. So literally just the second place car left, and they've got 7 minutes exactly now to do so.
Yeah, Kevin Clark's just going to cross the line again, and he has narrowed the gap by 0.6 of a second to the race. Not as much as he needed to, but he's not given up. I was going to say, well, possibly Joel Oswick will have age on his side. He's probably about a third of the age of Kevin Clark. He's still only 21. Is Joel? He was a winner of the John Miles Award for the most promising young driver in the 750 Motor Club a couple of years ago when he had the success in Class C in the championship. As Kevin Clark's been around a few decades now. Let's head back down to the pit lane. Tom Butterworth is there once again for another interview.
So we've just seen the 51 come in and do their second pit stop, and we're just being ushered out of the way slightly. So we'll just head down the pit lane and just out the way of this car that's going to come in now. But yeah, the 51 doing its second stop. Everything cool as a cucumber. Straight back in, straight back out again. Nice and smooth, and everything went to plan. I've just had an update from the 22 as well. It looked like it was an electrical issue for that car. They tried to get it back out and tried to restart it, and it just wouldn't fire. So diagnosis underway, but they're done for the day as well, unfortunately. That's the 22 out of the race.
Thanks, Tom. Good to get those updates from you. There's a black and orange mechanical warning flag being shown to one of the cars there. Couldn't obviously see the numbers, trying to work out whether we've got 2 digits or 3 in the number. But Ben Williams and Alfa Romeo now in for their second mandatory stop with just over 5 minutes to spare.
Yep, that car getting serviced now. And yeah, our team on site will be able to bring you those pictures very shortly. But that is the last car to make its second mandatory stop, and that will promote Kevin Clark to second position overall when he eventually crosses the timing line once again. Here is that number 33 black and red machine that will now be in second position, but still chasing Joel Oswick. Last time around they were pretty similar in terms of lap times, both doing a 27.7.
Right, that's the reason for the black and orange mechanical warning flag. The exhaust is dragging from the rear of the Ivor Mayers and Stephen Kay.
Oh yes.
BMW 325 Ti compact. So that's why the officials want to bring that into the pit lane to get that repaired and back out on circuit, hopefully for the remainder of the race.
Number 8, Tidmarsh Webster, Janetta back in pit lane for some reason.
Well, that's their second scheduled stop, isn't it? Because although they've been in pit lane twice previously, one of those was for a penalty.
Yes, good point. I've forgotten about that.
Yeah, so that's the reason for that. We've got the 169 car that's going back out into the race. That's going to be the teammate of Matt Simonite, James Mansell, for the remaining part of the race as well, because he was double stinting to the end. There's the 82 car being refueled of Ben Williams and Alfa Romeo. Capture Motorsport car, Capture team running quite a few cars in the Club Enduro Championship this season, based in the Midlands. And yeah, frantic work being done because they want to get as the best position overall that they can do. I think they'll slip off the podium positions with this stop, but nevertheless a promising run. The 316 car of Mayers and Kay is now into the pit lane as well, so that exhaust to be examined and repaired.
And that's a car that's been in the wars so far this weekend. It retired quite late from the road sports race yesterday with its front wheels pointing in 2 different directions. Yeah, now this mechanical warning flag with the exhaust hanging off it. I mean, that it's not the worst problem to have. At least the wheels are still pointing in the right direction. Jonathan Packer here, now currently second in Class B, but that is because the Tidmarsh Webster car hadn't served its second mandatory pit stop, the 3-minute one, just yet. So although it shows that car 4th overall and in the Class B lead, Jonathan Packer about to take that back again. Yeah. And as somebody who's been absolutely dominant in that class today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it wasn't always the case, but the first half hour it was quite lively, wasn't it?
It was absolutely fantastic battle with 2 other cars, yes.
Yeah, three-way battle it was for the class lead.
Including the number 8,
yeah,
who was right up there with Packer in the early stages of the race. Kevin Clark here in second position overall.
And losing time now to Joel Oswick. It's the gap to about 23 seconds, so it's going in the wrong direction for him.
Yes, he was 1.7 seconds slower than Joel Oswick last time around. So slide in the back end of that BMW out of Tower Bend. So maybe Kevin just had a couple of clear laps and Joel was in traffic. Maybe we won't know for certain, but yeah, it's not quite going in the direction it needs to go in as it stands.
Just lapping the Class C leader there, the 195 car of Ashmore and Samuel Dennis. Just looking at the sort of other positions within that class, it's still Conor Wilkinson Hughes in the Mazda MX-5, second in that class in the number 97 car, and Johnny Hayes and Paul Supiani third in Class C at the moment in number 66. But we're watching Kevin Clark here, who with 16 minutes of the race left to go, the pit window about to be closed, although I don't think there's anyone probably now to take a second mandatory stop. We're really in the final knock-ins of this race now, and it's looking like it's Joel Oswick's race to lose really from here, because the gap remains at around about 23 seconds between first and second, and they are quite a long way clear now of anybody else, as in laps clear.
Yes.
Rather than seconds or minutes, we're measuring it in laps.
Yeah, there's quite a few between the top two and the rest of the field, isn't there? And in between third and fourth as well. So, yeah, it's a great start to the season so far for Joel Oswick and James Collins. Obviously, Joel Oswick moving across from the German Auto Works team that he raced for the 2 prior seasons and won the Class C title with them in 2022. Moved into Class A with them last year, but now joining the JC Racing squad alongside James Collins. This is their repair work on the 316 car, having been brought in for a mechanical, although it doesn't look like it's quite fixed just yet. But yep, new team, new car, new environment for Joel Oswick, and right now they're not only leading, they've done the lap record as well. So I'd call that a decent day's work.
Yeah, absolutely. And now the pit window is closed. It was the message was displayed a little prematurely earlier, but it is now officially closed because the 15-minute to go mark has been reached in this race. So now it's just about playing out to the end, reliability. I don't think we're going to see any changes in Class A or Class B. And what's the gap between first and second in Class C? Well, again, it's it's 1 lap, isn't it, I think, between the first 2 cars there. So it's about reliability at this stage of the race and just making sure you can bring your car home.
And it does look like the 82 has been able to hang on to a podium position. So as it stands with 14 minutes to go, it's Joel Oswick and James Collins aboard the number 4 JC Racing BMW, leading by 22 or 23 seconds.
Well, you say they're going to keep the podium position, but they're only 1.3 seconds clear of Schultz and Hampson. Now, with Andy Schultz back at the wheel.
I'm more meant in terms of where it's going to hang out in terms of the pit stops. Yes, Kevin Clark in second position, but definitely a battle to be had the closing stages of the race for third position overall between the number 82 Ben Williams and Alec Iyengar Capture Motorsport Seat.
But let's head down to the pits
69.
and Tom Butterworth.
Just keeping an eye out because it's still a very active pit lane here. There are still cars coming in and out, even though there's only a few minutes left in the race. I just wanted to give you a quick update on the number 8 that's just been in. They think they may be pinged here for a too short a pit stop, or they might have already been pinged, but not happening. As you can probably see behind me, there's a few discussions taking place and some gravel as well. So they've had some excursions. It's been an exciting race for them all around, but yeah, just wanted to give you a quick update. They think that was their second mandatory pit stop and their 3-minute pit stop, but they think they may have been a bit short on that one. So we'll see what happens, whether that's going to have to come back in again and serve a penalty. Back to you guys in the box.
Thank you very much indeed. So there's our race leader, number 4, Joel Oswick, 22.9 seconds to the good at the moment.
Jonathan Packer back in the lead of Class B officially in what is now 5th position overall, and he leads by a lap, I think, to Tidmarsh Webster Ginetta G40.
For third and fourth, the gap is going out rather than coming down.
Yes.
It's gone out to 2.3 seconds now because Ben Williams, Alec Iyengar have pulled clear of Andy Schultz.
And this battle here is for overall position with Alan James in the 78 Audi RS3 closing in on Jonathan Packer's Class B leading Capture Motorsport VW Golf for 5th position.
2.3 seconds faster on the previous lap was Alan James. And of course it is a Class A car versus Class B car. They said a top 5 finish would be very good for Stopford and James, and that's very much on the cards now here, because this is the battle for 5th position as they turn their way out of Talcorner. They're not too far ahead of Joel Oswick, are they, either, who's sort of several laps ahead of them. They're turning their way through the Jim Clark S's now up towards Sunny, and through on the inside at Barcroft goes the 78 car to take 5th place away. That's Alan James up to 5th position then on the road, but Jonathan Packer still very comfortably leading in Class B.
And race leader Joel Oswick about to put another lap on them as well. So I'm sure Alan James is happy to have got that move done before Joel came and interfered with the battle. Coming up to the final 10 minutes of this 2.5-hour endurance race, the opening round of the 2024 Tequila Club Enduro Championship, and it has been great little race I've found, and plenty of drama, lots of stuff we didn't expect with the dark side developments, car falling by the wayside as Joel Oswick puts another lap here on Alan James. We've seen some great racing, not only in the classes but also between the classes as well.
Absolutely right. Kevin Clark is only now coming through. It feels like that gap is continuing to go out between the first two. 24.8 seconds it is now, so another sort of second lost by Kevin Clark there. But I think he realises that P2 is as good as he can do now, unless there's a problem for the car in front. And he's certainly got no particular threat behind him, because Ben Williams and Alak Iyengar 3 laps adrift of the 2 leaders here.
Just an update. The number 90 car that we've seen come into the pits 4 times is still running, but in 22nd and 10th in class as well. That's the Daniel Irving, Alan Henderson, Mazdram X5 with the IMSA-inspired livery on it. So at least they are still running out there. Oh no, actually they are in the pits, aren't they?
What I was just going to point out as well is the 119 car, Bobby Trundley and Sandro Ballesteros. I don't think we've picked up on the fact they've looked like they've retired a little while ago as well, because they are in the pits and 23 laps down on the leader. So the Team Brick car, which is entered in Class B for the Audi, is out of the race, unfortunately.
Oh, you're right. I was looking at the timing screen. Normally it puts a different symbol next to the number than the one it's got showing next to it, which would have implied it was still running, but no, it isn't. It has retired from the race. We've still got 18 runners left in this race by my count.
Yeah, it's a bit more attrition we normally get in the Tequila Club Enduro Championship. Maybe it's been a long weekend. Some cars will have been here testing. Some did road sports yesterday as well. First event of the season, maybe a few cobwebs to be sorted out before the end of the year.
This is a battle for position as well for the last spot on the podium, isn't it? Because the 69 car, the BMW M2 Racing, just gone past the 82 Seat TCR.
Well, that's because on the previous lap, Schultz did the personal best lap for that car, 1:29.944. So although that gap had been going out, we thought, oh, it's not going to be a battle there after all. Well, Schultz has sort of fought back there and got in front of the Ben Williams Alak Iyengar Cupra.
Oh, fantastic stuff. So that's change for 3rd position overall. And in Class A, this is the number 10, which that M2 looking a little bit more beat up than it was at the start of the race, even if it was carrying some scuff marks from Donington on it.
The Lloyd Huggins car has just pulled into the pits. That's the Lotus from 11th position. It was actually second in the Clubman's Cup as well, behind the Ashmore Sam Dennis car. So it was looking for some Clubman's Cup points, and still might be, of course, because of the way the results are determined at the end of an endurance race.
And just on that change for 3rd position, that is a new car for Hampson and Schultz for this year, isn't it? Having raced the M3 previously, BMW M2 new to ASR Motorsport, so good debut there for the car.
Yeah, it's the bright orange M3 that was quite distinctive that they had previously. Andy's team running that car, and a very experienced driver.
Joel Oswick here about to put another lap on Andy Schultz up to 3rd position, which would put them 3 laps down on the race lead. It's astonishing. Kevin Clark's the only one left on the lead lap.
Yeah, it's been quite a performance from these two. I mean, look at their lap times. They're more consistently below 130s, and nobody else is really in this race. I mean, there have been on occasion but not consistently so, and not that have been reliable. So Oswick and Collins, of course, Shevnikov and Clark really in a strong performance, flashing the lights, Joel Oswick, as he goes past the line, almost like it was celebrating victory there on the last lap, but there's still 6 minutes to go. Is he just giving a general warning to slower cars to get out of his way, maybe, including that Huggins Lotus that's just gone back out of the pit lane?
The speed of the Class C leader is pretty astonishing, because its best lap of the race is a 32.909. And before today, the Class C lap record in Club Enduro was 135.88, set 2 years ago by Dan Arsano. So that Motion Motorsport Type R Civic of Ashmore and Sam Dennis is pretty spectacular.
Yeah, now I don't think we've had a Class B lap record though,
No,
have
I can't see one.
No.
The fastest in that class I do still believe is Jonathan Packer,
Yeah.
and he's 30.8, whereas it's 30.49 for Scott Parkin.
Yeah, a few tenths
last
away.
year. So a little bit more work to do with that, and I doubt we're going to get a lap record in the closing 5 minutes of this race.
There's not a lot of green on our timing screen now, it has to be said.
No.
I mean, even with lighter fuel loads, as you can see in the race, that's pretty compensated by tyres that are a little bit worn out now.
Second hand,
yes.
Put it that way. Of course, we have had a smattering of rain, the lightest little dusting of sprinkles.
I think
over the
it was,
circuit.
but I don't think it even qualified as the psychological rain that you occasionally hear about. It really was only a few spots.
George Russell might have thought otherwise.
So 89 laps have been completed. We're going to get more than 90 laps in this race. Touch wood, we've only had one safety car period as well, which is, for such a long race, is relatively unusual.
And for the amount of mechanical issues we've had as well, they've all either been able to get them back, apart from Scott Parkin, who needed outside assistance, and that's the cause of the only safety car we've had so far in this race. They've also managed to do so without dumping fluids all over the racetrack as well, which is very considerate of them. This is the 195, our Class C race leader, that has just absolutely smashed the class lap record that we were just talking about, and is running in the top 10 overall. And its closest rival is actually the next car in the timing order, which is the number 97 David Connell and Alex Wilkinson Hughes Mazda MX-5, which is the Scuderia Dave car that was competing in the Track Day Championship last year. But still a great performance here from Motion Motorsport, who have had quick cars in both Class A and Class B today, but making up for a little bit of the disappointment of the rather spectacular retirement of the Class B car earlier in the race.
It was, yeah, spectacular the word, wasn't it? 3 laps to go, I reckon, for Joel Oswick, because there was just over 3 minutes to go, and a lap is about a minute and a half here, so that'll make it 3 laps to go rather than 2 for him. If he wanted to, he could probably slow down and make it just 2 laps and still finish ahead of Kevin Clark, but I suspect he'll just keep pushing on.
He doesn't want to do a Jordan Pepper, though, and sort of slightly misjudge it by a photo finish's length, does he?
No.
Anybody who saw the NLS race a couple of weeks ago will know what
I'm
talking about there.
Seeing that. But Oswick there, continuing to push on, the 21-year-old from Cheshunt, mechanic occupation, but clearly no mean driver as well. I think he would have ambitions, if he could, to try and progress with driving in GT or sports car racing.
Yeah, going for his ARDS license, but still an apprentice mechanic. Actually, with German Auto Works, as the company he works for, is why he was racing for them. Of course, when they were still running in the championship. But yeah, Joel moving across to JC Racing, and it's been a pretty great day for him. And we've always known that this is the kind of potential that Joel has. His talent and ability has been very obvious since he won the championship in 2022 in Class C. And now getting the opportunity to prove that overall.
That's right, he was 10th in the championship last year, sharing with Jay Delgado, I should say, last year. He had 3 third-place finishes and a 5th place last year, but occasionally did show the kind of pace that could mark him out as a race winner, but switching to this M3, the JC Racing M3 for this season, well, it's really been a step up. You could argue maybe if Scott Parkin hadn't had his gearbox issues, it might have been a different story, but well, you can only beat what's put in front of you, can't you? And reliability, a key part of endurance racing as well. There's the car that's in 5th place now, which is the Williams and Iyengar car. And there's our 2nd place man, Kevin Clark, and our Class B leader, 51, Jonathan Packer as well. In 6th position overall.
Just wondering if we're going to squeeze in another lap. 40 seconds left on the clock, and Joel Oswick's coming into the complex.
Yeah,
it's going to be nip and tuck.
Yeah, I think we should do if we do go the full 150 minutes.
Yeah, we will, won't we? He's already at the hairpin, so last lap board will go out now, won't it?
Yeah, it should do. Just keeping an eye on the finish line from where I'm looking at the complex. Yeah, last lap board's just been shown to him. So with 16 seconds remaining, it's Joel Oswick heading down towards Clervaux Corner for the final time. Just taking it relatively steady now. He won't be pushing the apeces too hard. Through Hawthorne now, then the right left at the chicane. He's actually got a fairly clear run. He's just got the Conlon Wilkinson Hughes 2nd place in Class C MX5 to get by, which he'll do now, but that's probably the last car that he will need to pass during the course of this race, because there's nobody else in sight really.
They could just enjoy driving the car for one last tour of the Croft circuit. I remember last year was showing a fair turn of speed in the BMW who was racing last year for German Auto Works. It was fantastically fast in a straight line. A little desired, to be desired still in the corners, but this car has definitely bridged that gap. And it's a very formidable pairing and car driver combination for the rest of this year.
Certainly is. So he's into the complex for the final times. James Collins has been sharing this car, but Joel Oswick has been rapid in it. He's got a 1:26.732, fastest lap of the race, and a lap record as well. And that's an extra point as he takes the checkered flag to win round 1 of the Tequila Club Enduro Championship here at Croft Circuit, the longest race of the season. It's claimed a few victims one way or another, but Joel Oswick it is that wins with James Collins. Across the line for 3rd has gone Andy Schultz and Matthew Hampson. For 4th, Matthew Stockford and Alan James. And our 2nd place finisher takes the checkered flag now as well. That is Kevin Clark in the number 33 car, 24 seconds behind, so roughly the gap as it was after those 2nd round of pit stops. He didn't really lose too much more time. He was still pushing on all the way to the end. Williams and Iyengar have crossed the line in 5th. Jonathan Packer has crossed the line 6th overall and winning Class B. And Ashmore and Samuel Dennis have crossed the line to win Class C as well, Chris.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. So, yeah, Kevin Clark, 2nd overall from the pit lane. Absolutely sensational. 3rd in Class A is the number 69. Matthew Hampson and Andy Schultz, BMW M2 from ASR Motorsport. And then Jonathan Packer, the Class B win from the Area Motorsport team. 2nd in class. It did still go the way of Tim Marsh and Webster in their Ginetta G40 from Flying Tangerine Racing.
And I think we can probably have a look at the results now at the end of that Tequila Club Enduro Championship race. So it was a victory for number 4, Joel Oswick and James Collins in the BMW 3. 93 laps completed in 2.5 hours. 2nd, number 33, was Kevin Clark, 24.355 seconds behind in the BMW M3 CSL. 3rd to number 69, Andy Schultz and Matthew Hampson in the BMW M2. They were 3 laps adrift. 4th, 78. Matthew Stockford, Alan James. 5th, number 82, Ben Williams, Alfa Romeo. 6th, number 51, Jonathan Packer, the winner of Class C in the Volkswagen Golf GTI, 3 laps adrift of the winner. 7th, number 82, Matthew Tishmarsh and Chris Webster. in the Genetta G40. They were a lap behind Packer. 8.55, Paul Simerson and Richard Stanton on his race debut in the BMW M4 GT4. So that's a good result from them. I'm sure they'll be pleased with that. 9th number 43, Steve Cheetham and Wayne Schofield in the Porsche Boxer, 5 laps behind the leaders. And then 10th overall in Class C, the Class C winners and the Clubman Cup winners as well, Ashmore and Samuel Dennis, 6 laps behind the winners in their Honda Civic Type R. 11th number 97, Conor Wilkinson Hughes Mazda. 12th number 10, Fenwick Shepherd BMW. 13th number 30, the Huggins Logitech Siege. 14th and 3rd in Class C, the number 66 Hazen Subiani 318 Ti. And then in terms of drivers that finished, there weren't many more. 169 Simonite Manson in the Mazda MX-5, 16th and 171 Osman House and Osman E30 M3. Then it was Dendy Sadler and Ray in 328i in 17th, and the Gibson Rig Dundee Genetta G40, I think, was probably the last of the cars to finish the race. I know we did get the Mares and Cabe car back out again after their exhaust was sorted. So, Chris, that brings to an end the weekend's racing, and it's been one that we've really enjoyed, hasn't it?
Certainly have. We've seen some absolutely fantastic racing across the 8 Formula for this weekend, and definitely it's been a very lucrative start to the 750 Motor Club season. These first 2 meetings of the year have been absolutely wonderful. We've had some great action on the live streams. Next meeting to be live streamed is the one that is next weekend from Brands Hatch. We're racing on the Indy circuit next weekend, so lots more action to come there, and plenty more live streams to come as well as the first paddock show that's happening at the start of May in Thruxton, which is the week after Brands as well. So fantastic stuff.
Thanks very much, Chris, for all of your efforts in the commentary box this weekend. Been good to have you with us. Thanks to all of the marshals who helped to make the race meetings possible. We really couldn't do it without you. Thank you so much for all of your support, and indeed all of the others that have officiated here this weekend. From Chris and I in the box, it's good night, and we'll leave you with Tom Butterworth to wrap things up.
Well, welcome down to the pit lane for the final time today. So we already spoken to James very quickly, so I'm going to go straight over to Joel. Joel took the final stint, took the checkered flag. Looked fairly easy.
Yeah, I just had to bring it home, really. James did a brilliant job in the first 2 stints to get the car around and get it in a really good position, and I just brought it home. That was it.
That was it. Nice and easy. Just a Sunday drive. James, what were your thoughts?
He gets the name Wonder Boy for a reason, didn't he? So, like, you know, I don't know, it was a good day. Just had to keep it out of trouble, my first stint. And then obviously when the fuel load come down, it was like, go on Joel, get in when the car's nice and light. And 26, second lap, done his job, happy days.
Great stuff, well done guys. So that brings to an end our class win for the number 4 here. We're going to move down slightly and find the, I'm going to try and find the number 50, I think it's the 51, Jonathan Packer. Oh, here he is, he's all the way down here, look, he's right the way down the end here. It's your Class B winner, he's posing for some photos. But we'll try and grab a word, and I'll try not to get in the shot. Oh, yeah. Jonathan. Hello. That looked fairly comfortable. You were even on the overall podium at one point there.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, that's a brilliant result. The guys were brilliant. I've got to say, Capture absolutely mint. Their pit stops were to the T. The beginning was tough. A little bit of impact. I think a lot of people wanted to just get rid of me and put me across the grass. So yeah, I think the back corner of the car's a little bit bashed up, but luckily it still drove straight and we could just bring it home, really. Once all that was over, it was just, you know, banging the consistent laps, just keep watching the delta and just keep your head down, really, and stay out of trouble.
Just keep it nice and consistent.
Yeah.
Another one with a Sunday drive. Looks, fairly comfortable. Great livery as well, by the way. I love this electric blue. Did you design all this yourself?
Actually, the previous owner who built the car, Luke Handley, who raced in this last season.
Oh, yes, I remember.
He built the car and I bought it from him.
Oh,
and
okay.
I liked the livery so much, I just kept it, so.
That's the reason that you bought the car, wasn't it? It was just for
the stickers, yeah.
Did you put on an extra couple of grand just for the stickers?
He probably did, yeah. And it's starting to peel off at the front, so I'm going to check if there's a warranty.
Well, that just means you're going too fast.
There is that.
Well, we'll come and have a look at this rear corner and just see what the situation is with that before we head down and speak to Samuel Dennis and Ash Moore. It doesn't look too bad. Oh, hang on, yeah.
We know who the culprit is.
Oh, okay, there we go. Telltale.
The Tangerine racing machine.
The orange is a bit of a giveaway.
Definitely wasn't a Marshall.
Definitely, no, thankfully it wasn't a Marshall. Yeah, so we're going to head down now. We'll have a word with Samuel Dennis and Ash Moore as well. Guys, how was that?
Yeah, it was really good, thank you. Yeah, the stint, well, I done stint 1 and 2, so really happy with that. And then Sam jumped in for stint 3 and brought the car home. So yeah, as a team, we're really, really buzzing. And yeah, cheers for Motion Motorsport for running the car. It was perfect all weekend.
Great stuff. And Sam, happy to take check a flag and run it to the end?
Yeah, definitely. Second win of the weekend. So we're 100% over the moon, both of us. And with Motion supporting us, we've done amazing things. They've built one heck of a car.
Brilliant
it's
stuff.
Amazing.
Great stuff. Thank you very much indeed. Congratulations to you once more. So that brings to a close our day's racing here at Croft, and in fact our weekend's racing here at Croft as well. I hope you've enjoyed the coverage as much as we've enjoyed bringing it to you. We've had some brilliant action in all sorts of different classes, from open tops to, as you can see here, tin tops. It's been a fantastic weekend. Have a great end to yours.